the legend, the incomparable, the impetuous, the prince of Pan-Africanism. And I'm talking about none other than our dear brother and someone who has been on the front lines and in the struggle and working to do some amazing and truly profound and prolific things for not only our young people, but our people in general. And on what no better day can I think of having the one, the only Dr. Umar Johnson to tap on in and come on in on the conscious mindset. How are you doing? Wonderful and truly amazing and profound, dear brother. How are you doing, Dr. Johnson?
I'm doing well, doing well. Looking forward to coming back to Texas. I actually will be visiting three major cities. We have Houston on Saturday at the Shrine of the Black Madonna. And then we have Dallas on Sunday at Aldi's Afribian Restaurant. Both events, July 10th and 11th, will be from 2 p.m. until 8 p.m. They are absolutely free. No tickets or registration is needed.
Wow.
The lecture will be at 2, Q&A will be at 3, and then people can stop in to get their book signed, take their photo, and also talk to me individually from 4 until 8. So 2 to 4 is the lecture and Q&A, and 4 to 8 is the book signing and personal conversation time. It's more of a meet and greet with Dr. Umar. Since we're coming out of this COVID situation, I just wanted to make my rounds, give the people an opportunity to engage with me because it's been so long. My last time in Dallas was Kwanzaa of 2018, and my last time in Houston was Kwanzaa of 2017.
That's
so
right.
It's been 3.5 years from Houston, 2.5 years for Dallas. I'm looking forward to coming back, and then I'll be coming back in 2 weeks to Austin, Texas. And I haven't been there in 2015. I'm still waiting on the information, but that'll be Sunday, July the 25th, Austin, Texas, and that's a 4 o'clock start. But Dallas and Houston are 2 until 8 this Saturday and Sunday, respectively.
You know what? It's so amazing that you are taking the trek to Texas, because I think this is a pivotal place to not only have the kind of information that will help elevate our awareness and engage our consciousness, but also get us more focused on what we need to do. We see the restrictive voting rights laws that have been implemented all across this country. And most importantly, especially that began in Texas, and Texas has the highest number of those restrictive laws. And it's very interesting to see a brother like yourself come here that's called upon not only Joseph Biden, the president of the United States, 46 to be exact, to begin to implement not only beautiful sounding words, but real policies and agendas and executive orders. So it's amazing how we're seeing you come to this city, not only to bring us back in and bring us outside again so we can begin to fellowship and connect and to rebuild those relationships, but also that we can understand the important information to begin to get us engaged and activated so we can do what we need to do to protect our people. Because I've heard you say recently, nobody's coming to save us but us, and we have to do the work. So I definitely like to hear, what was in your thought process in terms of starting this tour and then going to these southern towns, these southern places and spaces like Houston, Dallas, and Austin to begin to give this information that's so important to our people.
Well, because my expertise professionally is in the area of school psychology, clinical psychology, and education, I've always considered it my obligation to try to get around to as many Black communities as I possibly can throughout the year, because there are so many states, so many cities, so many regions, so many countries. Being a Pan-Africanist, my responsibility is to the whole diaspora, not just the United States. So on average, you only get to a place, maybe once every other year. This is the longest time I've been away from Dallas and Houston. I was coming to Houston every single year for Kwanzaa, and then COVID interrupted that, you see, and just the regular comings and goings of life kind of interrupted that. So 3.5 years is a very long time for me to be away from Houston, and 2.5 years is a very long time for me to be away from Dallas. But again, nature takes its course, life takes its course, so I'm just glad to be coming back, fortunate to be doing so. Obviously living on the East Coast, New York and DC and Baltimore and Jersey and Virginia, Boston, those places are easy for me to get to. I was just in Hartford, Connecticut and Springfield, Massachusetts last weekend. So places that are not a quick shot from home, I have to plan to get there.
Right.
And so when you're talking about the Houston and Dallases, but then there's other places who haven't seen me in more years than that. When I think of Phoenix, Arizona, and Little Rock, Arkansas. But what I tell people all the time, a lot of that is due to the fact that the people are not finding the spaces that are necessary for Dr. Umar to come, because there's a lot of people who, you know, are not comfortable with me or my message, you see. So you have to make sure you have the right place that are going to be supportive of the event. And a lot of times our people tend to wait for me to do all the groundwork instead of them doing it. I was on an interview yesterday and an elder called in and he said, why aren't you coming to the heart of the Black community in Dallas? I said, because you didn't find me a place. It's really just that simple. Okay, if you wanted me to come to your neighborhood, you should have found me a place. You know, so we get caught up in that whole pastor mentality where we just want to sit still with our hands folded and wait for the leaders and the organizers to do all the work. I tell people all the time, if you haven't seen me in your city, it's your fault, because Dr. Umar will go anywhere, but you can't wait for Dr. Umar to find a place as well. Get off your behind, do some work too. You know, but I'm just looking forward to coming back to Texas. You know, I'm a Leo, so I love the sun, and it's pretty up, you know, down in Texas. A lot of my supporters are down there. A lot of the FDMG Academy donors are from Texas. I don't think there's a time where we picked up donations for the school where there wasn't at least 1 or 2 donations from the state of Texas. So Texas has been a very big support state throughout these 7 years that we've been raising money for FDMG.
Why do you think there's such a hesitation, even in the conscious community? Is it jealousy? Is it fear of the white backlash? Is it the misunderstandings? Is it the cognitive dissonance? You being a psychologist, I know that you've thought about these things and probably have a better analysis and a way of understanding. Why is there so much hesitation toward someone who is saying simply, you know, we want to liberate ourselves. We want to bring the words of this document called the Declaration of Independence into actuality for melanated people in and around the world. So why is there so much hesitation? Is it envy? Is it jealousy? Or is it just an ignorance and a lack of understanding why people don't receive and want to hear your message be spread amongst the people?
Well, here's the thing, and I say it all the time, 99% of the African world loves and supports Dr. Umar Ifatunde. So, you know, there's no scholar in the world who gets the love that I get. There's no scholar in the world who's in demand as I have been consecutively for 11 years now. So the love is there. Even when I look at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, sometimes people will ask, why aren't more people donating? And I say to myself, more people are donating. Like, there's never a time we go to the post office and we don't pick up several dozen donations. The love is there. Now, the challenge with the donations might be the amount of the donation, but not the quantity of the donation. Okay, we have no issue with quantity of donations. We wish they could be more. In other words, if everybody who donated to this, if every single donation we've received these 7 years was $50 or more, the school would be done by now. If every donation we received was $100 or more, we'd probably have more than one school by now. You see, so it's not the amount of people donating. That's one of the greatest myths out there. We get love, but our people, you know, many of us are struggling, raising children, doing the best we can. They're not able to donate the way they would want to. So it's not the amount of donations. I have no concern about the amount of donations. Okay, we get volumes of donations, but the quantity of the donation. It's the $5, it's the 10s, it's the 20s, it's the 30s, which we don't complain about. We love it and we're thankful because that is what bought these 2 schools. So we're thankful. But just to be clear, once again, we are getting plenty of donations. It's just that the amounts are humble. But again, we don't complain because that's how we bought the school and that's how we're renovating the school. Now, to answer your question, when you're dealing with celebrities, because I have a lot of celebrities who support me, but they do it from a distance. And I think it's because of the fear of backlash from the white power structure. I'm almost certain. Celebrities reach out to me on a regular basis. I just communicated with one yesterday, and I'm not talking low level. I'm talking high level celebrities, multi-platinum this and multi-platinum that and billionaire this. Those are the people who reach out and they give me moral support, but they don't give me financial support.
Mm.
And I believe they don't give me financial support because they're afraid of the backlash from the white power structure. Now, when you go over to the conscious community, your sentiment is totally correct. It's the jealousy and the envy. It's
Mm.
totally the jealousy and the envy, because you're taking already the top scholar in the conscious community, and he's the only one building a serious institution for the people. Nobody else you can name. Nobody else of the top names in Black consciousness. I'm not going to call them scholars, because my definition of scholar is greater than sitting on YouTube making videos. That doesn't make you a scholar. We use that word very loosely. But of the top personalities, I'm the only one building an institution. And when that institution materializes, it will be undisputed. It will be undisputable, the question of what has Dr. Umar done for African people. I would argue it's undisputable now, with what I've done for children, with what I've done for Black parents, okay, with what I've done to educate and expose special ed and ADHD and psychiatric meds, all the children I've saved, hundreds of thousands of them over my 21-year career. It's already undisputable for me. But working in the field of psychology, everything you do is confidential. So I can't put a parent on here and say, tell them how I saved your son from being called retarded. I can't put a kid on here and say, tell them how Dr. Umar saved you from being on Ritalin and Adderall and Concerta, or going to that psychiatric placement. It's confidential. It's a total breach of the law and ethics. So my work is done in the dark. It's like Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad. It's done in the dark. She can't bring those enslaved Africans and say, tell them how I helped you get away from slavery. She can't do it, because she's a fugitive herself, you see. So some people would try to dispute that mark. I don't think it's disputable, though, because there's millions of testimonies. I get them every day for how I save parents, individuals, children, and the like. But once you have a school, everybody can see it. You see, there is no more debate. It's over now, you see. And so I think the issue is twofold. It's the jealousy and the envy. They don't want me to succeed. But it also is a threat or concern that when he does this, the entire Black community is going to look at the rest of us. The entire Black community is going to look at the rest of us, and they're going to say, if Dr. Umar can do this, as busy as he is, doing all he does with all his travel and all his lectures, he still was able to give us a school, 2 schools, by the way. We have 2 of them. The Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School, which is right across the street from the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School. If he could give us 2 schools in 7 years, starting without a penny, first donation spring of 2014, what are you going to build? He gave us a school now. What are you? Because we tired of the DVDs. We tired of the documentaries. We tired of the books. We tired of the debates. We tired of the YouTube videos. We tired of the summer festivals. We need tangible solutions. And the best solution that you can ever give a people is an institution. The best solution you can ever give a people is an independent institution. So when this happens, it automatically raises the bar for everybody else. You see, it's like, take a Chris Paul, to give you a quick NBA analysis. He's been in the league 16 years, 18 years, never won. If he wins the NBA championship this year, and he's not on the super team, and he's leading a group of young players, if Chris Paul can knock off LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you see, if he can knock off Kawhi Leonard and Paul George without a super team, he's knocking off super teams.
Right.
You see, he's an old player, veteran player, knocking off super teams. If he wins that title, it automatically raises the bar for other great players. And now everybody's going to say, you don't need a super team to win. Stop saying you need a super team, because Chris Paul won without a super team. You understand? So whenever somebody accomplishes something that other people haven't accomplished, it raises the bar. And the best way to keep Black people from expecting these other conscious personalities from doing anything is to make sure Dr. Umar doesn't achieve his dream. We want to stay down here. We want to stay on YouTube. We want to stay making money at the events. That's where we at. We don't want people coming to me talking about, put the documentary down, we want an institution. Put the book down, we want an institution. Put the shea butter and green smoothie down, where's the bank? Where's the supermarket? Where's the shipping industry? Where's the hospital? Where's the farm? You understand? They don't want that responsibility. What I'm doing takes responsibility. What I'm doing takes all my time. FDMG takes all my time. I was supposed to be down at the school today to get some more work done, but I was tired. I said I need to get a break. So then I got to go back down there tomorrow. It takes all my time. I'm down there 15, 20 hours a day. It's no easy undertaking. You have to love the children. You have to love the people. You have to love the mission in order to do what I do. So to simply answer your question, it will set me more apart than I already am within the Black conscious movement. And that's why they don't want it to succeed.
And saying that, I have to ask this question. Did it hurt you? Did it make you say, wow, do my people not understand? Because I know you see the hate. We talked about it off air and on air. You know, we talked about how, you know, the bullseye is on your back. And as many people who appreciate and applaud and love you, many of them, and I talked to them over the break, man, over I let people know you were coming on, and they were like, hey, man, thanks for bringing the brother on. And I said, let people know he's going to be on. Nah, man, I can't do that. Or, you know, people were scared. They were afraid because the anti-Umars had become so boisterous, if you will.
Yeah.
And I asked the anti-Umars, well, why don't you like the brother? Why don't you cut for the brother? Because I don't want you to become a casualty of cancel culture that's not based in reality, that's based in a figment of imagination and hate.
I'll never be a part of cancel culture. I'm too relevant. I am too relevant. There's no other Dr. Umar in the United States of America. And I'm being honest. It's just like the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. W.E.B. Du Bois tried to cancel the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. A. Philip Randolph tried to cancel the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. The Black communists, the Black socialists, the NAACP, all these Black people wanted to cancel the most Honorable Marcus Garvey. You know why they couldn't? Garvey was doing something no other Black leader was doing. You can't cancel somebody who's that essential to the progress of the people. Cancel me and replace me with who? Replace me with who? Give me the one person who can do what I do and do it the way I do it. Who's the other certified school psychologist in the conscious community? Who's the other expert on mental health and intelligence in the Black community for Black children? Psychological assessments and psychometrics. Who can do that? None of them. You can't cancel me. I'm too relevant. And see, the other issue that they fail to realize, my support base is not the conscious community. My support base is the global African family. You can't cancel me. Look, I don't have a YouTube page, brother. I do not have a YouTube page. But I have more videos on YouTube than anybody in the world, still living. No Black scholar has more videos on YouTube than Dr. Umar, but I don't have a page. Do you know what that means? That means the people love me so much that every time I speak, they consider it to be so important that they upload it on their own. How does a man without a YouTube page control YouTube? That's the power of Ifa Tunde. They can't touch me, brother. I don't care if I'm in Texas, I'm number one. If I'm in New York, I'm in number one. If I'm in Nigeria, I'm number one. If I'm in London, I'm number one. I'm the new Marcus Garvey. They can't do nothing with me. They couldn't touch him, and they can't touch me. They couldn't touch him, and they can't touch me, brother. I'm irreplaceable. Listen, if somebody's child is at risk for being expelled from school, who they gonna call? If somebody's child is being evaluated for autism, who they gonna call? If somebody's child is being caught retarded, who they gonna call? Who they gonna call? You gonna call me. You can't cancel me. I'm too critical.
Wow.
I'm too critical.
Wow.
I remember when I first started raising money, as you just spoke to, the conscious community said, well, we're going to cancel him for this and for this and for that. He don't have no degrees and he ain't really a psychologist and he ain't related to Frederick Douglass and all these lies. But they couldn't do it because my power base is not the YouTubian universe. That's not my power base.
Wow.
Everyday Black people love and support Dr. Umar, brother. They can't do nothing with me. Even the celebrities are amazed. They like, this dude get more love. I'm walking through the airport and there's celebrities in there. And guess what the people do? Guess what? They'll leave the celebrity
and come to you.
$multi-million artists. They'll leave them and come to Dr. Umar. And now all the white folks are saying, excuse me, what do you do for a living? Are you an athlete? Are you an entertainer? Nah, sweetheart, I'm a scholar and a revolutionary. They can't cancel me.
That's powerful,
Please.
brother. And I'm happy you said that because so many people would misinterpret that as conceit. Oh, there you go. He being egotistical and all of this and all of that. But what I always say to people is the black ego, the black psyche has been damaged. It's been denigrated. It's been disrespected. And it has been perpetually marginalized and ostracized. And many of us, when we see a black man who knows his greatness, who understands his power, his prowess, and speaks about it intelligently, articulately, and effectively, many people misinterpret that as vanity and pride, but actually it's fact. And it's alleviating and destroying the fiction that continues to parade the madness of our minds and this mass critical society as well that tries to dispel a black man who says, I am the greatest, I am good, I am powerful, I am my ancestors, I am walking in a lineage of profound, prolific, and amazing human beings. I want to ask this question, brother, because I think it's so important. And this is why I love your work with children, because you get young people to understand that they matter, that they mean something, and that their work is relevant, it's valid, and it's extremely important. I want to ask you this question because I think it's so important in this time and season. Someone who is constantly being berated, hated on, and disparaged, for you to have the courage, the confidence, and the character and the conviction of that character. Can you talk about how important it is for young people to see that, for young people to hear individuals that speak like that live like that have that level of sagacity and temerity and integrity? Because we see so many individuals in mass media. You mentioned celebrity. It seems like those who are famous now are always compromising their stances, are always mitigating from trying to make money rather than trying to live by principles like yourself. So I just want you to break that down so young people will understand, so parents will understand how important it is to put their children before folk like yourself who are in the building of building institutions.
One of my primary goals with my life and with my movement is I want to be an example to young Black children so that they may understand that you can still be a success, you can still be popular, you can still do whatever you want to do without compromising yourself before white people. There's nothing more powerful than when I'm in a restaurant and there's Black children in there and all these Black people are coming by the table. Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? And now all the white waitresses are looking, and everybody who don't know who I am is like, who is this guy that everybody's stopping at his table? He don't look like LeBron James. He don't look like Michael Vick. Who is this guy? And then the children will come over and say, or their parents will say, who are you? I'm Dr. Umar. Are you an athlete, an entertainer? No, I am a scholar and a psychologist. And then my message to the child is, you see how much love I'm getting in this restaurant. I didn't have to use basketball. I didn't have to use football. I didn't have to use gangster rap. You understand? And so what I'm trying to get them to see is everything you want to be, you can be it. But you don't have to be an athlete or entertainer to get there. And you don't have to compromise your principles. You don't have to sell out your integrity in order to be famous or popular, if that's what you're looking for. I didn't seek to do that. I never knew I would be getting stopped in airports. I never knew that people would be paying for my meals. You know, I was in Atlanta at the Spawn Divots. I ordered $100 worth of food, and the waitress came over there and said, you don't have to pay. It's been paid for. I said, what do you mean? She said, you see that guy all the way down there? He paid for your meal, and the brother just gave me a black fist. And I get that all the time, all over the world. I'm at the gas station the other day, driving to the Great Blacks and Wax Museum in Maryland, because I had to do a tour. I love to tour children through the Great Blacks and Wax Museum. So I drove down to do a tour for some youth who were visiting from Palm Springs, California. An organization flew me out there last month to speak. And since they were on a Black college tour this week, I said, let me return the favor. Let me come down to Baltimore. So I drove from Philly and did the tour. So I'm at the gas station filling up the gas, and a whole bunch of youth is out there, middle school, high school. And they're like, I think that's Dr. Umar. I think that's him. And then I turned around and the mother looked in the car and I said, "How you doing, sister?" She said, "Oh my God, it's Dr. Umar." Once again, the white folks is looking like, who is this guy? You know, and it amazes me, you know, because they're like, who is this dude? You know, we don't recognize him, but everybody knows him, you know. So again, I try to use that to motivate children to understand you don't have to be a rapper or athlete to get that level of love, support. You don't have to be a rapper or athlete to get that level of community cachet, if you will. Find something you love that's going to benefit the race and give your whole life to it, and the rest will take care of itself. See, my story, I knew what I would be doing with my life before I left elementary school. In third grade, I wanted to be a psychologist. I knew it by name. In third, at what, 8 years old, I'm already telling people I'm going to be a psychologist. 9 and 10 years old, I was introduced to Black consciousness through Black history class at Meade Elementary School in North Philly. Okay. 6th grade is when I went to my first family reunion and learned I was related to Frederick Douglass. So before I left elementary school, the psychology was there, the consciousness was there, the awareness of my connection to Frederick Douglass was there. The rest was just history. You see, so I didn't come to consciousness because I got locked up, or I came to consciousness because I got disenchanted with white Christianity. I didn't come to consciousness because the white man disinvited me from his table. You understand? A lot of us come to consciousness as a reaction to. We come to consciousness as a reaction to something else. We were unsuccessful selling the dope, or we was unsuccessful, you know, hustling the credit cards, or, you know, we got tired of the religion we was in. I didn't come as a reaction. I'm organic. Black consciousness was in me in elementary school, and I just stayed with it. So when people say I just came into consciousness, I understand it psychologically, but I also embrace the blessing in that I came to consciousness as a 9-year-old, and I'm now in my 40s, and I'm still pushing. It don't stop for me. This is who I am. You know? And then people ask me, well, what do you do when you're not, you know, in the
Dr. Umar?
What do you do? I said, there is no separation. There is no separation. The job don't end. There's no show me the non-conscious Dr. Umar. It ain't no such thing as the non-conscious Dr. Umar. This is me. I'm real. And I would say the reason I get the love that I get is because I'm real. And I would also argue this too, brother. I don't know if it's the degrees or the oratorical skill, you know, the expertise that they're mostly jealous of. I think it's the love of the people. I think it's if you say, what's the main reason they jealous of you? The number one, it's the love of the people. Let me give you an example. 10/10/15, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan had the Million Man March reunion in DC. October 10th, 2015, which is the anniversary date of the hanging of Gabriel Prosser, who led the slave revolt in Richmond, Virginia. He was hanged October 10th. Nat Turner was hanged 11/11. But anyway, I go down there with 2 of my homies. True story. This is when I learned who I was to the people. This is 2015. We get on the mall. I'm just walking, chilling. Next thing you know, can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? Next thing you know, I look up. It's a line of 50 people. Some of the brothers from the Nation of Islam came over. They was like, Doc, we know who you is, bro, but this is the minister's time. You got a whole line out here, brother. This is the minister's event. I said, listen, bro, no disrespect, but I'm for the people. If the people want to take a picture, they going to take a picture. We outside. We on the mall in D.C. Nobody own this. Total respect to Minister Farrakhan. I listened to the speech and everything. But some of them, not all, just a few, took issue with the fact that Umar Johnson had this whole sea of people. I didn't say a word to nobody or nothing. Brother, from the time we got there until the time we left, I took pictures nonstop. Now, most of your other conscious heads were down there. I saw them looking around the trees, hiding, ducking behind the car, trying to see. Listen. Some of them had some people, you know, trying to holler at them, take a picture. Nobody had what I had, brother. Ask anybody who was there. I had a line of 100, then another line of 100, then another line of 100. And I'm looking at all your conscious leaders, right? Looking at me. They're in the cut, just studying me. And you can see it on their face. Like, damn, he the one. You can see it on their face. They just threw the towel in. You're the one. None of them got the love I got. They was all there. None of them nobody had a line of 100 people waiting to take a picture. And when I left that day, that's when I knew I was next up. That's when I knew it. I never experienced that type of love with that intensity. And mind you, everybody's there from all over the country. Everybody's there.
Right.
And everybody wanted a picture with Dr. Umar Johnson. That is one of the most significant dates in my life, 10-10-15, because that is when I was already popular. I was already selling out all the events.
Right.
But to walk in a place unannounced, nobody know you coming, and to get Minister Farrakhan was done his speech. The event was over. Everybody's leaving, and I still got a line of 100 people. And all your conscious heads are still looking, like, look at this guy. Mm. And that's when I knew who I was to Black people. And I don't say that from a place of arrogance. I say it from a place of obligation. Because, see, for me, the more love I get, the more responsibility I have. See, for me, it's not a celebrity thing. And I got to get people to understand that, because, to be honest with you, good brother, the celebrity part takes away from the conscious part. It takes away, because people reduce you to pictures and interviews like rappers and actors. They don't understand that when he get off this Breakfast Club set, he got 25 parents he got to save that day. You understand? After he leave Dallas, Texas, he got to fly back to Wilmington, Delaware, and keep looking at these Black contractors who keep trying to get over on us. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's work. And even with the women I've dated, the women don't get it. They think they're there to be cute. I don't need a woman standing next to me that look good. I'm not no rapper. You're going to be with me. You're going to work your ass off, girl. This ain't no damn, yes, brother. Yes. The women just want to look cute. They don't realize you got to do work here. I don't need nobody to show up with me at events. You know how many women is at my events? What I need you by my side for that? No, I need a worker. And if you're not a worker, whether you're a man or a woman, I can't do nothing with you.
You've said this on numerous occasions, and I really want to go here because our people need to begin to understand this. You talk about how many of us want to fall into the celebrity activism and just take pictures and just be seen on the scene and just get Instagram likes and follows and stuff like this. But when it comes down to the work, people disappear. They scatter like roaches.
Oh, they disappear.
And I really want you to etch into the minds the psychology of that, because you go through this on a day-to-day level. You have people hit you up. Hey, doc, I want to do this. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? I know this person that can do this, that can do that, that can do this. And then when it comes time to actually do the work, they disappear.
Oh my
God. Ain't nowhere to be found.
That has been the story of the renovations of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. That has been the story of the renovations of the Frederick Douglass. You know how many people say, doc, I can help you do this. I'm a licensed electrician. I've had two people actually volunteer and be serious about volunteering when it came to the renovation of the building.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on, wait a minute. Doc, I know you a long time, man. Come on, man.
Two. Yeah, our people don't do work, even in the organizations, brother. They come around for the social events. They love the social events. And by the way, speaking of social events, I want to let all my Texas supporters know that we will be having the first annual FDMG block party on September 11th, 9/11, which is Ethiopian New Year. September 11th, 2021. Come on out, 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. We will be at the school, Wilmington, Delaware, 22 minutes drive from the Philadelphia International Airport. You know, Delaware is Philadelphia's backyard. So come on out. It's going to be food, music, games, giveaways, T-shirts, performers. It's very child-centered. So make sure you bring your children. This is all about the youth. Okay. There will be vendors too, and we'll have that information out soon. But we're doing this to honor the people who stood by us. Even though the schools are not ready yet, we still want to do the block party to honor the people who stood by us. So I'm hoping my Texas family finds a way to get to Wilmington, Delaware on Saturday, September the 11th. But to give you an example, everybody will want to be there and be a part of that. Right. But not everybody want to be at the National Independent Black Parent Association, conference. For example, we started the NIBPA in Baltimore, Maryland in 2015, I think it was. We only have one active chapter that is doing the work. I'm going to say this again. The most important organization for Black parents, we have one active chapter. You know why I'm bringing this up? Because I want you to see, brother, thousands of people will come out to the lectures. but how many wants to help us organize these parents? People are not about the work. They want to be seen. They want to be famous. They want to be a part of something successful, but they don't believe in the mission. And that's why you always hear people say stuff like, Dr. Umar want to do everything by himself. First of all, I have a team. I have teams, different teams, but they stay confidential. And I keep the teams confidential because I want to make sure you're doing this work for the right reason. You understand? I'm testing you. I want to make sure you're here to serve the people, not to serve yourself. Because we live in the area of social media addiction, YouTube obsession. YouTube obsession.
Yeah.
So when you come to me talking about I want to help, how much help you want to give me without being on YouTube and Instagram? That's what I want to know. Right. How much help you want to give without being on YouTube and Instagram? Or you just hanging around Dr. Umar to build up your YouTube platform, and then when you get enough, you disappear like so many people, man. I'm going to tell you this right now. Most people in the conscious community are not serious about doing any real work.
Woo! You gotta break that down.
Most people, it's the conscious community has become a black church. It is a church. The conscious community is a church, and we function just like a church. We go to the events, we go to the lectures, we take the trips, we go to the festivals, and then we go to hell home. Woo! So isn't it ironic that the conscious community partly grew up in response to the black church, right? We said the church ain't doing nothing for the people, so we create the conscious community to do something for the people, and then the conscious community becomes a church too. Man. And all these YouTubians, they ain't nothing but the pastors of the conscious community. They function just like the... Name me a scholar and tell me how he's any different from a pastor. What institution is he building? What system is he erecting? What problem is he attacking outside of YouTube? Nothing. We have our bishops and we have our saints and we are a damn church. The conscious community is a damn church. What institution have we built? What institution is the Black conscious community of America responsible for creating? I'll wait for an answer.
Okay. Let me.
Somebody said I used to facilitate YouTube beef. How can you facilitate YouTube beef without a YouTube page? Help me understand that.
Yeah.
How can you facilitate YouTube beef if you're not on YouTube? But that's just,
I wanted to ask this question. Yeah, gotta make sure the camera's working. But I want to ask this question, brother, because you had me jumping out of my seat. Because on some levels, I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, wow, the so-called conscious community, and I make that distinction because not that conscious is a bad word. It's the name of the program, but that many people came into this for the hype. They came in this for the hustle. They came in this because of the trending. And I would be honest, man, you brought a lot of attention to this. And the way you broke it down, how easy you made it, it almost reminds me of an MJ commercial. Michael Jordan had a commercial back in the days, and he said, man, you didn't see me in the gym. You didn't see the blood. You didn't see the sweat. You saw me hitting shots. You saw me hitting game 6 shots, winning chips. You saw all of that, and that made you want to be this. That made you want to do this. But you didn't understand the work. And I'm just saying, like, the way you broke things down and how, salient and cogent you made points, it made people say, oh, yeah, I'm woke. Let me put on my dashiki. Let me wear my unk. Let me represent. And they didn't understand the work. They didn't understand what it really takes. So, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm just making you aware and others aware of this is real. And you have to be about that life.
You got to be about that life. You got to live it.
Right.
You got to live it, brother. And I tell you, most of our people ain't ready to live it. These conscious people, they fake. Most of them fake. And I can say that because I've been on the stage with most of them. I've been around most of them. Most of them fake. Some of them I grew up loving until I got next to them and said, you really just about money and videos too. You know what I mean? Old ones and young ones. I'm just keeping it. I'm just calling it like it is. I got some old haters. I got some old haters too. Because in me, they see somebody doing more than what they done, and I'm half their age. So they got jealousy too. You know what I mean? I can write, but the autobiography will be coming out. Oh, and I'm naming names in the autobiography.
You name the names. Come on.
Haters.
Come on now.
Remember. W.E.B. Du Bois was old enough to be Marcus Garvey's father.
Thanks.
W.E.B. Du Bois was old enough to be the Honorable Marcus Garvey's father, and he hated Garvey because Garvey had the love of the people in a way Du Bois could never get it. And there's elders out there who ain't got the love of the people. They got it, but they ain't got it the way I got it. Everybody know when Ifa Tunde grabbed that mic, strap your ass in that seat. They know when I get the mic, it's a wrap. I don't care who was on the stage before me. I don't care who was on the stage after me. Once that Leo get that microphone, y'all gonna know who the God of Black consciousness is. Can't nobody do what I do on that mic.
Let me ask you this question. Because I feel like there's somebody out there saying, you know, but isn't it about unity? Isn't it about coming together? Do you feel
it is about unity? But what I'm not going to do, it's not my job to put Band-Aids on your ego scars in order to work with you. I'm not putting Band-Aids on nobody's ego scar. And another thing I'm not going to do, I will not unite with a hater. I will not unite with a hater. Somebody
break that down. That's important right there. That's important because in this conscious community, they always say, hey, unify. We need to be together.
I believe in unity.
Right.
But you can't unify with people who are diametrically opposed to your success. Listen. The saying, when they say keep your enemies close, I understand that in certain respects. But when it comes to Black consciousness, brother, I don't want my enemies anywhere around me. Do you understand me? Yeah. I don't want them nowhere around me. Once I know you a hater, or once I know you cool with a hater, I'm done with you. Because see, here's what a lot of people want to do. They'll say, Dr. Umar, I'm cool with you and I'm cool with him. Then you're not cool with me no more. Well, what do you mean? Why can't I support both of y'all? Because he's not simply someone who disagrees. You can be cool with a brother who disagrees with Dr. Umar. There's no way you can be a Dr. Umar supporter and you cool with a brother who is actively part of a campaign to assassinate my character and destroy my work. How can you serve two masters? How now, if he just disagreed, listen, I disagree with Dr. Umar. I wish him well, but I disagree with certain things. I think it's okay for a brother to get a white wife if that's what he wants. I think it's okay for a Black organization to get some white money from the government if that's what they want. That's okay because it's a disagreement. He's not trying to destroy me. But if you claim to be a supporter of mine and you're friends with people trying to destroy me, then you a phony and an infiltrator. And I'm going to tell you to get the hell away from me. No. Malcolm X was set up by the inner circle. Honorable Marcus Garvey set up by the inner circle. Dr. King set up by the inner circle. Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba. Most of our heroes were murdered by people who they trusted. I'm not going to get caught in that trap. You're going to prove your loyalty to me. I have children to live for. I have a mother to live for, and I got a race to live for. My life ain't cheap. You ain't catching me up in no nonsense over no jealousy. Nah, I don't. You either for me or you not, and I make it that way on purpose. You can't be neutral with Dr. Umar. There's no neutral. You love him or you hate him. When somebody say I'm neutral, you a liar. Ain't no neutral with Dr. Umar. You love him or you hate him. And if you hate me, no problem. Stay the hell away from me. Keep moving. See, here's the contradiction of the haters. If this man is what you claim him to be, why is he the subject of every YouTube video? Listen, there was a live stream yesterday. Yesterday, everybody hitting me up. Some female coon on YouTube did a 2-3 hour seminar bashing me. And she invited all the Umar here. I never saw the sister in my life. Perm, weave, blonde hair. Listen, bro, I can name you 25 YouTube pages. I can name you 25 YouTube pages where I am 90% of the content or more. And you know what's sad? Most of these pages are controlled by men, Black men. You mean to tell me your life is so unfulfilling? You mean to tell me your self-esteem is so low that the only thing you can talk about all day long on YouTube is this one man who you claim is a phony and a fake.
Mm-hmm.
This one man has your life so disorganized that he's the only, bro, I ain't never made no video about another man unless I had to clap back every once in a while.
Right. And I want to ask this question, man, because I think it's important, because people have always wondered why you clap back and why why you respond and all of this. And I've even, back in 2015, brother, I said, Brett, don't even worry about it. Don't speak about it. But I realized and I understand that people are using your name. And I Googled this, and people can check this out. You are not only one of the top entities on YouTube, but in terms of people building their brands and utilizing you for their films, for their interviews, and whatever the case may be, you somewhere in the mix.
Oh, of course. I got 3 texts this week. Let's check this out. I got 3 random text messages this week, right? I was on 3 network shows. This is regular television, regular TV. They took clips of my speeches without my permission and used it on 3 series on network TV. I never heard of none of the series because I don't watch regular TV. I'm too busy, right? But people say, Doc, you need to go on HBO Max and look up this show. They just played a clip of you on the show as part of the episode. Somebody sent me another one. Doc, you was on this show. Doc, you was on this show. So now they're using my content on all these different shows. Yes, without my permission. They're not reaching out to me or nothing like that, brother. So I know I'm part of the conversation. I
wanted to ask this, because I think this
I'm the only scholar who gets views like a rapper on the Breakfast Club. I'm the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
You can put your top rapper on there before me. Bring me after your top rapper. I'm going to kill him on the views because I'm coming with that Garvey truth. When I drop that Garvey grenade, everybody get out the way. When I come with the Garvey grenade, it's over. I don't care who you are, what you teaching, what you represent. It's Garvey all over again, black man. It's Garvey all over again. They couldn't touch this Leo, and they can't touch this Leo. Leo to Leo. Let's ball. Let's ball.
And that bravado right there is important, because I wanted to bring up this as well. A lot of the haters, they mention the school, the donations, the this, the that, the this and that. And just being real.
In other words, the IRS needs them to help them monitor my activity. I want you to think about this now. The IRS needs the YouTubian universe to help them monitor me. Listen to how slick that sounds. How ridiculous that is.
My question is, do you ever sit back and say, damn, why don't they have the same energy for the banks? And this is fact. The banks got money from the federal government. The federal regulators gave them money and allowed them to overdraw their accounts with the federal government. And they said, all we ask that you do is you give your customers and clients that same privilege to be overdrawn. And do you know they didn't give anyone that privilege? They got billions. I'm not talking about 1 billion, 2 billion, to potentially $3 to $4 billion off overdraft fees, and that primarily affects Hispanic and Black people. And I don't see anybody doing videos on that. I don't want to see no more videos on Umar and the little money they talking about.
Right.
What I'm saying is, let's focus on the real issues and the real culprits. So I want to get your thoughts on that, as well as to segue that in the importance of institution building for our most precious resource, and that's our human resource of children.
The issue with the fundraising is that most of your so-called conscious personalities have all had fundraisers. None of them have raised the amount of money we did. And it shouldn't be a problem, because I'm not raising money for a documentary. I'm not raising money to buy a new car. I'm not raising money for my travel expenses. I'm not raising money for my personal library. The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy is for our children. And after I'm long gone and dead, the school will still be serving our children. So why do you have a problem with the brother raising money to build an institution to serve our children, especially when you look at the special education rates for Black children, when you look at the psychiatric medication rates for Black children, when you look at the ADHD diagnoses rates for Black children, you look at the graduation rates for Black children, the test scores for Black children. I mean, only 1 out of every 4 Black boys is graduating in America. 1 out of 4. You got a 25% graduation rate, and you worrying about him? What are you doing? See, when people throw the question to me, brother, I throw it right back. What are you doing to build an institution to serve your people? That's the question I got for any critic I have. Because if you're building something, you can criticize me. But if you're not an institution builder, you can't criticize me. You talking about HVAC like you know it. When you ever been in charge of repairing the HVAC for a commercial building? You notice how everybody's an expert on the renovation of FDMG, but they never renovated anything. They can break it all down. You see? And I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. I be laughing sometimes because it's funny, but it's sickening at the same time. You got 25 to 50 people who are experts on how to build a school, but they haven't built one. What is the best way to prove Dr. Umar doesn't know what he's doing? Build a school and show it. None of them have a school. You got one coon up in New York talking about he got a school. It's an after-school program, brother. That ain't no damn school. You ain't licensed by the state of New York to be graduating children. You're a liar. You got an after-school club. I'm not knocking you. You serving the kids. I salute you. But it's not a school. But he going around acting like he got a school, and everybody's saying he got a school. It is not a school. It's a club. It's a program. That's not no damn school. You see? But I don't mind it, though, because the hate makes me work harder. The hate motivates me. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest with you. The more hate I get, the sharper I become. You know what I mean? The hate is sharper than the Ogun sword.
You're using it as fuel.
I'm using it as fuel, so they wouldn't keep hating, just keep away. They didn't threw everything at me, bro. It's nothing they ain't accused me of. Nothing under the sun. And I'm still here. Because I believe my mission comes from above. I literally believe that. I don't think it's a coincidence I related to Frederick Douglass. It ain't a coincidence I'm born in the anniversary of the Haitian Revolution and the Nat Turner War. It ain't a coincidence I'm born a couple days after Marcus Garvey. None of these are coincidences. I'm here to do the work.
And what is the work, brother? What is the work?
The work is the liberation of African people by any means necessary. And my particular contribution will be in the field of education and mental health.
And these are critical areas due to all of the denigration and the pathology that's happened to particularly Black children. Our ancestor, Dr. Amos Wilson, I always love to bring him into the equation.
The greatest Black scholar of the second half of the 20th century, hands down, Dr. Amos Wilson. Can't nobody touch him.
Can't nobody touch him. He talked about awakening the genius of Black children. And I think that's what your work is doing. And I've seen it first and foremost. I'm not, you know, we know each other in real life. So it's like, I've seen you work with children. I've seen you have those parent conferences. I've had women tell me, I brought my son. I learned things from him. Now I know how to deal with my school. And one of the things that our people don't know, because they're not getting enough information, is schools are more segregated now than they were in 1964.
Absolutely.
And the Voting Rights Act just on Friday, while Black folk was celebrating, getting ready for 4th of July, the Voting Rights Act has been gutted by the Supreme Court. The majority of conservatives have gutted it due to the Arizona laws and other laws that have been restrictive on Black people to stop us from exercising our rights that were given to us by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And they have been totally decimated and destroyed. And many of our people don't know this because we're so busy looking at, YouTube and trying to find, Leon Honor and all these others that are hating. Rather than understanding, why you didn't mention that brother's name, but I just put it out there.
Don't mention their names. Don't even give them that credit. That's what they want.
Right.
That's what they want.
Right. So I just want you to talk about your work awakening Black children and how specifically.
Well, here's the thing. I have something I call the prophecies of Ifatunde, where I predict upcoming political phenomena. I haven't been wrong with none of them yet in 20 years.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Break it down. You got to break that down.
I'll give you one right off the top.
It's happened.
I'll give you one right off the top. 2000 I started doing a free lecture series at the African American Museum in Philadelphia. I predicted that homosexuality will be taught in public school to children. It will be openly advocated. They called me an alarmist and an exaggerator. That was in 2005. Barack Obama takes office 4 years later in 2009. And what I predicted in 2005 came true in 2009. And look what's happening right now. They are teaching preschool kids about same-sex relationships. In Chicago, some of the schools are teaching the kids how to use anal condoms. Anal condoms. I received the communication the other day. There's a school, I forget what state it's in. They're teaching the kids about masturbation.
That's right.
As a form of safe sex. Now, here's the question. These are prepubescent babies. Prepubescent. You know what that means? That means the body has not yet undergone the necessary changes that allows one to engage in sexual behavior with the objective of repopulation. The urge to have sex is a biological call from Mother Nature to reproduce yourself as a means of safeguarding the survival of your species. Prepubescent children have not yet received the call from Mother Nature to reproduce themselves. So there's no sexual urges in a 3-year-old. There's no sexual urges in a 5-year-old. There's no sexual urges in a 9-year-old. So why are you teaching 3, 5, 7, and 9-year-old children about sex at all? Same sex or heterosexuality? Because you want to indoctrinate them at such a young age. So by the time they go through puberty and start being sexually attracted to the opposite sex, you would have already confused them so much that that sexual attraction is now being redirected back dysfunctionally to their own gender. This is social engineering for population control. If you go back to my 2010 lectures, if you go back to my 2010, 2012 lectures, I spent a lot of time on the LGBT movement. A lot of people dismissed it. 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right before I blew, I talked about this. And look at it. It's all here now a decade later. The seeds that I planted have been proven to be true 10 years. Everybody's tech. Dr. Umar, I just saw a lecture. You predicted this at your Black and Nobel lecture in 2009. And it's happening right now. You predicted it. I ain't been wrong yet, man. Because listen, racism is a science. Science operates according to defined laws. Any science can be predicted because it operates according to very disciplined law. So if you understand the law of racism, you automatically know what racism is going to do. It's like understanding the universe. If you understand the science of the universe, you know the trajectory of Pluto. You know the trajectory of Mercury. You know the next eclipse. You know the next full moon. You know the summer solstice. You can predict it because any science can be laid down to a set of laws. So I knew they was going to come with the LGBTQ. But here's the kicker. While they're indoctrinating our children with same-sex ideology, they're passing laws to make it illegal to teach about slavery. And Texas is the leader. Texas is the leader. Texas is the leader. They're taking out from the history books in the Texas state curriculum the teaching of slavery. And they're referring to Africans as immigrants and indentured servants. But that's not the only thing they're doing. Not only are they taking out the teaching of slavery, they're also preventing the teaching of racism. And right now in Congress, they are in discussion to make it illegal in the United States of America to teach public and charter school children about white supremacy. You cannot teach about racism. You cannot teach about slavery, but you can teach about same-sex and LBGTism.
Wow. You are saying,
and they wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
They wonder why I'm building the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy is about the survival of the race, because it is about the reclamation of the consciousness of Black children. If we lose the minds of our babies, we're done as a people. We cannot lose the mind. If you can convince the Black boy that he'd be better off with a white girl or another Black man, we're done. If you convince the Black girl that she's better off with a white man or another Black girl, we're done. This is not about same-sex freedom. This is about the extermination of an unwanted people.
You know, you and I got to give you your kudos, because many people did not look at this. And I remember back in 2012, 2011, and definitely in 2015, you were talking about this openly. The geneticist that many of us learn about in school and teachers teach about, James Watson, co-discoverer of DNA's double helix structure, believed in scientific racism. He voiced racist beliefs. He talked about the differences in intelligence were racially based. And he talked about Blacks being actually of a lower order. And there were numerous others, from Hegel to Darwin, and all of this madness that we're seeing. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because many of our people don't understand and don't realize that much of what we're seeing even today is still based on those myths, based on that scientific racism, based on that madness. So when I see people say, oh, he ain't no psychologist because he don't talk like such and such, or he don't do like this and that, but you have to understand the system that they came in.
And then they'll say that, right? They'll say that, and Friday night they on my phone begging me for a call back about their child. Brother, here's my problem with my haters. Let's go back 10, 20 years ago. Remember when you was growing up as a child, teenager, if somebody didn't like you, you knew it and they stayed away from you. Remember that?
Facts.
There used to be a code for the haters. If you didn't like somebody, you didn't act like you did, and you stayed away.
Facts.
I need that code to return, brother. Because let me tell you what these Negroes will do. They did it to me in Houston last time I was in Houston, 3.5 years ago. Kwanzaa 2017, sold out event. I had a hater come to the Houston event, took a picture with me, got a book signed, took a picture, had a conversation, went home, jumped on Facebook and started hating on me. Yeah, I was there with him. I took a picture, you know what I mean? I wasn't impressed, And the brother was kissing my backside in front of my face, but couldn't wait to get back home and try to act like, you know, he pulled up with some gangsterism. Nah, Negro, you ain't come that way because you would have got smacked down. I don't play them games. None of these haters come to my face with that. None of them. They talk all that YouTube. When I see him, I'm going to get him. When I see him, Negro, my schedule is public, bro. I'm everywhere. I walk the street solo, dolo. Ain't no army with me. Why you ain't tried me yet? Because you know I smack the piss out you come in my face the wrong way. I'm not playing with these coons. They coon on YouTube. Coon in my face one time and see what you're going to get. I wish one of them would try me. I wish one. They ain't tried me in 20 years and they ain't going to try me because I'm not for them games, man.
Let me ask
my
you
point is, they will hate and then call me about their children. Wait a minute. You said I'm not a psychologist. So if I'm not a psychologist, why are you calling me to help you save your baby? Look at, there's so much hypocrisy amongst the American Negro, brother. It's ridiculous. That's why I had to put the Book of Negroes together. That's why we got the Book of Negro. We got a book of haters. They will not be allowed at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. They better not show up at the boot camp. Excuse me. They better not show up at the block party because you'll be thrown out. We're not playing them games. If you don't like me, you have a right not to like me, but you are not going to hate behind my back and smile in my face. Welcome to the Book of Negroes.
The reason why I want to bring that up is to crystallize in the minds of our people is that we have a fractured consciousness, and we have been told a lot of mis and disinformation. So we perceive those who have wisdom and knowledge as someone in a three-piece suit that doesn't raise their voice, that says everything that we want to hear. And ultimately, if we judge it based on the merit, based on what the actual information results and creates. It's nothing but deception and lies. Because even as the good book says, the shepherd will die for the sheep and will do the things that the Highlander won't do. And I think it's important for us to take this moment to break this down, because as you went around the entire world, for that matter, talking about Pan-Africanism, talking about the social structures that exist, talking about the geopolitical dynamics that exist, you have been at the forefront and definitely one of the brothers who has talked about things that most people have shied away from. And you've said it in a way in which most don't have the courage nor the tact and articulation to express. And I think that's important, because people are always going to say, oh, see, I don't like how he said it. Oh, no, I wouldn't have done it that way. No, you wouldn't do it at all.
But you know what the issue is, right? The issue is I am the only, and I have to say mainstream, because even though I'm king of Black consciousness, because of the popularity, I am mainstream. You understand?
Right.
I'm the only scholar, notable scholar, public scholar in this country, Black, who holds our people to a standard of behavior. Nobody else holds our people to a standard of behavior. In other words, I'm the only scholar that I know of. If you know of another one, give me his name or her name, who says a Black man has no business dating anything other than a Black woman. I don't know of another Black scholar. I ain't say YouTubian. They are not scholars. Real scholars with real doctorate degrees. I'm the only one I know. Even if you want to throw in the conscious ones in there. Who out here saying Black men need to be with a Black woman and nobody else? They all make a little bit of room for you to go and get that snow bunny. They all make, don't you see? They all make a little bit of room. Dr. Umar is the only one, conscious community or mainstream scholar, who is holding Black men and women to a standard of behavior. I'm the only one who tell Black women, you ain't got no business with no weave or no perm in your damn head. I'm the only one. And you know why they piss, Black men? You know why they piss? They want to know how this man who tells Black women to cut the weave and perm out, this man who tells the Black man he should not be with the white woman and nobody else, how in the hell can he be the most popular scholar in the world with the type of views that he got? I didn't change the damn game. I didn't change. The most controversial scholar is the most popular scholar. The most controversial scholar got 1 million views on the Breakfast Club in 12 hours. The rappers don't even do them numbers, bruh. So they say, how do we stop him? He don't work for the white man. You can't stop me. I don't work for the white man. See, they're always looking, how can we get him? Who can we get him? Bro, I'm not no Mason. I'm not a homosexual. I don't belong to no secret societies. I'm not in no fraternities. I don't belong to no church, no mosque. There's nobody you gonna call who gonna pick up the phone and call me and say, bro, we need you to stop talking about the LGBTQ. Stop telling Black men they can't date out the race. Stop talking about the perms, man. You know, just calm down with the Black women and the blonde hair, brother, you know. Nah, bro, can't nobody call this phone and tell me shit. I run this life. I run this movement. I ain't following nobody. But yet, with my so-called controversial views, I'm a must-see ticket.
Wow.
I'm must-see. I am must-see TV. If I'm in London, I must see. If I'm in China, I must see. If I'm in Canada, I must see. If I'm in Jamaica, I must see. If I'm in Texas, I must see. How the hell is he number one with the views that he got? Because the ancestors put me here. Deal with it.
Now, let me ask you this, for those brothers and sisters out there that say, well, you know, what about the Native Americans? What about the Indians?
I wish them all well. But my priority is African liberation.
Facts.
Native Americans, I wish you well. Latinos, I wish you well. Chinese, Arabs, East Indians, I wish you well. But my priority is African people. Once we fix our situation, then we can go help somebody else. But I'm not holding hands with nobody, because there's not a race of people who have ever come to this country that have helped Black folks. If you can name one, tell me who. Who has ever come here to help us? Have the Chinese ever have a movement to support Black folks? Have the European Jews ever had a movement to support Black folks? Have the Latinos ever had a movement to support Black folks? Have the Arabs ever had a movement to support Black folks? Has the LBGTQ ever had a movement to support black folks? Has the white feminists ever had a movement to support black folks? Hell no. Ain't nobody ever supported us. So don't be telling me I got to be no multiculturalist. I ain't no damn multiculturalist. I'm a Pan-Africanist.
I want to ask this as a Pan-Africanist, when you see over 6 million teens aged 12 to 17 have taken either prescription painkillers or prescription stimulants in their life, and the average age of a first-time user is 13 years of age or 13 years old, with 1 in 5 teens before 14 taking some form of prescription drug. And we're seeing even more with the pandemic and the post-pandemic experience. More young people and even more adults are being affected by anxiety, by depression, and by a lot more stress of wondering and dealing with some of the things that have happened courtesy of COVID-19 and the loss and the struggle and the strain and suffering that's happened as well. From your clinical perspective, what would you say that would help us begin to not only deal with these things in a way in which will help us cope, but we can begin to better understand? Because I'm not saying that I'm anti-pill. Maybe some people might need that, but I think that
I'm
skills.
anti-pill,
Thank
except for 3 purposes: suicidal thinking, homicidal thinking, and psychotic conditions. If a child is not homicidal, suicidal, or psychotic, I can't think of a reason why the hell they need some medicine for brain problems. You understand me? You
Gotcha.
got millions of autistic children taking drugs. But here's the question. Autism doesn't have a cure. Autism doesn't have a cure. So if autism doesn't have a cure, why are so many autistic children taking drugs? You know why? Because teachers don't want to deal with the misbehavior that comes from the frustration an autistic child suffers from not being able to communicate verbally or non-verbally as well as other children. Do you feel me?
Yeah.
So the teacher says, I need him on some medication because I can't deal with the anger or the mood swing. Here's the essential problem Dr. Umar has with the childhood psychiatric drug movement. The essential issue that I have with the childhood psychiatric drug movement is that children are not self-referring for medication. In other words, if you want some meds, my brother, if they give you some Ritalin, if that Ritalin leads to problems with you thinking or sleeping or eating, you stop taking it because you are an adult.
Perhaps.
But if you give it to an 8-year-old, he has no authority over his life to stop taking the pill. He will continue to take the pill because the adults in his life gave him the pill. And they didn't give him the pill because he wanted the pill. They gave him the pill because they wanted him to have the pill to make their life easier. Let me say this again. The childhood psychiatric drugging of Black children, in my opinion, is a human rights abuse because you have adults forcing medication on children. You have adults forcing medication on children that the children don't need and did not ask for because the adults don't want to be bothered. And let me also say this. The opioid crisis in America. The opioid crisis in America is a direct result of the ADHD crisis in America. These 22-year-old kids and 23-year-old kids who out here killing themselves with opioid abuse, how did they get introduced to medication in the first place? You know how they got introduced? In grade school with Ritalin, in grade school with Adderall, in grade school with Concerta, in grade school with Metadate, in grade school with Prozac, in grade school with Zoloft, in grade school with Risperdal. And they were taking those drugs from 5th grade through 8th grade, from 8th grade through 12th grade, and they got so used to getting high, and then they developed a biological addiction to the drug that when they graduated high school, and mommy and daddy's insurance no longer supported the Ritalin and Zoloft prescription, they went to the street dealer. They went to the street dealer to get crack and amphetamines and opioids to feed the addiction that started in middle school with the ADHD drugs, brother. The media, if you notice, when the media talks about the opioid crisis, the media is not tying the opioid crisis of today to the ADHD crisis of yesterday. The opioid crisis is the other side. It's the other side of the ADHD crisis. But the media won't say that because the drug companies pay them not to. We have been had, hoodwinked, bamboozled, run amok, and led astray.
Wow. I have to ask this question about the
Let me say this, brother said, before you ask that question.
Go ahead, brother.
Let me let the listeners know that if you want to support the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, and thank you, the Cash App was already up there, but it's $FDMG School. I repeat, $FDMG School on your Cash App. Please donate. We don't have only one school. We got two schools. We don't have only two schools. We got 4 buildings. And when we're done the renovations of FDMG, brother said, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy will be the largest independent Black school in America. Maybe not ever, but definitely right now. There's no other independent Black school, not charter. I said truly independent. No money from white sources of government. Truly independent. We are truly independent. No money from white sources of government. No other independent school has 2 school buildings. No other independent school has 2 gyms. No other independent school has the whole block to themselves. So once we're done, we will be the largest independent school in the country. We're already the first independent school to be financed by African people from every continent. The only other person who may have opened a school that was funded by African people from every continent, you got to go back 100 years to the most honorable Marcus Garvey himself. So we made history in the school not even open yet. But let me say this. In addition to donating on the Cash App, $FDMG School, they can also donate on the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. I repeat, PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. And if you want to mail in your donation, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. You can also go to drumarjohnson.com and sign up for the Loyal Donors Club. Loyal donors are those who are committed enough to make an automatic monthly contribution to the school, automatic deduction. $50 is Bronze Club, $100 is Silver Club, $250 is Gold Club, $500 is Platinum Club, and $1,000 is Diamond Club. So if you want to join Loyal Donors, please go to my website and do that. But we are in the brink of making history. My goal, brother said, is to have the Marcus Garvey building done by Kwanzaa. I want to have a grand opening for Kwanzaa with a Kwanzaa conference. So all 10 classrooms will have different scholars in there teaching. A week-long celebration to honor the fact that Black people have built an independent school for their children, and they didn't ask a penny from the government or any other white donor. And let me say this, just to give them the schedule. So Dr. Umar will be in Houston, Texas this Saturday at the Shrine of the Black Madonna. I repeat, Dr. Umar will be in Houston, Texas this Saturday, Shrine of the Black Madonna, July 10th, 2 to 8, free event, bring the children. I will be releasing a new book, Black Parent Advocate, The Art of War for Dealing with America's Public and Charter Schools. It is the first encyclopedia for Black parents that teaches them how to respond to the school system whenever the school is trying to take advantage of their child. What do you do, brother said, if they say we want to test them for ADHD? What do you do, brother said, if they say we think your son is autistic? What do you do if they say we want to expel your child? What do you do if they say he didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance? What do you do if they say he's having behavior problems? I tell you exactly how to address those problems. That's the first half of the book, sample letters that parents can use to address the schools. And the second half of the book, brother said, is I teach them how to read and understand some of the most prevalent documents that they're likely to see from the school. So I teach them how to read and understand the psychological evaluation report. I teach them how to read and understand the IEP. I teach them how to read and understand the behavior plan. I teach them how to read and understand the pre-referral intervention plan. There's a whole chapter on homeschooling your child. There's a whole chapter on how to deal with behavior without medication. There's another whole chapter on how to conduct yourself at a meeting as a Black parent. So the Black Parent Advocate book, 550 pages. 550 pages of power that every Black parent in Texas needs. Come and get your book in Houston, Saturday from 2 to 8, Shrine of the Black Madonna. Come and get your book in Dallas, Texas, Sunday, July 11th, 2 to 8, Aldi's Afribian Restaurant, 7879 Spring Valley Road. Both events are free. And then, Brother Said, I'm off to Miami, Saturday, July 24th, Miami, Florida. Sunday, July 25th, Austin, Texas. And then I'm in Kenosha, Wisconsin, at the request of Brother Jacob Blake, who was shot in the back and paralyzed by the police last year, August 23rd of 2020. His father requested that I come to Kenosha and stand in solidarity with him and his son during the march and protest, which will be on my solar return, which is the 190th anniversary of the Nat Turner War, and it is the anniversary of the Haitian Revolution, and it is the anniversary of the George Jackson War against mass incarceration. So as you know, I'm usually in Nat Turner Land, Virginia, August 21st. That's where I've been the last 10 years. But this Nat Turner year, I won't be in Nat Turner Land. I'm bringing the Nat Turner Army with me to Kenosha, Wisconsin, and we're going to stand in solidarity with Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and we're going to bring in the Nat Turner anniversary in Kenosha on Saturday, August the 21st. August 14th, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky to keynote the Honorable Marcus Garvey birthday. August 15th, I am in Macon, Georgia to keynote the Honorable Marcus Garvey birthday. And I might be in Denver, Colorado on Friday the 13th. And I'm going to play Jason for Marcus Garvey birthday celebration. And then we go back to the United States Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Croix. My Rastafari brothers and sisters have invited me to St. Croix to celebrate the 84th anniversary of the Ethiopian World Federation, the organization that was founded when His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie in the Kingdom of Ethiopia was suddenly and forcibly invaded by Mussolini and the Italians. The EWF was formed because Africans in America and across the world wanted to go to Ethiopia and fight to protect our only sovereign government that had never been conquered by the white man. And so the EWF was created as a reaction to Mussolini's invasion, and we will be celebrating 84 years of the EWF, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Tim Duncan, get out the way because the island is mine on August the 28th.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism coming in, doing your thing. I just want to illustrate this point. The pharmaceuticals do not want you to do all the things that you just mentioned.
I think the pharmaceuticals are the reason I received a letter from the Attorney General of Pennsylvania a couple months ago. When my book first released, the new book, Chicago, 10-year anniversary, September 18th, 2020, I got a letter in the mail as soon as I advertised the book from the Attorney General that said, if you do not stop engaging in bigoted speech, we're going to strip you of your credentials.
What?
Brother said, is it a coincidence that the same week I start advertising the new book, teaching parents how to fight back against the pharmaceuticals, fight back against the psychiatrists, fight back against the psychological evaluation, fight back against the school system, the same week I advertise my new book, I get a threat from the Attorney General of Pennsylvania.
What?
You know, yes, brother said. And you know what I think that means? I think that means that Dr. Umar's message has traveled so far and wide that the drug companies are beginning to see an impact on their sales. Don't get me wrong. They still making billions, but you know, to $1 billion company, a loss of 1%, could be $250,000 in revenue. You understand? So I believe that my work is more effective than I could ever understand because I don't get the statistics that the drug companies get. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't get the statistics that the American Psychiatric Association get. I don't get the statistics that the American Psychological Association gets. So my work is probably more powerful than I even knew, because why am I being threatened? by the Attorney General with my credentials being taken away if I don't stop engaging in bigoted speech. But here's the thing, but brother said, they never gave me an example of what the bigoted speech was. They never state what exactly was bigoted speech. What did I say that was so bigoted that you had to threaten me? But I'm not worrying about the Attorney General, because 100 years ago, an Attorney General told Marcus Garvey that if he don't stop, they're going to deport him from America, but he didn't stop. If the Attorney General couldn't stop Garvey, the Attorney General can't stop the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Let's ball. Let's ball.
I love it, man. I love it. And you are paternal ancestor, folk of Frederick.
And let me break that down.
Yes, please.
Let me break it down, because you're talking about the great one. You're talking about the great one, Frederick Douglass. I'm a little crooked. All right. I keep them up here with my altar, Freddie and Marcus, because those are the two spirit guides of the political work that I do. And I got others. Can't go nowhere without Queen Mother Harriet. I got Booker T. I got all kind of people. But let me say this. How am I related to Frederick Douglass? Frederick Douglass was born in February of 1818. His mother, my Aunt Harriet, was raped by the slave master. His father was a white man. My 4 times great-grandfather, a man by the name of Stephen Henry Bailey. And let me tell you who Stephen is. If you've ever read Frederick Douglass's first autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, he talks about growing up on Tuckahoe Creek with cousin Stephen. Cousin Stephen was born June of 1819. They're 1 year apart. His mother, my grandmother, young Betsy Bailey, was also raped by the slave master. We cannot prove it, but the rumor was the slave master raped both sisters, which was common in slavery. They raped all the women, right? So these cousins, Frederick and Stephen, whose mothers are sisters, are quite possibly brothers because the slave master is their dad. Do you follow me so far?
Got you.
So my grandfather Stephen and Frederick are first cousins, and they remain close their entire life. When my grandfather Stephen and my grandmother Caroline celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary, 50th, Frederick Douglass gave them a Bible as a gift with all the names of their children inside. So Stephen and Fred were tight throughout life. Now, some people always ask me, you say you're a kinsman. Yes, I am not a descendant. I've never claimed to be descendant. I have more speeches on YouTube than any scholar alive. Find one time where I call Frederick Douglass my grandfather. Find one time where I say I was a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Find one time where I claim to have descended from Frederick Douglass. I want to clarify this.
Yeah.
Because they say he says he was a descendant. Why can't you find the soundbite, brother? I got thousands of videos in the internet world. You can't find one where I called Frederick Douglass my grandfather. You can't find one where I said I was a descendant of Frederick Douglass. So I used to say Uncle Fred. Now I only say Cousin Fred. Why do I say Cousin Fred, and why did I stop saying Uncle Fred? Well, we already know why Cousin Fred, because I'm a descendant of Frederick's cousin, right? Yeah. Stephen Bailey, my 4 times great-grandfather. I used to say uncle because there were 3 pieces of information that clearly communicated to me that Frederick and Stephen knew that they were brothers, not just cousins. These are the 3 pieces of information. Number 1, the rumor on the plantation that the slave master raped Aunt Harriet and Grandma Betsy. Remember now, the slave master didn't keep a record of who he raped. So you're not going to find no documentation that says, this is my son and this is my son, because we were not even considered people. You understand?
Facts.
So you're not going to find nothing on paper that says Frederick and Stephen are brothers, but the word has always been the slave master raped Harriet and Betsy, which automatically makes Stephen and Frederick brothers. You following me?
I'm with you.
That's information number one. Information number two, my 3 times great-grandfather, George Washington Bailey, born November 14th, 1841, 10 years after the Nat Turner War. He's the first Black public school teacher in Denton, Maryland. He writes a letter. He writes a letter to the slave master's family where he calls his father, Stephen Henry Bailey, the cousin of Fred. He calls his father, my 4 times great-grandfather, Frederick's brother.
He says
why would it's in the family, it's in the family book, brother. It's in the book. This is documented. Why would the son of Stephen call his father Frederick's brother if he was not Frederick's brother?
Right.
Third piece of information. When my 4 times great-grandfather, Stephen Henry Bailey, who was a member of the United States Colored Troops of Maryland in the Civil War, he was in the 19th Regiment. Do you know what that means? That means he was there when Robert E. Lee surrendered after Appomattox.
Appomattox.
He was also in Texas with General Granger on June 19th, 1865. Yes. Regiment 19 was with Granger for Juneteenth. My grandfather was there for Juneteenth. Yes. And guess what? When he died in Denton, Maryland, 1894, Frederick dies in 1895. My grandfather was born a year after and died a year earlier. Guess what the obituary in the newspaper called Stephen Henry Bailey? Brother of Frederick Douglass dies.
No cap, no cap, no cap.
You can look it up, brother. It's online. It's online. They didn't say cousin of Frederick Douglass dies. They said brother of Frederick. So the newspaper called him brother. His son called him brother. And on a slave plantation, it was always rumored that the master was their daddy. So for me, brother said, coming from an African tradition of oral record, I have no doubt that they were cousins and brothers. But because of the hatred, brother said, because of the hate, I don't say Uncle Fred anymore. I say cousin. You know why? Because it doesn't matter to me if he an uncle or a cousin. The bottom line is he's a descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey, and I'm a descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey. So cut the cake however you want to cut the cake, but the same DNA in me is the same DNA in him. Eat that, haters.
You making these haters sick, man. Come on, man. You making them sick,
Eat
bro.
that, haters.
Man, you know, and I have to ask this because we've seen so many people put out Frederick Douglass, you know, what is the 4th of July to a slave? Enslaved, that's what I prefer to call.
Probably the greatest revolutionary speech
break that down
ever given on American soil. He gave the speech tomorrow, July 5th, not 4th.
That's right.
So it was a day after, right?
Right.
And it was the white folks of Rochester, New York, who invited him in to celebrate. I want you to look at how radical Frederick was. The white folks are inviting you to honor the country. They want you to give a positive speech about the independence of the United States away from Britain. And instead of doing that, this brother walks into an audience full of white folks and condemns the most powerful government in the world. He said the 4th of July is nothing to the slave but a reminder of what race of savages you are. Could you imagine saying that to white folks' face in 1852? 1852, brother said. See, when the Honorable Marcus Garvey named his Black Star Line steamship, the first ship, the first Black Star liner, was named the SS Frederick Douglass?
Mm.
Why didn't he name it the SS Toussaint L'Ouverture or the SS Booker T or the SS Harriet Tubman? We have so many heroes. Marcus Garvey named the first Black Star liner the SS Frederick Douglass because even Garvey knew that had it not been for Fred, he wasn't alone, just like King wasn't alone. But had it not been for Fred, the progress we made from 65 until 1916 when Garvey showed up, we would have never made it.
Mm.
Garvey knew Frederick's connect. Not only that, even though Garvey was a Pan-Africanist and Frederick was a radical integrationist, there would have been no Garvey without Fred. You know why? Marcus Garvey's mentor in Jamaica was a brother by the name of Robert E. Love, I believe, if I'm not making the name wrong, from the Bahamas. He becomes Garvey's mentor, one of the earliest ones to teach Garvey Pan-Africanism.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? He fell into some trouble that Frederick Douglass got him out of.
Wow.
If Frederick Douglass doesn't get Robert Love out the trouble, brother said, he never gets the Garvey. Garvey may have never become the Pan-Africanist he was. There would have been no Marcus Garvey without Frederick Douglass. And these Negroes keep saying, why is he naming the school Frederick Douglass? And why is he naming the school after the greatest revolutionary integrationists? And then you have the greatest revolutionary Pan-Africanists. Because if it wasn't for Fred, there would have been no Marcus. And Marcus knew that. That's why he named the first ship the SS Frederick Douglass. See, Marcus Garveyism and Frederick Douglassism will be taught as classes at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey. Every child who graduates will be a Marcus Garvey scholar, a Frederick Douglass scholar. They'll be quoting speeches, quoting dates, quoting the timeline, brother. We not playing. They will be studying the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey in the 3rd grade. They will be reading What to the Negro is the 4th of July in the 3rd grade. We talk about intellectual insurrection. So when a hate brother said, I laugh because they don't know what we're about to do. We about to change forever the trajectory of education for Black children. You know what it reminds me of? You ever saw Shaka Zulu?
Absolutely.
Remember Shaka showed up on his father and kicked the door in?
Absolutely.
And he said, no, father, nothing will ever be like it was again.
Hey, man, you changing the game. I have to ask this question. What about if a student says, well, you know, Baba Doc Johnson, Frederick Douglass had a white wife. And that's what they always will say, you know.
Yes.
And how will you explain that to them?
Real simple. First of all, I'm going to make them recant that and pay respects first to Queen Mother Anna Douglass, because the woman who helped him escape from slavery to freedom, the woman who sewn the sailor's outfit that he wore, the woman who came up with the idea of the fake freedom paper was a blue, black, purple, broad-nosed, big lip, chocolate, natural head, Black woman. That's number one. That's number one. Let's get back to that. You don't skip over no queen for no devil. You don't skip over no queen. Anna Douglass stood by his side for 50 years, brother said. 50 years. She's the reason he got a chance to be what he was. She held down the children. She held down the Underground Railroad meetings. She was the one hiding the runaway slaves when he was off giving speeches and writing the newspaper. Anna Murray Douglass has not been given her proper place in Black history. Shame on Black women and shame on Black men. Because whenever we talk about Frederick Douglass, we never big up the Queen Mother who stood him up. We never big up the Queen Mother who had his back. We never big up the Queen Mother who took care of his business when he wasn't able to. We put 50 years of a Black queen to the side for about 10 years of an old, ugly white woman. Shame on us. Frederick Douglass married her when he was about 10 years from the grave. He was an old man when he married her. Was it right? Hell no, it was wrong. He should have never done that, but he did it. And so we have to have a conversation on contradictions. You understand?
Yes.
There are always contradictions in the liberation struggle because we are human beings. You understand?
Facts.
Dr.
Facts.
Umar Johnson isn't married yet. Some people would consider that a contradiction. So be it. Have the conversation. But that don't take away the millions I didn't save from the school system. If you want to talk about Frederick Douglass with the white woman, I will applaud you. He was wrong. He shouldn't have done it. Does that take away the fact that this is the black man who single-handedly destroyed the myth of African racial intellectual inferiority when he dropped Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, the first narrative where the slave names himself, his family, and his master? Does that take away the fact that he bombshelled the U.S. government on July 5th, 1852 with the "What to the Negro is the 4th of July" speech? Does that take away the fact that he gave two of his sons, Lewis and Charles, to the 54th Massachusetts Colored Regiment? He was willing to lose his two oldest sons for the liberation of black folks. Does it take away the fact that he was in London, England? White folks begged him not to come back to America. They said, Fred, stay here. You're a fugitive slave. They will kill you or send you back to your master. And he said, until my people are free, I'm not free. I must go back. Can't nobody tell me nothing about Frederick Douglass. Not a Negro who has ever criticized Frederick Douglass have done an ounce of what he's done. You ain't did an ounce of what Frederick Douglass did. Frederick Douglass, who went to Haiti as a U.S. ambassador and quit because the U.S. wanted to use Frederick Douglass to try to set Haiti up for a takeover. He said, I will not do it. And the Haitian government respected Frederick Douglass so much that they asked him to represent the country of Haiti at the World's Fair in Chicago. Can't nobody tell me nothing about Frederick Douglass. If you want to talk about the contradiction of the white woman, let's talk about it. But you better first give your flowers to Queen Mother Anna Douglass, because you will not skate past the queen for the devil. And that's facts.
Thank you for breaking that down. And I just wanted to break this down because I think it's so important what you just said, and it's so pivotal for people to understand, is that we don't have to act like we are walking on water when dealing with our leaders. And we have
There's not a leader ever who didn't have a contradiction.
Thank you.
Malcolm had a contradiction. King had a contradiction. Elijah Muhammad had contradiction. You know why we got we are humans. Humans make mistakes. There will always be contradictions. The problem with the Negro, because of our self-hate, we need our leaders to be perfect. And because we need our leaders to be perfect, we'll never have any real ones. Let me say it one more time.
Say that again.
Let me say it one more time. Black people are the only people in the world who need their leaders to be perfect. And because we need them to be perfect, we will never have any.
Why do you think we need them to be perfect? Is it
because we need to be able to tear them down when we decide that we don't want to follow them no more? Listen, the hate that I get, brother said, is because I'm holding our people to a behavioral standard. I'm the only scholar who holds our people to a behavioral standard. Black people do not respect internal racial authority. Black people do not respect internal racial responsibility. Black people do not want internal racial accountability. Do you realize we're the only people in America, brother said, who have never used our money since Dr. King's murder? In the modern era, we have never used our money to bring about liberation. We will march, we will pray, we will protest, but we will never use our money in an organized fashion to bring about liberation. That is the contradiction of Black America. That is the contradiction of the conscious community. We want to talk about documentaries and books and festivals and debates and change my name and go to Africa, lock my hair, get a green smoothie, burn some incense. But when is your ass going to take your money, put it in a pot so we can build that first Black hospital of the 21st century, that first Black supermarket of the 21st century, that first Black distribution network of the 21st century, that first Black manufacturing plant of the 21st century? Brother said, for all the consciousness we got, there's no Black Wall Street in America. There's nowhere you can go in this country and find a Black school that we owned, unfinanced by whites, a Black bank that we own, unfinanced by whites, a Black hospital that we own, unfinanced by whites, a Black manufacturing sector where we employ Black people, unfinanced by whites. But I could show you a Chinatown in every major city. I could show you a Little Italy in every major city. I could show you a Jewish community in every major city. I could show you Little Mexico. I can show you little Saudi Arabia. I can even show you little Vietnam. I can show you little Puerto Rico, but I can't show your ass little Africa nowhere in 50 United States because we are a contradiction.
Man, we are a contradiction. That is
We
powerful.
are a contradiction.
Man, that is powerful. So what that does is by focusing on your contradictions, now I put
they don't have to focus on that.
Thank you. So
We're
I don't have to
Dr.
grow.
Umar the scapegoat.
Thank you.
We never have to man up and woman up to our own economic responsibilities. Until we use the black dollar to achieve black power, we'll never get it. You need a organized black dollar to bring about organized black power. And I'm going to talk about this Saturday in Houston. Until you have organized black dollars, you'll never get organized black power. And that's why the white man ain't paying you no mind. Joe Biden ain't thinking about no Negroes. Neither is Kamala Harris, because they sit back and they watch and they say, Dr. King was killed in 68. We had 78 and 88 and 98 and 08 and 18. 53 years, brother said. It's been more than a half century. It's been more than a half century. And after more than a half century, we haven't built a single meaningful, relevant institution or economic system to liberate black folks. Until they see that money going towards things that are essential and critical, they'll never take us seriously.
I have to ask this question, brother, because you've been laying it down. You've been dropping it and doing a masterful job. First of all, before I do that, I have to be honest, because I think that this is something that black men have to do. I want to apologize to you, brother, because there was something you said many moons ago, maybe 2016, you talked about, because I asked you, I said, what's something across the country that you've seen that's very effective that black people, melanated people have done? And you said that they created a calendar in Kansas City, how they were able to work together and to use their events, use their festivals, use their activities collectively, sending group members to support each other, group economics, as well as building a geopolitical base to some degree, and also doing these things in an organized manner. And at the time, in my mind, I was thinking, I said, wow, this brother's been all around the world. This is all he's seen, right? And I was kind of not minimizing that, but I didn't understand the full depth of our oppression, repression, suppression, depression, and pathology. And the reason why I bring this up is because I've seen many black people, if you're doing an event, somebody else will try to do an event right after you or while you're doing something. Or if you're doing a community cleanup, they're going to have a community cleanup at the same time you have. Like this kind of fragmentation that we do, this kind of working against each other. So as you mentioned, talking about putting our economics together, economics is part of an ecology. Our whole entire ecology is going against each other. I guarantee when people found out you were going on a book tour, they said, ooh, I need to go on a tour. And I'm trying to compete against his tour to see if I can get people to come while he's coming. This is the kind of madness that we have. And I think it's important for brothers to say, hey, that was profound what you said, brother. And I think if we implemented that all across the nation, then we can begin to do those higher elevation things in a more effective and constructive way, because we'll put our egos to the side. We'll put all of this Negroism to the side, and then we'll begin to move forward as a people. So I definitely want to impress upon you the importance of what you said then. I didn't understand that fully then, but now I understand it more. And I also wanted to convey a spirit of, hey, I apologize. And I think that's important that brothers begin to do and show so that we can grow. So I definitely want you to hear that.
No problem, black man. Nothing but love.
Yes,
One
sir.
of the things I want to do at the school, once the Garvey building is ready, because once the Douglas building is ready, brother, we hold mega events in there. We hold mega events in the Douglas building. That thing is the Taj Mahal of black consciousness. Big modern gym, big giant classrooms, big hallways. We can do anything we want in the Frederick Douglass building. But the Marcus Garvey building ain't nothing to sneeze at either. When the Garvey building is done and the Nat Turner Jean-Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium is done, and I'm hoping the gym will be ready for the block party September 11th. But when it's done, I'm going to have an organizational, inter-ideological leadership roundtable, my brother. In other words, I want to bring a couple leaders from the Moorish Science Temple to the table, a couple leaders from the Nation of Islam to the table, a couple leaders from the Nawapians to the table, a couple Hebrews to the table, a couple Black socialists to the table, New Black Panther Party to the table, all the relevant major movements. Let's sit down and see if there's a way we can cooperate and coordinate so we can liberate our people. Let's see if we can coordinate and cooperate so we can liberate the people. So I do plan to bring like minds to the table and say, listen, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I will never believe what you believe. And guess what? You will never believe what I believe. Wow. You don't even think you're from Africa. We could take a blood test and kill that noise, but hey, I'm gonna let you believe where you at. Can we still work together though, on some level? In other words, brother said, I'm not just gonna be at the top of the mountain, beating my chest like the King Kong that I am, looking down at the rest of them saying, listen, get down and lay down. This is Ifa Tunde law. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna say, come up to the mountain with me, my brother. Come up to the mountain. And if you are sincere about the people, I'm willing to work with some of you all. I'm willing to share the energy that the ancestors and the Most High and the people have given me so we can rise together, brother. I do not have a Messiah complex. I don't. I am very much about the collective, and I plan to find those who are of like minds. But if you come to my table and you try to undermine my authority, if you come to my table and you try to undermine my leadership, if you come to my table and you try to disrespect the Honorable Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, I'm going to throw your ass out the room because I already told you this is for solidarity. You're not bigger than me. You're not more popular than me. You'll never outdo me, ever. So don't even go there because you're going to lose. They've been doing it for 20 years. Nobody's won yet, okay? Let's cooperate and coordinate so we can liberate the people. We're going to have the International Black Man's Conference, International Black Woman's Conference, International Black Love Conference, Pan-African Media Conference, Pan-African Business Conference, Pan-African Entrepreneurs. Brother, we're going to game change the lights. We will have a holistic healing conference, brother, where everybody who teaches holistic healing and everybody who sells holistic products for the body will be there, and you can come and buy everything you want. You want Dr. Sebi products? They right here. You want Dr. Laila Africa products? They right here. Once a month, my brother, I'm gonna have a Black Wall Street. Once a month, I'm gonna have a Black Wall Street where anybody who wants to buy black can come to FDMG and buy from all the black businesses in the country. So FDMG is a solution, my brother. It's a solution. The only people who won't partake in it, though, are those people who couldn't keep that self-hate inside. They just had to attack me. They just had to make a video about me. They just had to try to throw me under the bus because you're not invited. And the reason why, I forgive you. I forgive them. I don't hold grudges, brother. I don't have no malice. But I can't let you on my campus because I know the minute I turn my back, you will try to undermine me. Thanks. That's why you in the Book of Negroes. It's not because I'm holding a grudge. It's because I have an obligation to protect what the people have given me money to build. I have to protect FDMG. And that's why my enemies are not allowed there. It's not because I'm angry. It's not because I don't forgive them. It's because I know I can't trust your ass.
Correct. I want to ask this question, brother, because you're so profound, man, how you break things down. I know you got a chance to see Judas and the Black Messiah.
Yes.
Yes. And I would imagine that film maybe hit a little different for you because you understand the plight that Brother Fred, Chairman Fred, was going through, not just on a historical level, but on a visceral level, on a psychological level. You could understand what it's like to build something and to have something inside of you provided by the ancestors, provided by the Most High. And you're talking to people who don't understand, who don't get it, who don't realize what it is, the vision that you've been given and you have been allowed to partake in and to experience and to execute. And I think it's important that I ask this question for those who haven't seen the film and maybe who have. What did you feel when you saw what that brother was enduring and going through for the people and the plight that ultimately came upon him? And then this is the real nugget I want to ask is in the film did you see how many Judases that there were. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just William O'Neill. It was a brother at the watering hole at the nightclub. It was a sister. It was a couple other people in the Panther organization. There were more ops and more Judases than anything in the film.
Yes, sir. And
I
still
just
is. It hasn't
thank you.
changed.
That's the thing that I
It
wanted
hasn't
to ask.
changed.
Is just that how have you grown in terms of understanding what we're really up against?
Mhm.
And then how can you convey to our people that those who come in the name of Black people might actually be working as agents, as ops, and also doing the work of our enemies, acting as if they are our friends?
And I was a student of Fred Hampton long before the movie. And because of that, and the movie was great, but because of that, I wish the movie didn't end with his murder. I felt that the directors and the producer should have extended the movie out to include the aftermath and the after investigation of Fred Hampton's murder. I believe that there was as much to learn from the investigation into his death that uncovered how the FBI cooperated with the Cook County Sheriff's Office and how they lied and said that of the 99 bullets that were shot in the home, only one bullet came from a Panther. And that bullet likely came from Brother Mark Clark, who was martyred with Brother Fred. And that bullet was shot most likely as a reaction to being shot himself. They did not show enough of the wickedness of how the murder was covered up by the FBI and by the Chicago Police Department and the Cook County Sheriff's Office. I think a lot of information was left out because they cut the story at the point of death. Now, I'm not criticizing because it was a great movie, but I wish they would have included the investigation into Fred's murder to reveal the extent of the participation. Because when I go back to the movie, they did talk about the FBI and they did talk about the sheriff's office, but I think the cover up would have really went a lot further to crystallize it in the minds of our people how demonic the white power structure of America is. And let me be clear, because I am a student of Black assassinations, Black political assassinations in political science. I was a political science major. So in studying Black assassinations, Malcolm, and Black overthrow, Black coups, Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, three things I've learned about Black political assassinations and coups. Number one, the person who betrays us was always somewhat suspicious to us. But we gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Wow.
Fred Hampton saw some things in William O'Neill, but he overlooked it because William O'Neill had skills that the Panthers could benefit from. He was skilled in certain things. So he said, maybe not, I don't want to rush the judgment. So one of the things I've learned was you got to follow your first mind when it comes to your inner circle. Now, if they're not in your inner circle, you could give them a second chance. But the people who your life is dependent upon, if they make you a little shaky, you got to let them ride. Because most of our leaders were murdered by the people they trusted the most. Patrice Lumumba brought Mobutu in. He brought Mobutu in, and the same man he gave an opportunity to took his life.
That's right.
You see,
that's right. Thomas Sankara.
You look at Malcolm, and Malcolm knew that some of those in his security were not straight, but he let them ride anyway. You can't do that when your life is on it. So I study stuff like that, you know. And one thing I've learned in my own life, the biggest threat a woman provides to a Black man who's in the real freedom struggle is by running her mouth about their relationship because she wants to let other women know what her status is in his life. She ends up inadvertently saying too much to other people who can use some of what she said for character assassination or real assassination. So the women are a risk to the work because they talk too damn much. I'm going to tell my girlfriend. I'm going to tell my sister. I'm going to tell your mom. I don't know your mom, so you're not telling her shit. I don't know your sister, so you're not telling her shit. And the first time I found out you discussed us with them, you're done. Because if I can't trust you to keep your mouth shut about a relationship, I can't trust you to keep your mouth shut about nothing else. A man has to trust the woman that he's with.
Right.
Huey P. Newton was set up by the woman he was with. Marion Barry was set up by the woman he was with. Afeni Shakur was set up by the man that she was with. Tupac Shakur was set up by women he was with. That mouth of the black woman can be a black man's undoing. So I always study sisters for their talkativeness. Sisters who love attention, sit on YouTube all day taking pictures of themselves. You get on YouTube, you're like, damn, sister, you're fine. You are a gorgeous woman. But is there something else you can be doing with your life besides taking pictures? We saw your ass already. Are you doing anything for the children? Are you doing anything for the elders? Are you doing anything for the women? Are you doing anything for the men? A woman who is that intoxicated with her beauty is useless for my work. She's useless. A woman who just wants to be a damn video vixen, Instagram conscious Instagram model. I can't do nothing with you. You don't want to do no work. You just want to be seen. You see? So the women, it's their mouth and their thirst for a mate that can get you done in, politically or physically. With the brothers, it's a little different, brother said. With the brothers, it's the envy and the jealousy. See, for you to stand with a Malcolm, a Garvey, an Nkrumah, a Lumumba, a Medgar Evers, a Huey P. Newton, a Fred Hampton, a Khalid Abdul Muhammad, for you to stand with a brother like that, you got to be secure in your manhood.
That's right.
Because you're going to see people constantly run up to this man, telling him how much they love him. You're going to see men do it heterosexually. You're going to see men do it. You're going to see women fawn all over this man. They're going to bring him gifts and food and hugs, and they're going to be the finest women you ever seen. You see? And brother said, you got to be secure in your manhood.
That's right.
To be able to stand next to a man who gets that level of love.
Right.
And if you are not there for the right reasons, you will wake up one day jealous of that man. You will wake up one day envious of that man. Brother said, the reason I have so few brothers in my company is because being as popular and as loved as I am, and our people love Dr. Umar. Right. They love me. There's people who would die for me, brother, literally, all over the world too.
Right.
For you to be able to stand with a brother who get that kind of love, you got to be secure in your manhood. And if you're not, you'll wake up and you'll start hating on me. Brother said, I can name a dozen brothers right now, a dozen Judases who were once a part of my team, who I thought would be there until the end, who defected or had to be rejected. They either defected on their own or I had to reject them because they started tearing me down behind my back while they was acting like they supported me to my face. One thing that Marcus Garvey said, he said, leadership means blood, pain, and death. And he was right, brother. This is a very lonely road. You don't know how long this woman going to be loyal before she start running her damn mouth. And you don't know how long this brother going to be loyal before he start trying to tear you down. So how do you make peace with that, brother said? I'll tell you how you make peace with that. This is where Prophet Nat Turner has factored so prominently in my spiritual life. This is one of the reasons I've went down the Nat Turner land twice a year for the past 10 years. August 21st, my birthday, was the day that the war started. And November 11th, 11/11 is the date that he was hanged. We normally go down there to celebrate him and the whole army, not just Nat Turner, but Henry, Hark, Sam, Jack, Will, Cherry, all of them. Is because in Nat Turner and in the confessions of Nat Turner, we get a man who is at perfect peace with his mission and was at perfect peace with how that mission ended up. One of the most powerful verses in the Nat Turner Confessions is when he said, "A spirit spoke to me. A spirit spoke to me and said, 'Rise up and slay your enemies with their weapons.'"
That's right.
And I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he said. You got the Confessions is on the internet.
Right.
And Nat Turner said, the spirit said, "It might come rough, it might come smooth, but you must surely bear it. It might come rough, it might come smooth, but you must surely bear it." And on November the 5th or the 1st, November the 1st, when Nat Turner was interviewed by Thomas Gray, the white attorney who took the confessions, he asked him a question. He looked to Nat Turner, the prophet, and he said, "You claim to have been led by God. You have been captured. Most of your comrades have been captured, put to death. You will soon be put to death. Wouldn't you have to admit that you were mistaken in your interpretation of this work?" Nat Turner looked up at that devil, and in total calm repose, he said, quote, "Even Jesus Christ had to be crucified."
Woo, he showed
Brother
this.
said, this is
He said
1831. The Civil War is 30 years away. He's locked up, brother said, chains on, condemned to die by public execution. And he got the unapologetically African nerve. Nat Turner had the unapologetically African nerve to look up at this white man, condemned in a prison, loaded with chains, looks him in his face and says, "No, even Jesus Christ had to be crucified." It is Nat Turner who gives Dr. Umar, through God, through my ancestor, Nat Turner, is who gives Dr. Umar the perfect peace that transcends all understanding. When I'm traveling to Houston and I know I got enemies there, and I'm traveling to Dallas and I know I got enemies there, and I'm traveling to Miami and Louisville and Macon and St. Croix and Indiana and Chicago and Detroit and Africa and Ghana, Nigeria, China, Japan, Canada, London, and I know I have enemies there. But Nat Turner has taught me that if it is meant for you to win, you're going to win. Woo. And if it is meant for you to die, you're going to die. So do the damn work that God has put before you and leave the rest to the Creator. In the East Indian spiritual tradition of the Vedas, and this is African, by the way, how do we know that the East Indian spiritual system is African? Because the white Greeks wrote it down and said Africa has two great civilizations, Egypt in the north and India in the south. Egypt in the north and India in the south. So in the Vedic system, which is identical to the Kemetic system, in the Gita, Krishna, who was also born August the 21st, he says, whatever work you do it as a sacrifice to the Almighty. Whatever work you do it as a sacrifice and an offering to the Almighty. Because if you do it as a sacrifice and an offering to the Almighty, you need not be concerned with the outcome. Because the end of everything is decided by the Creator, brother said. The end of everything. So I don't know. People say, is the school going to work or not? I don't know. And I don't care. You know why? My job is to do the work. God will decide the outcome.
Man, that is powerful. And the outcome, I think, will be a good one because, brother, you are doing a yeoman's work and dealing with so much. People have no idea the stress.
They have no idea. It's a constant war, brother. I mean, every day I'm dealing with
every single day, man. Every single day. And you know what's really, and I want to.
In fact, brother said the haters, they reach out to every event I speak at, right? They've been doing this since 2015. They've already contacted the Shrine of the Black Madonna, begging them not to let me come. They've already contacted Aldi's, a Caribbean restaurant, begging me not to come. You see this? So as we have this conversation to prepare for Saturday and Sunday in Houston and Dallas, haters are trying to force the institutions that are welcoming me in to not allow me to be there. Why would you do that if you know that this man is the only one or the main one fighting to save our children? Why would you do this? Because they don't care about our children. They don't care about the race. They are evil. They are envious. They are black devils. See, brother said we have black devils in the community too. We know about the white devil,
Right.
but we got some damn black devils. But that's all right. Bring the damn devil, because I'm the black God that's going to slay the damn devil.
Before we go, man, and I really appreciate you for your time, brother.
And let me also give out my cell number, brothers and sisters who need to text me. If you want the flyer, if you want the flyer for Houston, if you want the flyer for Dallas, if you want the flyer for Austin, if you want the flyer for Miami, if you want the flyer for St. Croix, Virgin Islands, if you want the flyer for Kenosha, Wisconsin, August 21st, 190th Memorial of the Nat Turner War, Haitian Revolution, and George Jackson War. If you want the flyer for, who else I got coming up? Boot Camp, New York City, Black Parent Know Your School Rights Boot Camp, October 2nd. Send me the flyer for that. Also, brother said, let me say this. I'm in Houston Saturday, God willing. I'm in Dallas Sunday, God willing. I will be coming back to Texas before the year is out. To do the 12-hour Texas State Black Parent Boot Camp. We were going to do it April of 2020 until COVID hit.
That's right.
It was going to be in Dallas at the Martin Luther King Center. COVID hit, we had to cancel. So I want all my Black Texas people to know that. Those of you who want the 12-hour Dr. Umar Black Parent Training, brother said, we start at 8 in the morning and we go to 8 at night. We start at 8 in the morning, 12 hours. That's why we call it a boot camp. And I'm training. They're at a desk with papers. This is an intensive class. They got a stack of paperwork like this, brother said. They got the whole special ed law in their hand. I'm teaching them the disabilities. I'm teaching them the IEP, the 504, the FERPA laws, the due process, the private schools, the psych eval. Nobody else is doing this but me in the country for Black parents. Let me say that one more time. Nobody else is doing this like me for Black parents, the 12-hour boot camp. So after we do the book release and lecture this weekend, be on the lookout for my return for the Black Parent Boot Camp. I want to do it in every state. We've already done New York, but I'll be coming back for New York City because they're the largest Black city in the country. So they're going to get a special training. So I've done New York. I've done Jersey. I've done DC. I've done a couple, but I haven't done any in the South. So I will be coming back to do that. But again, anybody need to reach me by text message, 215-989-9858. There will also be vendors in Houston Saturday, brother said. The Shrine of Black Madonna will have their regular Saturday vendor row. So it's going to be a Black marketplace. Come out and support Black businesses. Saturday, Houston, Texas, Dr. Umar Johnson at the Shrine of the Black Madonna. There will be vendors outside. I think the vendors are going to be there from 12 to 5. Okay. Come on out, support Black business. And I want all the vendors to know you owe me a gift. I get a gift from the vendors. All right. So if you got shea butter, I get a shea butter. You got t-shirt, I get a t-shirt. And I just hope to God that ain't none of the vendors no haters, because there's nothing worse, brother said, than helping people get paid while they tearing you down. So if you're a vendor and you a Umar hater, don't vent at my event. Have some integrity about yourself. Go find one of those Hotepians and go vent at their damn event. Don't be vented at my event making money off my name and you don't even like me. You understand? Let's keep it honest. But on the reals, brother said, I'm excited, brother. It's been 3.5 years, man. 3.5 years.
A lot.
You know what happened to me when I left Texas the last time? First of all, last time I was in Texas, we didn't have the school, brother said.
That's right. That's
so this will be my first time in Texas since we purchased FDMG. And we purchased FDMG on February the 7th, 2019. 1 week before Frederick Douglass's 201st birthday, which means the school was purchased during Frederick Douglass's bicentennial year of 200. And guess what else is historically ironic? Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, incorporated the Black Star Line. Where did he incorporate the Black Star Line, brother said?
He incorporated it
Delaware.
In Delaware.
Delaware. In 1919. When did we buy the school, brother said? In 2019. Look at that.
Come on, man.
So the bicentennial of Frederick Douglass' birth and the bicentennial of the centennial of Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line. Ain't no coincidences. I'm going to go a little deeper with you. Did you know Bob Marley used to live in Wilmington, Delaware?
I did not know that.
Bob Marley and his mother used to vacation in Wilmington on a regular basis. Bob Marley used to work there, and I know people who knew him and his family. And the Bob Marley house is painted up like Bob Marley. When you come to the block party, brother said, you can go visit the Bob Marley house. Let me go a little bit further. Did you know that the main stop for Harriet Tubman on the Underground Railroad was Wilmington, Delaware?
I didn't know that, man.
Did you ever see the famous picture of Harriet Tubman on a carriage with a horse?
Yeah, yeah.
She's helping her mother and father escape. It's a famous painting. She's standing on the carriage.
Yeah.
Guess who gave her that carriage? A white man by the name of Thomas Garrett, who probably helped more enslaved Africans escape than anybody else. Guess where he lived at? In Wilmington. He's the one who gave Harriet Tubman the carriage that she used to go snatch her mother and father away before they got sold. Yes, let me go deeper. I'm still not done. Where did Frederick Douglass escape through on his way to freedom? In Philadelphia and on to New York City. Wilmington, Delaware. I'm still not done. Let's get back to Pan-Africanism. So Garvey incorporated Black Star Line in Delaware.
Right.
I met an elder whose grandparents delivered the paperwork for Garvey's Black Star Line in Delaware.
Come on, man.
I'm still not done. Henry Highland Garnett, the first Black pastor to give a speech before U.S. Congress. He was one of the greatest Pan-Africanists of all time. He debated Frederick Douglass at the National Negro Convention and said we should arm the slaves like Nat Turner to free themselves. It was the great debate. The great debate was between Frederick Douglass and Henry Highland Garnett. Frederick Douglass won by 2 votes. Had Henry Highland Garnett won, brother, they would have had to arm the slaves. And we would have never waited for the Civil War because we would have been free in the 1840s, my brother. Guess what? Thomas Garrett, the same man who financed Harriet Tubman from Wilmington, Delaware, helped Henry Highland Garnett's family escape from Maryland through Delaware to freedom. And I got one more. One more, brother said. Did you know that the state of Delaware did not ratify the 13th Amendment until 1910?
That's facts.
Did you hear me?
That's
the
facts.
last 2 states to ratify the 13th Amendment was Delaware and Kentucky.
Kentucky, that's right.
So why am I giving you this, brother said? I want you to see the symbolism. Delaware is the last slave state coming north. Pennsylvania is the first free state, right?
Right.
So before you could get the freedom in Pennsylvania, you had to pass through slavery one last time in Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware. So let's look at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Intellectual emancipation. So the boys will come to school in Wilmington, Delaware, brother said, still slaves. But when they leave Wilmington, Delaware on their way to freedom, they will be a free, liberated, psychologically emancipated Black man. In other words, just like the Underground Railroad was for Tubman and Douglass, just like the Underground Railroad was for Douglass, Tubman, and Garnett, FDMG will be the Underground Railroad for Black boys. The last stop on your road to freedom, Delaware will be the last stop that they ever become a slave. Because after they graduate from FDMG Delaware, they will be a free man for the rest of their life. Look at the symbolism.
Man, that is powerful.
Look at the symbolism.
That lets you know that is extremely important to understand and to crystallize the work that you're doing, that it's not by accident, it's not by incident, it's by design.
Design.
You know what I'm saying? And I think
the destiny will expose the recipe.
Thank you.
The destiny will expose the recipe.
I just want to say this real quick. we don't give people their flowers, and we definitely don't give greatness its acknowledgement. And I think that what you've been able to do and what you have shown the community needs to be highlighted. And we'll make sure, in Houston, we find some way to cherish you and appreciate you, because many people want freedom, but they do everything in their power to remain a slave.
Because freedom means responsibility.
Facts.
And lazy people do not want to be free.
Facts. And you mentioned Nat Turner. I think it's important to bring this up. Nat Turner, he outsmarted these white folks. And had it not been for a coon, if you will, he would have been able to even do even more. And I think that today, when you say the name Dr. Umar Johnson, there are many people out there who will say this and say with pride that you are a powerful, prolific, phenomenal phenomenality, a magnificent magnificence, but they are afraid of that force. And you mentioned at Litany that force and why they do what they do. But I think it's important for me to say this. It's time for us to stand up for those who stand up for us. And I think that you've shown that, and you're showing that. And instead of allowing the narrative to continue to increase that you're a scammer, you're a fraud, and all that kind of stuff. But I would say to anybody, have you talked to the brother? Have you had?
And where are the receipts at?
Yeah.
Where, if he's a scammer, prove it. If he ain't got no degrees, they gonna see the degrees, brother said, because once that office gets set up at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, they're gonna see all 6 of them on the wall, brother said. So if they need some receipts, I can't wait to throw that big doctorate up. It's gonna take up the whole wall. I can't wait to throw up them 3 master's degrees. It's gonna take up the whole wall, Negroes. So don't worry about the degrees, baby. They're gonna be on display. But then again, you won't see them because you ain't allowed in that damn school. See, brother said, that's why I got my Ogun candles. You see this? I burned my Ogun, and I practice Yoruba spirituality.
Absolutely.
And in the Yoruba cosmology.
Can you break that down real quick for people who might not know? Because there's a lot of people that don't understand.
Yeah, African spirituality can be broken down real simply. You have the creator, supreme ruler of the universe, unequaled by anything else. At the top of the triangle is God. At the bottom is us, the human being. And between the creator and the human being is a hierarchy of spirits. Now, the Muslims and Christians get spooky when you start talking about the spirits. But guess what, brother said? There's more spirits than humans. There's more. Humanity, modern African, is what, 2 million years old, at least 250,000.
Facts.
Look how many people done died. So when somebody tell you there's more spirits in the world than humans, that should not blow your mind, because more people have passed away than are alive now. You see. Facts. So in this hierarchy, you have different groups of spirits. You have the Orisha, which are called Loa in Voodoo, or Abusum in the Akan system. They are called Netters in the Egyptian system, Kemetic system. These are the closest things to the angels of the Bible in the Quran. And these are spirits that God created to oversee a particular aspect of universal function and design. In other words, you have God as the president, and you have a cabinet of spirits, just like you have the president, and then you have your secretary of education, your secretary of economics, your secretary of justice, right? So you have the creator, and then you have these Orisha. You have the divinity of iron, and the divinity of abundance, and the divinity of the feminine principle or life, or the divinity of the wrath of God, or the masculine principle, or the divinity that opens up the gateways for spiritual communication. Each divinity has a role and a responsibility that they can only carry out with the permission of the creator. Now, people would ask the question, brother said, why does God need divinities if God is all powerful? Well, why did God create your ass? Because he didn't need you either. The reason God created these spirits, brother said, that are the conduits or the go-betweens between heaven and earth, is because God is beyond human comprehension. We think we understand God because we call him Allah. We think we understand God because we say Jehovah. We think we understand God because we say Amen Ra. You cannot understand God. God is too great.
Mm.
And because God is beyond your ability to understand, brother said, as a mercy to us human beings, God created spirits to help us understand divine consciousness and lead us back to our connection to divine consciousness. Let me give you an electrical comparison. I'm going to give you an electrical comparison. Your house is ran on electricity.
Yes, sir.
The electric outside your house, brother said, is too powerful to be allowed in the house in its raw form. Are you following me?
Yes.
So they have to get a converter, and they have to convert the power at the power lines before they bring it in your house. Because if they bring the electric into your home as it is, it will burn the house down. Your house cannot deal with the raw power of that electric source. Are you following me?
Yes.
So before they bring it in your house, the electrician got to get a converter and knock down the voltage. They got to deliberately knock down the voltage. And when they knock down the voltage, brother said, what do? They run lines to the kitchen, and they run lines to the living room, and they run lines to the bathroom so you can plug in your devices. If you plugged in your devices before they converted that electric to a lower level that you can handle, it'll kill you and everything in the house. That's God. That's God. God is too powerful to be brought into your home. So as a mercy, God has given you an army of spirits to help you understand, to help you comprehend, to introduce you to the great I am, unknown, invisible, never to be seen, supreme force of all that is. So those are the Orisha. In Yoruba culture, you are born under the influence and guidance of a particular Orisha. I am born under the influence and guidance of Ogun, the divinity of iron, power, strength, persistence, nation building, nation protection. And guess what his colors are? Red and black in some traditions, red and green in other traditions. Do you know what that means? Ogun is the father of the red, black, and green flag. Lord have mercy. Lord have, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I walk with the spirit of the RBG.
Wow.
And the reason I can take what they throw at me, said, and keep going is because Ogun never quit. Ogun don't stop till the job is done. Ogun is the father of technology. He's the reason you got a Black Wall Street. He's the builder of the bank. He's the builder of the hospital. He's the builder of FDMG. So the reason I can take the hit and keep on going, because you can't destroy iron. You can beat up iron. You can step on iron. You can burn iron. You can't destroy iron. And Ogun is the energy of iron. And I am the son of Ogun. And that's why my Yoruba name is Ifa Tunde. Destiny has returned. Ogun Tade is the last name, which means Ogun wears the crown.
Wow. You do wear the crown, my brother. You do wear the crown.
And let me not leave out the ancestors, which are the real angels that we need to be worried about. When we die, we don't die. We transform to a high level of existence. When we transform to a high level of existence, brother said, those spirits, the family members, they stay with the family. That's why in ancient Africa, you was buried under the floor of the house. Let me say that again. In ancient Africa, the ancestors were buried under the floor of the house, brother said, which means they never left the house. So when you did your libation and poured your water onto the ground, you were pouring it right onto your ancestors, waking them up so you can have a conversation. You see? And so for us as a people, and we should know this because the Haitian Revolution, more than any other event, shown us the centrality, the central importance of African ancestors, because it was the Haitian Revolution that depended on African ancestors to bring about that victory. And remember, the Haitians, our Haitian Africans, brothers said, they beat the French.
That's right.
They beat the British.
That's right.
They beat the Spanish.
That's right.
A slave army, for the first time in human history, defeated the greatest white general of all time and beat every white power at that time and used African spirituality to do it. So our ancestors, brother said, are an army waiting to be called on, an army waiting to be tapped into. And we have to get in touch with those ancestors. They're not going to do the work for us. I want to be clear. But they will give you the work. They will give you the energy and the resources necessary for you to do the work. So you have Orisha spirits that God sent to help you. You got ancestor spirits that God sent to help you. You have the Father of Divinity and Wisdom, which is a spirit, to help you. You have the Iyami, the great mothers, to help you. You got the Egbe, your astro mates, to help you. Brother said, there's a whole community of spirits out there. I'm talking about the righteous spirits, because you do have unrighteous.
That's right.
You do have unrighteous. We don't deal with them. We let the white power structure deal with the unrighteous spirits. But we have a whole army of spirits that are there to aid us on our journey. That's why when Marcus Garvey said, after I die, Garvey said, after I die, I will come back with countless millions of African ancestors who will walk with me to bring about the freedom, justice, and liberation of African people, my brother.
Man,
that's why we got to get back to African spirituality. You could still be a Muslim and practice African spirituality. You could still be a Christian. You could still be a Hebrew. Be whatever you want to be. But until you build a relationship with your ancestors, until you build a relationship with your passed on blood relatives, you'll never become the fullness of what God intended for you to do. So tonight, I'm going to be burning my Ogun candles, doing my meditation, getting ready for Houston, getting ready to die for Dallas. And I'm going to drop that garbage grenade at the Shrine of the Black Madonna Saturday, 2 o'clock. Bring the kids, bring everybody. Because I'm coming with the force and I'm coming with the fight. Black Texas, let's do it.
Man, let's do it. Hey, my brother, it's going to be amazing. People need to come out. Please, please let people know. And I also have to give you a credit, man. This is free. It's FREE.
Yes.
Nobody's doing that.
It is not about a hustle. It is about the struggle. It is not about the hustle. It is about the struggle. If you don't want to buy the book, don't buy the book. But don't call me later crying about how you don't know how to save your baby. But come and get the message, brothers and sisters. Come and support the vendors. Free event. No tickets are necessary. All you got to do is show your black behind on up in Dallas or Houston, brothers and sisters. Again, donate to FDMG, $ FDMG School on the Cash App, $ FDMG School on the Cash App, or paypal.me/FDMG Academy, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. 215-989-9858. If you need to text Dr. Umar, 215-989-9858. Don't forget, Saturday, September the 11th, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Join me in Wilmington, Delaware, Frederick Douglass City, Harriet Tubman City, Bob Marley City, and let us celebrate the purchase of 4 beautiful buildings, which will become the most anticipated and the largest independent Black school in American history.
Hey, Baba, I appreciate you. Love you, man.
Thank
Love
you,
for life. Continue to keep doing what you're doing and know that it's not only making a difference in the here and now, but there are descendants not even yet born, children who have not even seen the earth that will praise and glorify and edify your name, my dear brother. So it's all love and much respect to you. And I'll see you on Saturday. Let's
much respect, brother said. Thank you, guys. Be blessed.
All right. Peace and blessings. Take care. That's the one and only Dr. Umar Johnson. Man, the king himself. You know what I'm saying? We got a legend following a legend. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this is amazing. And Baba's in full regalia. He's ready to rock and roll. Please support Dr. Umar Johnson. And I'm really excited to have Baba Powell. We missed him last week, but we got him in this week, and you know it ain't going to be weak. It's going to be nothing but fire. And I'm really excited to see him again, as well as to say, you know, because this is one of the things that I want to just make sure I do each and every show, because I missed you those days that you were out. I love you, Baba. Thank you so very much for your scholarship, for your leadership. Each and every time I get an opportunity to talk to you, not only do I learn something, but I grow. And that's the most beautiful thing. That's why I want people to come out Saturday. You'll definitely be in the building, even if I got to come scoop you. But the thing is, I want people to understand that love that you convey, those things that you say, and the way in which you carry your existence. It's not only inspirational to me, but it's motivational. Because sometimes I'll be like, "Hold on, I can't do that, Jabot. Come on now, my power will get on my ass." But so I got to get on it. I got to stay on it. And I just
Right,
want to
right.
say thank you for being an elder and a true elder. And that's how I want to start the conversation off, because we have a lot of old heads. And there's a lot of old heads acting as if they're elders, but they're jealous of the young people. They want to always be the center of attention, and many of them are are not focused on what's righteous and not focused on elevating our community because it's so focused on self-centeredness. So I just want to say thank you for being the epitome of a wonderful elder. And this is not just me saying, this is others that I can say that agree and will agree to say it as well. So we thank you for being you, for doing you, and for always inspiring us to be better at what we need to do to live this thing we call life.
Thank you too, my brother, and the audience.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Trying to
sir.
do what I do.
Yes, sir. You doing it. You doing it. And I just wanted to ask you, from your understanding, it's important to be able to edify this and to break this down, also to expound upon it, because eldership in this culture is looked at as, okay, just sit over there in the corner and watch everybody play. And many times people have these aspersions toward growing older. They look at, their skin ain't the same or the hair ain't the same. Their
Right.
body's not the same. So I just kind of want to get an understanding from you in terms of what would be a more conscious and aware way of looking at aging and growing and becoming older, if you will. What would be something that would be more wise than just looking at it from the standpoint of getting closer and closer to death?
First of all, Hotep to the audience and the
Hotel,
university.
hotel.
Thank you for all that you do, my brother.
Thank you.
You definitely keep your nose to the grindstone. So keep doing what you're doing.
Yes, sir, Bob.
I don't know if you hear all this noise in the background. People celebrating the 4th of July. Shooting fireworks all around me. So yeah. Well, to answer your question, there's an old saying that used to circulate and probably still do amongst elder people.
Uh-huh.
And what they try to emphasize to younger people that you should always focus on doing something about what you can influence, what you can change. Things you can't change, you shouldn't focus on it. And there's an old saying that amongst a certain scholar who said in a lecture once, he said the Egyptians spent most of their life preparing for death. Mm. So, a matter of fact, since you talk about
I think you're breaking up, Baba. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. I wonder why it's breaking up. You want to log back in and see if it'll work a little bit better? Because this is jammed up right now. Well, let me see if we can get it right. Yeah, as we kind of work through some of these technical difficulties. Yeah, you're right, Sister Renee. Baba is a comedian, and we definitely want you all to tap in to the event that's going on the Shrine, going on this Saturday. That's July 10th. at the mighty shrine of the Black Madonna right here in Houston, Texas. And it will be from 2 to 8 p.m. And it is free, free. That's right. It's free for not only the community, but for the community to help and support and to definitely vend with the vendors and to fellowship. That's what I've been explaining and expounding upon with the individuals who come to me. And a lot of people have come to me, oh, you bring Umar, why y'all messing with Umar, da, 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 all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, look, you know, you can just listen to the conversation we had beforehand. You'll understand why we're bringing him. But even more importantly than that is the fact that for almost 16, 17 months, we have not really had an opportunity to come together and to be able to fellowship and to be able to galvanize our energies, our capacities, our tenacity, sagacity, and temerity in a way in which will effectively create results and change and transformation in our community. Because we in the state of Texas, we need to be working harder than anywhere else on the planet, in my opinion, because we have more anti-Blackness and white supremacist forms of ideology, expressions, and indentations than maybe anywhere in the world. And I know that might seem hyperbolic, but when you look at voter restriction laws being implemented and in place more than any other place in the union is Texas. Texas has one of the worst healthcare systems in the entire union. And these things need to be properly understood because they beset and affect African people first and foremost. So what we need to do is make sure that we're protecting ourselves and we're also educating ourselves. So that's what next Saturday will be about. Baba, can you hear me? I hope you're back in. If you're back in, you can speak on it and you know, just pick up from where you left.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Yeah, like I said, when you ask that question about death and people fearing death, this higher on the plane of existence, we call that mut. And another term we use is westing. That person is westing. So we have no need to fear death because what that system is teaching you and telling you is that you are born into another place. That's why it's called mut. Because you're being birthed into another dimensional space. So what you know as your ku never dies. Your ka, physical body may die, but the essence of you won't die. So there's no need to fear death. There are certain symbols that we use to remind us that we'll live for eternity and live millions of years. Doing something, and those are things that you have to accept. That is the reality.
Mm-hmm.
You are born to start. So the things that you can do something about, concentrate on those things. You can't do anything about trying to eradicate death. There, in African spirituality, is talked about there are two things you can't change. The day you are born.
It's breaking up. It's breaking up. We can bear it stopped right when you said there's two things you can't change. I don't know.
And that is birth and death. The time you are born and the time you're gonna die. So you can't change those things. Other things can be changed based upon your behavior and what you decide to do about it ritualistically. Is it coming in better now?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Now I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so, oh man, it was some great stuff you were saying. I wish. Can you kind of just give us a recap of what you just said? I know you said it, but I want to make sure everybody got it out there because
starting from the beginning.
Right.
There are things that you can do something about in your life, in your walk, in this thing we call life. And there are things you can do nothing about. And we shouldn't worry and focus on things that we cannot impact, that we can't do anything about. The moment we are born, we start to die. And we're born to die. But we have experience here. And a lot of people ask certain questions about why. Why are we here? Why are we born? If you study certain things and do certain traveling, and I mean spiritual traveling, because not quote they travel transdimensionally and get experience. And that's basically why people come to this place to get experience. When you get experience, you make what you call the spirit more better. And it's, you know, there's an old Christian song that's called I'm just walking
Hey, Baba, can you try to come back in, because it's real choppy. It's real choppy. I can't even hear anything you're saying. Can you try to come back in? Try to go on another signal or something. And now you frozen. Wow. Yeah, I know the reception is horrible, my brother. I don't know why. It seemed like every time Baba come on, it be some stuff, man. You know. But hopefully we can get this worked out. I think he's gonna try to work out the signal. Just bear with us, and I really appreciate you guys. And you know, while I have you guys, Facebook, for whatever reason, loves to stop us from being able to share and to get this to more people, more information. So, you know, if you're inclined, please, yeah, absolutely, Sister Renee, please share this, like this, and follow the page so that we can continue to get more and more information out to people. We don't do this, you know, for nothing other than to give people information and to hopefully raise the consciousness so that we can change these situations. Many people don't know this, but I think it's extremely important to share this. The rise of the murder rate in 2020 was expected. They had expected. There was projections that the murder rate would rise to about 25% beyond years previous, which would have been the largest increase in the history of the recorded records dating back to the 1960s, to be exact. But the most harrowing thing is that those numbers were exacerbated by 5 to 10 to 15% in many cities across this country. But normally it would have equated to around 20,000 murders. We're on pace to shoot beyond that by 5 to 6,000 murders this year. Okay, so we're looking at somewhere around 25 to 26,000 murders in this country. And I think it's extremely important for us to understand that it's not an accident that as we see a rise in these murders, we see on September 1st, people will be able to carry handguns and guns in general in the state of Texas without any license, without any concealment. So it's important to understand that as we see these things becoming more and more stark and more dangerous and bad, we see more and more laws being either extracted from the books or put on the books to give people an opportunity to have guns in their possession. I'm not anti-gun. I'm anti-sickness and this madness and all of this purge-like behavior that's going on. So hopefully we got Baba back. Looks like you're back in. It's still kind of cloudy. I don't know if that's just the signal, but I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Well, you know how we do. We ain't gonna let them stop us. Don't nobody go nowhere. We ain't gonna let them stop us. We're gonna do this like we've been doing for over a year. For over a year,
Oh, yeah.
they steady it, and they ain't gonna stop us.
No, we're gonna keep on doing it. So since when we were talking about being in that other place, it's sort of like being in the ocean. Everywhere you look, you see the same thing. And if you take a cup of water and pour it into the ocean, you can never recapture that water again. That's, in a sense, sort of like what heaven is like, or what they call paradise, a particular phase of it, because there are different places. You just don't die and then zoom up to paradise. There are certain things that people have experienced through astral travel, through transdimensional travel, and they brought this knowledge back over thousands of years and teach it to priests and priestesses who give this information to people who enter into the society. So this thing that you call essence of the self, the spirit, it comes here to have experiences. And we have a concept in Nile Valley spirituality called the unmoved mover. It is something that moves, but it doesn't move. So it's thing you see is forces. So when this thing you call a spirit encapsulated in a body, when it comes to this place, it comes from a place of like unmoved moving to motion. But before I say that, I want to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me your definition of emotion? And I like 5 definitions. Just post it. What is emotion to you?
Okay.
What does emotion mean?
Okay, Baba just said, because he kind of broke up, I want to make sure everybody understands it. He said, put your definition, so all of those watching, don't be afraid. Put your definition.
Well, we can't get to all of them, obviously, but we'll pick 5 of them.
Yeah, we'll pick a few. So put your definition of emotion in the chat. Now, to start us off, just to throw this out, I've always been told that energy in motion was a great way of looking at what emotions are. Is that that's energy that we feel as human beings, as spirits and flesh, in dealing with this construct called space, place, and time. Being in this avatar, we deal with the feelings, with this energy, with these spirits, with this essence, and channeling that energy and all of those entities when we deal with other human beings, when we deal with ourselves, when we deal with our very essence and the outside externalities that we live and dwell in. So I've always understood that energy was in motion, and we call that emotions. And as we begin to develop and grow and cultivate and understand, we realize that our emotions are an integral part of our existence, but we have to learn to master control and to do something of that nature. So that's what I would say. I'm waiting for somebody else. I don't know if they can. Don't be afraid. You can type it in the chat. We ain't gonna get mad at you. But again, I just wanted to share that to kind of get us cranked up and start us off on the conversation. Are you frozen? Okay. Someone just, I think Sister Renee says the feeling that you feel within. That's deep, sister.
Okay.
She says the feeling that you feel within. Can you see that, Bob?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay. Anybody else want to put that? What do you think emotions is? Emotions. Okay.
And
All right.
the reason I asked this question is because you have to be able to define things that govern your life. And the definition has to be lexically correct. And if it's not lexically correct, because some people take words and things and change their meaning. And if they're not correct, it warps your reality and you begin to live in a false reality. So you have to be able to define words like intelligence, morality, sin, emotion. And the next question, for those who want to participate, is what is intelligence?
Wow. Wow.
What is emotion and what is intelligence? What's that post saying?
Okay, this one, my brother Lamar, salute to him. He says, a misunderstanding of words shapes false realities. He just, I guess, basically was alluding to what you just had mentioned.
Yeah, we have a lot of that going around because people adhere to certain definitions that people who are called social scientists program us to reverberate. And we go around and quote some things and say things just because it becomes fashionable. And we begin to use these things. That's just like the word gay. In the 1920s, the word gay didn't have negative connotation.
That's right.
When people say, we had a gay old time, or the word, and that's no reflection on people's sexuality, but the word faggot don't mean what they tell you it means. It means a bunch of sticks.
Sticks, that's right.
So people take things and give them negative connotation, and we use them thinking we are being lexically correct in what we do and how we use these things. And we are really creating chaos for ourselves. What's that text?
That's his quote. He was basically just quoting you. He was just basically saying what you had said.
Okay, when you're talking about a force existing in another dimension, and the Ewe talk about something called the Ha. The Ha is described as the undifferentiated musical cause. And it's in everything that exists, and it's a male principle. So it is undifferentiated. There is no differentiation between the tones until a certain time in the process of creation. So when you're dealing with the individual existing on this ocean of water, and all they see is water, and then through a process, as a lot of people say, parents don't have children, the children choose their parents from a spiritual connotation. When you come into this world that you call physicality, the physical plane of existence, you need movement. Movement brings about physicality. So the word that we call emotion, if I delete if I just erase the E in that word, what is left?
Motion.
Okay. So that's not the origin of the word, but it implies that from its Latin root. It comes from two Latin roots and stems. One is immovere, and the other is emotus. That's what produced the word emotion. It means literally to move away from a thing. So you're moving away from a source. Without movement, you have no emotion. Emotion doesn't exist without movement. Think of any emotion and look at what it generates in the body. Love, it generates movement. It makes you do things. It makes you do things that is actually not beneficial for you. And maybe not for the person that you say you love.
Right.
People have done some crazy things based on love. They've made some crazy moves. Conceitedness, anguish, anger, jealousy. Any emotion you name usually generates movement. It makes you move. So what is the antidote to emotional duress? Stillness. Stillness kills all emotional duress. This is why our grandmothers and our elders, mostly women, used to tell us when we come to them with a conundrum and ask them about solutions. My grandmother would usually say, baby, just be still.
That's real. That's real.
They didn't have PhDs. They didn't get degrees in psychology, but they knew stillness would kill emotional duress. If you want to stop emotion, just remain still. But when you are a victim of it, you are jealous of someone who maybe has a woman that you desire, or any type of jealousy because they're rich or have a better job. If you just be still and think about what it is that you're doing, you could.
It seemed like the internet is trying to make you still, Bob. Wow. Man, I don't know why it's tripping. That is crazy.
They do what
That is
they
really,
do.
yeah, they do. They do what they do. They know what they're doing. And that's why I think it's so important. Let me say this: please follow, like the page. We went from having thousand people able and accessible to this particular program to now, that it limited it. So really need you to like, follow. If you feel moved to share, we're gonna try to get Baba's signal more effective and more constructive so you can see it. But I just want to etch the point that he just said. If you're going through emotional distress or duress, as the elders used to say, and Baba just said, be still. And I was going to ask you, I think, hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Okay, great. What does that mean when the elders would say, be still? Does that mean sit down? Does that mean calm your mind? What do you think the elders meant when they said that? Because that was a quite profound and amazing statement. And I know somebody out there has heard their grandmother or their great aunt say that, because mine used to tell me that all the time. They'd be very adamant about be still.
They talk about literal emotion.
I'm just saying what you just said.
They're talking about literal emotion. And
yeah,
they're talking about a lot of situation, and it allows you to think about the circumstances of what you're about to do before you do it. So it literally means
man, I don't know why this thing is stopping. Yeah, we can't hear you. It's like you're frozen. I don't know. Can you? I don't know what. Man, is he going? I'm telling you, he may need to reboot. Renee is saying you may need to reboot. And I'm with her.
all right,
You
let
may
me
need.
do that.
Okay, reboot. He's
All right,
coming back. And while he's doing that, thank you, Sister Renee, because that's why the Queens is so important. I was going to continue to keep battling with him, but I'm glad he did. Hopefully he'll reboot. And while we do have this time to tell you something that I've not seen any place report this, and this is something you can Google if you don't believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to find out the research and the information, and you'll see that what we're telling you is the truth. In 2018 to 2020, in the average life expectancy at birth. So basically, what that means is every year or every 2 years, depending upon if there's something going on, they look at when a baby is born. And based on the algorithms, the data, and the statistics of that particular year, they look at the life expectancy of someone potentially who was born in that year, what it would be. And according to the information that's been recently released in 2018 to 2020, in the average life expectancy at birth in the United States, it went down by almost 2 years, 1.9467 to be exact. Really, you could almost round it up to two, but almost 2 years. That's the largest in United States history. It was 8.5 times higher than any of the 16 comparable countries. So that means the life expectancy, the life longevity, if you will, of someone in the United States went down by 2 years. Okay. And that was 8.5 times higher than 16 other countries, which was only about 2.5 months. And again, we had the pandemic. So some of that is to be expected. But speaking to doctors off record, because many of them don't want to come on the platform to talk, but they tell me that it's not just the pandemic. It is the aftermath and after effects of poor, destructive habits and living. Many are eating non-nutritious, non-mineral, non-vitamin filled food all day long. I don't know if many of you heard this, but Tyson's Chicken has now called a recall, if you will. They've called a recall for 8.5 million pounds of chicken. 8.5 million pounds of chicken has been on recall for listeria. Okay. All right. This is not things that I'm making up. You can look at it. You can Google it. You can see it. And one of the things that we found, which was terrible, and literally in the research, we put down horrible, horrible. White's life expectancy dropped 1.4 years. Hispanics decreased by 3.9 years, almost 4 years. 4 years of life expectancy has been washed away. And blacks decreased 3.25, about 3.25 years. Okay. Normally, under normal circumstances, 0.1 years is something that would get attention. It would be something that you'd see people talking about. You see in the medical and many of the clinical communities, they'd be having conferences over and trying to figure out how something like this has happened, how they can begin to curtail this, what can begin to be used and utilized to address these serious and adverse conditions. But this is even more exacerbated and extremely worse. And as the recommendation and research purports, it's horrible. 3.9 years for Hispanics have been cut off, and 3.25 years have been cut off for African Americans in a span of 2 years. We need to begin to have as a community. This is something we'll be doing on the 10th, talking about how we can change our lifestyle habits. Our lifestyle habits. Many people don't want to hear it, but in 1999 to 2017, the number of alcohol-related deaths in the United States doubled. And I'm reading research that's finding in certain communities, Black and brown communities specifically, we've seen an exacerbation of alcohol-related deaths, cirrhosis of the liver, as becoming ever more present and a truly uh, cataclysmic situation in many people's eyes in Black and Brown communities, and directly correlated to alcohol. More than 70,000 a year, more than 70,000 deaths a year, making alcohol the number one leading driver of the decline in the United States life expectancy. Even during the pandemic, even during the pandemic, this is still the number one driver of death. And I spoke to an epidemiologist off the record because for whatever reason they don't want to come on the show. But we'd love to have them. We'd love to have them. But they are saying that one of the major contributors to the explosion of COVID-19 cases that we saw in 2020, but also now that we're seeing with the Delta variant, is the consumption in places filled with alcohol. And alcohol was one of the major contagions, if you will. Now, I'm not an epidemiologist, and maybe they were lying to me, but I don't think so. I do not think so. So I think that we need to be very cautious and conscientious because during the pandemic, research has found the frequency of drinking arose, as did the sales of hard liquors. By this February 2021, nearly a quarter of Americans said they drank more over the past year as a means of coping with stress. As a matter of fact, in the state of Texas during 2020, they saw record sales of alcohol. They actually even implemented legislation that lets you have to-go drinks. To-go alcohol was provided by your Uber driver or your delivery drivers. It was given to you and able for them to pick up and distribute to patrons and consumers and clients and customers and things of that nature. They saw an explosion of alcohol sales. During the period of February to April, the sales increased of alcohol 30 to 35 to potentially 40%, according to some research provided. So we've seen an exacerbation not only of alcohol, but in particular, Americans eat out more. We're eating out more than ever in the history of America. People are taking out takeout more than ever. And guess what? The takeout is taking them out too. Americans eat almost 6 times a week on average of takeout, averaging $6,000 spent on food a year for takeout. Okay. All right. About almost $3,000 going out, literally going out, literally going out. Okay. All right. Alcohol beverages alone contribute to about $500 of that budget. It's very important to understand. I'm not denigrating people who drink, and don't think I said he's being, he's being approved. But what we are trying to do is to give you some information that will hopefully help you better understand that we need to begin to drink a little bit more water. No, I take that back. I'm wrong. We need to drink a lot more water. We need to be drinking a lot more natural waters and putting in the minerals and the vitamins and increasing our intake of alkaline substances. Why do I say that? Because we have some research and we've shown it on this show. It's not new. Those who've been watching it know we've been talking about how there's environmental racism and how many of these African and African American and brown communities are filled with pollutants right here in the state of Texas, in Houston, the 4th largest city in America. It's no cap. If you don't believe me, Google it. You can drive 15 minutes in the city, and the life expectancy of the people, it varies 15 to 20 years. You can get right in your car and go on these bumpy roads and beat up your tires, and you have changed life expectancy from neighborhoods to communities by 15 years. Why? Because many people live in what they call cancer alleys, and also the pollutants. The pollutants are so detrimental to our lifestyle. We're breathing it in and don't even realize it. That's right, my sister. I see you just saying, yep, environmental racism is real. And let me share this with you because I think it's important, and you'll be surprised how sad this is, because many people have no idea that this is going on. And it's unfortunate because there's so much information out there that we are not being told. And I just want to share that we're going to bring Baba on. I think I see him now. Hopefully, Baba can come on. We're going to bring him on just a minute. But I want to share this because I think it's important for you to understand. Humans ingest at least 74,000 particles of microplastic a year. Okay. According to the Journal of Food Science, what they're saying is in these bottles and in these plastics that we're eating out of, these plastic containers have microplastic particles that are not only in the drink and in the food, but they are now becoming a part of our bodies. And because of that, primarily from the containers that our food is in, we are ingesting some 200 particles a week. Now, some of these particles include phthalates, and they go into the body and they interfere with the hormones, and they reduce or cause reductions in fertility in both men and women. The Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act of 2008 banned the use of these chemicals, all right, these phthalates, and in goods as well, such as many of the things that we use in terms of athletic wear, as well as some other things were banned in the goods in which we buy. But unfortunately, because we live in a capitalistic society, yes, yes, and thank you, sister, for sharing that. Because we live in a capitalistic society, what they've done is these chemicals, like these, have been linked not only to cancer and weaken the immune systems, organ problems, developmental delays in kids, as my dear sister just said. These bios, biophenols, binomes, specifically, particularly BPA endocrines, disrupting, causing obesity. Basically, what these things do, because they're infiltrating our foods and our liquids, they're causing major damage to our bodies. And I was speaking with someone who I'd like to bring on the show. They've been doing some extensive research in these areas. What's happened is you'll see when you go into the grocery store, you'll see something that says BPA free, right? And you'll think, oh, okay, well, it's protected, doesn't have these chemicals and these damn things that I'm having trouble pronouncing. Please forgive me. But it doesn't have any. But what they've done is they've changed BPAs into BPSs, and they have another acronym. And ultimately, they have just changed one or two chemicals or one or two of the properties inside these chemicals so that now they don't have to use it under the same moniker, but the same damage is done. And I think it's extremely important for us to understand that, yes, you can use plastics, but please do not heat plastics in the microwave. I know many of you are going to Tupperware. What do you mean? That's how I eat at lunch. But just like we used to do back in the days, okay, you might want to consider glass. Okay, you might want to consider some other formation of substance, because what's happening is when these plastics heat up, and the microwave is notorious for heating them up at exorbitant amounts and rates and temperatures, these microplastics and these other particles become more profuse in what you're drinking and what you're eating and what you're ingesting in your body. So there is direct correlation research now that's being released, and we're finding that it is in direct proportion to cancer and to many of the organ problems and things that we've mentioned. Now, it's extremely important to understand, because in poor environments and poor communities, they deal with more plastic. They deal with more plastic. So the reality of it is there are young people, kids and teens and things of that nature, who are still developing. Their immune system is still becoming, fully functional, and it's being compromised by these very chemicals. So I know you see me drinking out of the bottle, and you're like, oh, okay, you've been a hypocrite. You telling us not to drink out of the bottle. What I am saying is that we need to be more cognizant. And if we can, take off some of these different things and find entities that are made with the least amount of environmental uh, infrastructure damage and impurities as possible. And I'm just showing this that, okay, yeah, you will see someone with plastic, but I am being a little bit more cognizant, and they're moving on forward. I'm going to do my best to use glass and things of that nature. But I did want to demonstrate how something like this can be very detrimental to your body. All right. But at the sake of not drinking water, which we don't want you to do, if you must drink it in plastic, then drink it in plastic. But if you can use a steel container, you can use glass, you can use something else of that nature that will provide you not only the utility, but also give you a better use and ability for your body. I think Jabari's coming in. He's back in, and we're going to definitely do this. Uh, and I did want to share this with you because it's something so important. The the welfare queen madness must stop. That was a myth popularized by Ronald Reagan. They used it as hustle. They tried to find a black woman and take it on her, but that is not a reality, nor has it ever been. Welfare is not enough money for someone to exploit. It's not enough money for someone to misuse, especially when you compare it to what Bernie Madoff did and the money he stole and the money that Goldman Sachs has exploited and extorted and fraudulently taken from people. And then when you look at what Bank of America has done and other banks did last year, that's pennies to the dollar, if anything, because what they have done in terms of the overdraft fees and how much they've exploited their consumers, their customers, it is terrible. But we do want to share this with you. 1 in 7 U.S. children live in poverty. 1 in 7 U.S. children live in poverty. And this is one of the reasons why we wanted to do the event on July the 10th. We want to begin to expound and display and express the importance of beginning to address some of these major issues. And I know some people are saying, how can we address these major issues? How can we begin to do all these things? But what we are striving to do is to get people to realize that they are in food insecure areas. I know many people like to use the term food desert, but what we would prefer for people to begin to categorize it and term it as is food apartheid. No, it is food in communities, but it's food-like substances deficient of the necessary and the needed vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that our body requires. We have to begin to get the kind of food that will begin to replenish and reignite and calibrate our bodies for success and for us to be able to achieve greatness. So, in the United States, in a poll used from the National Aging and Disability Transportation Center, 1 in 5 Americans was not able to drive of the age of 65, which was causing major issues in their ability to be able to get access to good food. And we'll say this because this is research that's just released by the government. They found that 68% of Americans, 63 to 68% of Americans, respectively, either had trouble eating this month, either had trouble eating this month, and had trouble paying their bills, paying their rent. So we had 63%, excuse me, of the people in this country had trouble being able to eat this month, the month of June that just previously passed, and then to pay the rent for June, 68%, if not more, of the reported survey found they had trouble paying their rent. Now, why we're bringing all of this up? Why is this all important to know? Because we know the moratorium, the eviction moratorium is coming to a close at the end of August, maybe September, depending upon what state you are in. We know states like Texas It's already been over since last year. And we've seen some of the most egregious and terrible things in terms of evictions. All you have to do is just punch in CNN and you'll see how some of that was documented and recorded based on some of the terrible things that happened last year with people being forced out of their homes and evicted. And I think this is important to say. We need legislation to make sure that those who are buying these properties, those who are able to get this land that's being lost, and there will be a major transfer of land. It should be stopped. The people should be able to be worked with in terms of paying their rent, paying their mortgage, paying whatever responsibilities and obligations that they must pay. But what is extremely important for me to say is that they should not allow these land sharks, if you will, to come in and swoop up and buy these properties and gentrify these areas further and farther in degree and distance. So I think it's extremely important for us to understand that we have to begin to deal with this food issue. We have to begin to deal with these eviction moratoriums that are coming to an end, and the realities of people needing resources, needing opportunities, needing the correct information so that they can make better decisions, and we can organize. We can organize. That was the key word. We in the state of Texas, and I would suggest anywhere, but specifically in the South, we have seen that the and for no other way of saying it, the white supremacist ideology and those who are purporters of that sentiment, of that particular, they are striving through the courts, through the executive branch, through the laws, and through other forms and formations of our society to take us back to 1860. And unfortunately, as we saw, we didn't get to talk about it today with Brother Umar, but I know once he comes to the city, he'll have more information about it because off camera, we talked about the fact that there were white supremacists that went to Philadelphia today and last night in particular and walked around and had a march, had a somewhat quasi parade in the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, where Dr. Umar Johnson is. So what we're seeing is we're seeing a grappling for power, and some of the most abrasive and dogmatic forces in our country are striving to take it back to the way it was, as it was said in Charleston, as it was said in Charlottesville, as it was said in Wilmington, not Delaware, but North Carolina, where these white supremacists said, "You will not replace us." And that's what's happening right now. We're seeing a change and transformation in many of the situations that we're experiencing. I don't know why the camera's malfunctioning now, but we're going to go ahead and close out. We'll try to bring Baba in just a moment if we can. If not, then we'll call it a night. But we definitely want to share this with you, a little bit more information about some of the things that we think are critical that we need to begin to address, and some of the issues that we will bring up on the 10th. That's why we need you at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, as I like to call it, Shrine of the Black Madonna, and so that we can discuss and they're moving there forward. 30%, 30%, 30% of white children, 30% of white children live in families with incomes below 200% of the poverty line. And the poverty line, according to recent statistics, is somewhere for a family of $427,000. From 85 to 2000, 80% of Blacks grew up in highly disadvantaged neighborhoods, one parent households welfare. Okay. And I think it's extremely important to say this. Right now, presently, about 65% of Black families or single parent household families, it's even higher. I think it's somewhere in the area of 80% are under the poverty line, So we are seeing a terrible decimation of Black wealth right now. And we have to begin to organize. We have to begin to organize so that we can begin to address these issues and effectively come together with solutions and calling upon elected officials, holding them accountable so that they can implement policies that don't benefit the Kochs of the world, that don't benefit the Koch brothers of the world, if you like to say it that way, and don't benefit the corporations such as Exxon that mentioned 11 senators just last week that were in their pocket, one being Joe Manchin and Sinema out of Arizona. And it's extremely important that I mention that because they have been instrumental in derailing many of the policies that would directly benefit Black people and other communities that have been marginalized and ostracized. But they have been in the pocket of corporations such as ExxonMobil, and that cannot be lightly glanced over. That has to be not only understood, but properly and effectively counteracted against, so that they know if you want to choose that activity, then you will be out of an office and out of a job. So those are the things that we need to begin to talk about. This is the last thing we'll share with you before we close it. And it's been a great show. We had Dr. Umar. I don't know why Jabari Powell, I guess the system wasn't working, wouldn't let him come in. But we do want you to be aware of this. 36% of inner city Black kids have elevated levels of lead in their blood. This is not stuff I'm making up. This is not stuff that I just found willy-nilly. These are things that we're researching, we're finding, we're calling upon medical journals to make sure that this is accurate. And when we give you this information, we want you to think about this and we want you to know this. 36% of Black kids elevated levels of lead in their blood. Suburban white children is only around 4%. 4%. So think about the disparity. You have 36%, and then you have 4%. Black kids are about 2 times as likely to be born prematurely and 3 times as likely to have fetal alcohol syndrome. So all of these things are things that we need to have further and a more elevated and elaborate conversation about. Just wanted to give you this information while we're getting Baba on. Hopefully, he can come on and pick up from where we left off. But we wanted to share that with you. And more information will be shared on the 10th at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, so we can begin to understand these realities and then work constructively and productively to correct some of the things that are facing our community. Because there's no way that we can allow almost 80%, almost 40% of inner city Black kids having elevated levels of lead. And there's some more information that'll be coming out about asbestos and other mold and other allergens, if you will, and pollutants that might be in our ecology that are causing us to have increased levels of fatality, asthma, and other immune system deficiencies, courtesy of the ecology or the lack thereof of ecology, and what we labeled entitled environmental racism that's transpiring. A lot of times, many people think, oh, well, nobody called me the N word, even though just about 155 years ago, July 4th was called the N word day. They called it nigger day. And they called it nigger day because Black people would actually celebrate. They would actually celebrate July 4th. They would celebrate July 4th, not just the barbecues, but they would read the Emancipation Proclamation. They would register to vote, and they would get active on certain things just as they would do for Juneteenth. But it's extremely important to understand in southern cities and southern states, there was a large population of whites who totally despised and hated the 4th of July. It was no longer something that they celebrated and appreciated. And as a matter of fact, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, there was a Republican rally. And at this Republican rally, a Black deputy sheriff was killed by the white racist mob, not because he was doing anything wrong, but he was celebrating the 4th of July. He was celebrating the 4th of July. And just to share this with you before Baba comes on, many Black people prior to the ending of the Civil War, they actually celebrated they actually celebrated July 5th, July 5th as our Independence Day, if you will, to show the hypocrisy of a country that talked about independence but gave their citizens second class citizenship. So those things are things that were realities in this country. And still, even today, this country is facing inequality and inequity as we highlight right on the screen. 36% of inner city black kids have elevated levels of lead in their blood, while suburban white children only 4%. Now, this is not telling anybody to go out to the suburbs, because if our kids go out to the suburbs with this racist ideology orientation, it'll be still something to the same degree of inequality and inability to achieve equity. So, what we are simply saying is that we have to begin to mobilize, organize. That's what July 10th is all about, working together, finding ways in which that we can solve these problems, because nobody's coming to save us. We're the ones to save ourselves. And Tag, you're it. And we're the ones that we're waiting for. There's no more time to wait away. Baba, can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Okay, yeah, man. I'm happy to have you back, and thank you for your persistence, man. That's one thing I respect about you. You're not gonna let it stop you. You're gonna figure it out, and that's what we need right now, because we've been breaking down some serious things and some things that are affecting our community in an adverse way. But I do know that as a student of history, nowhere near comparable to your level, but I do know that we have faced every mountain and we've climbed it. And if we haven't climbed it, we've chopped it down. And if we haven't chopped it down, then we found a way to fly above it. And if we haven't flown above it, then we went underground of it. And I think that we are going to do these same things with these difficulties and challenges we face
Right.
today. But we have to understand what you said, and going back to it, emotion. We're so emotional right now. People get angry about something, they get frustrated about something, and they really have to understand how to put their emotions under their stead, under their control, under their supervision. So I'd like for you to pick it up right there, brother, if you remember what you were talking about, which I know you do, but I can remind you if not.
Okay, we were talking about how the elders used to tell us to just be still, and
Right.
that was the antidote to emotional duress. So they were not only talking about physical inactivity, but they were also talking about the stealing of your mind, the stealing of your thoughts. And basically what this is meditation. And they're telling us, and you're talking about people, a lot of them with third grade education, fifth grade education, but we'd be surprised what we could learn if we talk to the elders and see the collective knowledge that they brought from the continent with them, that they passed on to our grandmothers and great grandmothers. So they had a pedagogy of dealing with these types of things. And in every African system, and we have to stop thinking of these systems as religion, because they're not religion. Spiritual system is not a religion. And they're not worshiping the deity for the sake of gratifying and satisfying the deity. The deity is a focus that allows us to align our thoughts so that we can implement thought, word, and deed, which is how basically the universe was created in the first place. So you are in control of your life. But in most religions, popular religions today, major Western religions, they emphasize giving up your ability to solve a problem and participate in the solving of the problem, and just relegate that to leaving it to some cosmic being somewhere that's going to take care of everything. That's not how we think of problems on the physical planes of existence. So it involves a whole system of things, one thing leading to the other in a sequence. So We have to understand. So when we understand what emotion is, and we understand then how to deal with it, because the elders told us, just be still. So that stillness kills emotion. And there are certain entities that exist in nature. And when we factor in that for everything this thing you call a creator made, designed, or created, it created something to feed off of it.
Mm.
Everything has something that feeds off of it.
Mm.
And there are forces in nature that feed off emotional trauma.
Mm. Wow.
They eat it. It's their energy.
Mm.
Just like pandas love bamboo, silkworms like mulberry trees, koalas eat eucalyptus. There are forces in nature that eat the energy that is generated by emotion. Murder, spilling of blood through violence, people with broken hearts and like to fight and all of these things. There are forces that feed on these things. So when you understand that there are energy vampires out there waiting for you to slip up so they can eat, then you understand a factor as to why you did something last year, 3 years ago, or something that got you in a hell of a lot of trouble. And you said to yourself, that's not me. I don't know why I did that.
Mm.
I don't
Wow.
know why. It's not you, it's you being pimped by those forces, those dimensional beings that eat your energy.
Mm. Wow.
So having control of yourself, as I said before in the Nile Valley, we call that the who. It's a nature called the who. So powerful, in fact, that it's deified.
Mm.
And what initiates are taught, not only in the Nile Valley system, but basically all African systems, is that you must master your passion and your emotion. And if you fail to do that, then your walk in this thing you call life becomes a hell of a journey.
Mm. Well, aren't we told that we can't master our emotions? Like the only thing we cannot, really fully put under bay is, how we feel and how that feeling moves us and causes us to sometimes capitulate to it and sometimes to invoke it, sometimes to disregard it. How would the ancients have approached their emotions? Because I
I
mean,
mean,
now,
well, let me ask you a question though.
yes, sir.
Who is the they that's telling you you can't master your emotions?
Mm, that's deep. Some would
Who
say
are they?
society. Society.
Society being the higher echelon of society, status quo,
That is
uh,
correct.
Europeans, African people. Who are the ones who, obviously, the ones who are telling you you can't master your emotions have never mastered emotion.
Mm, mm, that's
Because
well said.
there have been priests in the techno complex of the Nile Valley who've done that by the thousands. Let me tell you something. There's a ritual, and it's a high ritual. It's not for the timid, the inexperienced, the people who are afraid. It's a high initiation, which means that after you've gone through other things, you go through this initiation. What does it consist of? It consists of you being buried in the earth, in the wilderness.
Mm,
Nothing is sticking out but your head. Okay?
okay.
They bury you and they leave you all night long. And this would probably scare the hell out of most people. But animals come up and sniff you. Lions,
What?
Leopards,
Come on, man.
hyenas,
No way, no way, no way.
buffaloes. Or you can say what you want. African people have rituals that test you, and this is a high initiation. It's not something you got initiated yesterday and then you go and do this. No, you'll die. You'll die because when I talk about master your emotion, there have been many Sangomas and Sanusis and Inyangas and Ngangas, which are what priests are called in Southern Africa and Southwestern Africa. They're called in Ngangas if you're in Cameroon or someplace like that. But when you get down to Namibia and South Africa, they call you an Inganga. The Inyanga become Inganga. These priests go through high initiation, and one of the initiations they go through is they bury you and leave your head out and leave you. The animals come up and sniff you. All kinds of animals. You don't know what kind of animal may come by. Now the thing is, there have been many people who've done this and were dug out, still alive, and went on to practice as priests and priestess. The key to survival is that you must be in control of your emotion, mostly fear, anguish, and all of those negative things. If the animals sense that in you, they can smell fear. Fear has an odor, and animals can smell it. And if they do, they will kill you. That grave that they dug for you ceremonially is the one that you will be in forever. So for those who say people can't master those emotions, that's the test right there. People buried in the dirt with their heads sticking out, and hyenas come and smell them, lions come and smell them, cheetahs and leopards and wild buffalo, wild dogs, all kind of stuff. And then they go on about their business. And that morning, the priests dig you out. If those people had not mastered their emotion, no one would ever pass the test because all of them would have been killed. There are things that go on in Africa that will blow people's mind. There are certain rituals that you have to go through where you have to stay in the water with Nile crocodiles all night long.
What?
But there are certain things that is done. So you can't let fear. You see, the thing about spirituality is that you do these things and go through these trials and initiations so that you can master a fear, a certain aspect of your emotional self that you must bring under your control. That is what the initiatory process is about, because fear is an impediment to spiritual growth. If you are fearful, you can never become spiritual or reach the highest plateau of spirituality. So those who say you can't master your emotions, we know that's a lie, because there have been many people who went through this trial, about 1,000, who's still alive. And sad to say, some of them more than likely died. But there's a more high success rate than there is fatality. So that dispute that particular claim right there altogether. So there are certain techniques that you can use to master your emotional self.
Wow. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Mastering our emotional self and working towards, getting to that point of nirvana, if you will. Wasn't that an instrumental and critical part of life, not only back in the day in antiquity, but it should even be our focus in the 21st century?
Well, it's been our focus all along, and not only in the 21st century, but we cannot let these things on a modern timeline put a damper on conservative methodology that we've used for thousands of years that we know that it work. And
Yeah,
they draw this dichotomy in the geopolitical arena where they ask people, are you a liberal or are you a conservative? And we buy into that narrative and jump on it. Um, so basically, you can't be one and exclude the other
facts.
because you have to be both liberal and conservative. People that's conservative want to adhere to things that they know that work. Why reinvent the wheel when you have a model that works? So you are conserving or preserving that which you know is beneficial for society. If you become a liberal from the Latin word libertas, freedom, you wouldn't wear summer clothes in the wintertime
Right,
because a liberal has the flexibility to change based upon the circumstance and the environment and what the environment demands or what the circumstance demands. So a lot of people who say that they liberal conservative, they don't even know what the terms mean. They just jump on the wagon because somebody said this or that.
right,
So you have to be both liberal and conservative because you have to have the flexibility to implement change when it necessitates change, whether the environment or a certain situation necessitates you to bring about that change. So you're
right,
free to make that choice because you see what needs to be done and you buy into the particular method that's going to save you or save somebody or do something beneficial for society. So you have to be both liberal and conservative. But they create this dichotomy and force you back into a corner and force you to choose one or the other. And then being ignorant, like most people are, and that don't mean that it's bad. Ignorant. A lot of people think ignorant means stupid. It just means that I don't know. I'm ignorant of a lot of things I don't know. So we have to eradicate that ignorance. And the ancient Egyptians taught thousands of years ago that ignorance is evil.
mm,
And because of the ignorance, you'll find yourself walking in the underworld upside down.
mm.
So you can't abide by a modern narrative for people trying to pigeonhole you and paint you into a philosophical corner about what you need to do. You have to make decisions. And in order to make decisions, you have to have deep thought. You have to have original thought.
Mm.
You have to spend time by yourself and go into the recesses of nature where you think about things, where you think about physical problems and psychological problems, and ask yourself certain questions that you have to answer. But it's not one single thing that you do. You just can't wake up in the morning, eat Cheerios, and think everything is going to be okay. There's sequential things that you have to put in motion in the recesses of yourself and in your environment.
Mhm.
You have to realize that you need to be protected because as you gain certain information, that information becomes detrimental to certain entities that exist, and they'll try to stop it. They'll try to stop you.
Mm.
So you have to have certain types of protection in various forms. And there's certain things that you have to do. Namely, you have to have a working relationship with your ancestors. And contrary to what Europeans talk about, it's not that you worshiping the ancestors,
Right.
because the word worship does not mean venerate. It comes from worship, an old English word, worship, that means a ship is a container, a vessel. And the prefix word, worth, deal with value. So what you are dealing with in venerating the ancestors is what is the value that they contain that you could tap that could help you here in the physical world. But we think worship is getting down on your knees and giving praise up to the sky and telling God that to bless me and all of that. That's not what worship is. You are dealing with what is the value of something that you can use to help you with problems on the physical plane of existence. So in mastering the self is all one of those methodologies. In mastering your emotional self, there's a saying that we have in the mysteries that says, emotion make good slaves, but bad masters. Never let your emotion master you. As long as it's a slave, it's cool, it's good. And there are times even when you should let it master you. You don't show your courage when you're being attacked by 5 lions. You run. You don't try to be a hero that day. So there are times when you let the emotion take over you and do what it's supposed to do. But aside from that, that's just one of the things that we have to pay attention to in this walk that we walk.
Okay, let me ask this question because you talked about energy vampires. You talked about people who drain our energy or who use us. How can
Well,
one
not
get?
so much as people. There are some people that do that, but there are
Mhm.
entities.
Mm. Yeah, break that down. What do you mean?
Well, in Yoruba, they call these things elenene, the forces of disruption. They disrupt things. I mean, everything in the universe is not benevolent. Some things are just dangerous and evil. So just because you're talking about spiritual dimension, it don't mean everything is pristine. There are dangers in everything. So they have identified in different systems creatures, entities, forces that eat this energy, and they will manipulate your mind to make you do certain things so that it could cause this disruption or dispersion of energy so they can eat it. They can feed on it. And some people ask the question, why do these things exist? One of my teachers told me once, he said, because they must.
Mm.
Why does this evil exist? Because it must.
It's real. It's real right there. Um, Man, you were going into something before the phone started tripping. Um, Talking about life, and we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, but I think it's important to kind of reiterate it. Maybe somebody didn't catch it or they need a refresher as we hear all the sounds coming from Fourth of July. But I wanted to ask, in terms of how we can best use our emotional wherewithal to best contextualize our purpose and why we're here. Because I meet people all the time and they ask me, you know, how can I find my purpose? What can I do to learn why I'm here? What am I here for? How can I use my life to best fulfill my purpose? I definitely like to get your insights on that particular perspective as well. Oh, that was a good one, huh? Hopefully it makes some sense.
It's real simple.
Oh wow.
And the simplicity is adhere to your own spirituality.
Mm,
How you gonna know who you are practicing somebody else's stuff?
makes sense.
Every system will tell you who you are, no matter which one it is, whether it's Alpha, Alpha Do, Ifa, or the system amongst the Igbo people, or the Akan, uh, the Sante, or different people in Ghana, Togo, Benin. Adhere to your own spirituality.
Mhm.
That's not a big problem as to find out. I mean, people like they got to go to take a hike to um, Kilimanjaro or the Himalayas to climb the mountain to the top to find out what their purpose is. Any African system can tell you what your purpose is.
Mm.
Adhere to the system. But no, you want to be a Muslim because somebody told you Islam is superior to anything else in the world. And that's good if you want to deal with that. But then here you are stuck asking the question, what is my purpose? But Islam don't tell you what your purpose is.
Mm.
Then because we were in this country and the way that the Europeans um, manipulated us and tell us that we got to be Christian and our systems of worship is demonic and devilish, and we believe it, and then we stuck asking somebody what our purpose is, but Christianity can't provide that for you
Why do
in
you
its
say you
present
can't provide
in
it?
its present form. And that don't mean people can't be Christian if you want to be that. But then you know something is missing if you turn around and ask you're a Christian, then you turn around and ask, what is my purpose?
That's a good point.
Christianity in its original form did that. It provided that. When the Igbo people lived in Israel, the Ewe people lived there, and other groups of people lived there. But the thing is that when they left and uprooted from there, they took the esoteric meat and they left the skeleton behind.
Mm. Mm.
So the skeleton is what people worship today. In the books called the Bible and ministries where people go around talking about they evangelizing, all they're doing is quoting words with no substance.
Mm.
The substance is with the people who left and went to West Africa, in Yemen, Oman, and amongst the Limba people of South Africa.
Right.
They took that esoteric, these things were never written down, they were taught from mouth to ear. They wrote down mnemonic information in text so that it would remind people of what was taught them orally.
Mm.
That is what the world has inherited. The mnemonic information written in those texts. The esoteric information about practicality and implementation was in the mind of the priest and the priestess when they left that place.
Oh.
That information left with them. So, in order for you to know who you are, you have to go back to your own spirituality. Your systems will tell you who you are. If you read Melodoma's book, Melodoma Some, of the Water and Spirit, he talks about the time when he was in his mother's womb that they told him. And the priest, his male mother, that's what the Daguerre called the mother's brother,
Mm.
who got a great influence in the raising of the child. They did a ritual to make the child talk. Child was in the womb, but it was talking through the mother. And they found out why the ancestors sent him here. And it is from that you choose a name. See, people in the West think that people just, oh, John Jackson, that's a good name. Annie Pearl or Tamika. Names mean something.
Right.
Names represent the sound of creation. And every time, that's why you utter a name, because it creates distinction. Just think how confused the world would be if everybody's name was Joe. So the different names create personalities and distinction. And when they sent these questions to the spirit world, and the child spoke through his mother, through this ritual, they knew what to name him. Melodoma, one who would befriend the enemy. And they knew exactly what was going to happen to him when he was 5 or 6 years old. He would be kidnapped by Jesuit priests. So that's why he had the name that he had, because the name reminds you of your destiny. Now you got other names. One major name of which you don't tell people because that's your real name. But initiation takes you through different phases and gives you different names based upon that. Like in ancient Egypt, the pharaoh had 9 names.
He had 9 names.
When you read Egyptologists writing about this, they had said he had 5 names, but the pharaoh had 9 names.
Each pharaoh had 9 different names.
That's right.
And why was this?
Because it depends on what he's doing. He got a name if he's wearing the deseret. He has a name if he's wearing the hedjit. He has a name if he's wearing the double crown. So it depends, the war crown, the blue crown, whatever he's wearing, he got a name for it. Because it's based upon the 9 parts of the self. Ka, the Ba, the Ib, the Kat, Ka, Bit, the Ku, the Sahu, the Sikkim, the Rin. Yourself is divided into 9 parts.
Okay, yeah. Can we stay there for a minute? What's the 9 parts of the self? Because I know some people might have never heard that before. The 9 parts of the self.
People talk about it, and they talk about the Ka, which is your double, your Ba, your breath soul, your Ib, which is not your physical heart, but your spiritual heart. It's actually desires of the heart. Covered by the Ib, the Kat, which is your physical body. Your Ku, which is where immortality lies. It's the part of you that never dies. The Sahu, which is your ethereal body. The Sikkim is what powers your spiritual body. And this, did I say Sahu?
I don't think you had said Saul yet.
And the Sikkim and the Rin. The Sikkim empowers your Sahu. And the Rin is your name. And I think they covered them all.
Mm. And that's the 9 parts of the self.
Yeah, they divided the self into 9 parts. But Westerners just teach you have a soul. Africans call the soul Ena in Bantu language. Ena, E-N-A. And they say that is not where your immortality lies because it can die. So these things have different names depending on which culture you're into, what spiritual system you're dealing with.
If someone was starting out, what would you suggest for them to do? You know, for them to tap into their soul, for them to tap into their self, because much conversation has been had about how we can begin to live our best life, and so much of what we're keep being told is, you have to find yourself. You have to know yourself. You have to know who you truly are. And many people say, okay, I hear you. That makes sense. Like, I got you. But how do I do that? How do I put that in practice? What steps can I take to begin to know myself? Because I found, and a lot of people have been very honest with me, Bob, and say they feel like they're their own worst enemy, or that they do things that they know they shouldn't
Yeah,
do.
they probably are their own worst enemies, because one simple way of dealing with that, you can go to a Akan priest, whether they're Ga, Krobo, Asante, or Tima, and not Tima, but uh, other Twi speaking people and Akan ethnic groups in Ghana. Or you could go to one of the most popular spiritual systems called Ifa, or what we call Fa in Benin, or Afadu in amongst the Ewe people. Any of these priests can read your head, because you need to know what spiritual force you were born under that rule your head. And when you say, people say that they think they're their own worst enemy, most of them are wearing colors that they shouldn't be wearing, eating food that they shouldn't be eating, doing things that they shouldn't be doing, that are taboo to them, that put them at odds with their head. Like a friend of mine, who was actually Dr. Ben's nephew, who was born in the Caribbean, and he was raised by Doc's sister, which was his grandmother. And she was an Obi woman. She was initiated into Ifa, and she was a healer. And she used to tell him all the time he needed to know who he is, but he would never adhere to what she suggested. So I started talking to him, and I told him to go to a certain sister that I hooked him up with out in California.
Hmm.
So he went and got his head read and found out he was Shango.
Oh,
And this
wow.
boy, this boy used to wear black all the time.
Hmm.
And I told him that don't resonate with your Ori. So he finally went and got his head read, knew who he was, and called his grandmother in the Caribbean. She laughed for days because she had been trying to get him to come to that understanding. So anybody, even if you're not going to practice Ifa or one of those spiritual systems, I don't see why a person wouldn't. You could do salats all up and down and pray on the prayer rug, and that's fine if you want to do that. But if it's not fulfilling what you need to do as a complete person, then something is missing. And by the way, if you get into Islam at its deepest level, Islam used divination. They use sand divination.
Hmm.
They use divination that come from Africans. And that's not to say Africans didn't create Islam, because we know Muhammad ibn Abdullah was a black man.
Right.
And some people may question that. But you go and get a book written by a man by the name Abu Utman Imar ibn Ba El Kanani al Fugima el Basar. He wrote a book called, um, when they translate this book, they usually write The Glory of the Black Race. But the title is Ifakar Asadan ala al-Badan, The Glory of the Black Race over the White. And in that book, he talks about the ethnicity of Muhammad, because he was taught by people who knew Muhammad. He was taught by people who were students of people who knew Muhammad. And that's where the information comes from. So anybody want to argue that, because you run into a lot of Arab people, oh no, he was an Arab. Yeah, but an Arab don't mean Caucasoid. Arab just mean a black person wandering around. from place to place. But anyway, when you get into esoteric Islam, which is called Sufi, where you see these people swirling, turning around, and spinning, and some say that that particular set was created by Fatima, which was Muhammad's daughter. But Sufi, as a matter of fact, which is one of the things that the ancient Tamarians, which you call Egyptians, called their language.
Mm.
Their language was not called Medunetic; it was called Suf.
Sooth.
Suf means wool,
Mm.
which is why they call that esoteric form of Islam Sufism, because it deals with the coil of black people's hair.
Wow.
They spinning around imitating the helical coil of black people's hair.
Mm.
And they're not white people doing this. These are Fatima was black, Muhammad was black, and Zayd bin Harik and Bilal, and all of them were black people. Abu
Wow.
Bakr. So getting back to the point, if it's not providing you with the information that you need, then you need to adapt or add to the spiritual system that you have.
Mm.
I ain't say get rid of it. If you satisfied with it and you love it, stick with it. You know. But if it's not providing, at least you could accentuate it or add an addendum to it
Facts.
to satisfy your particular needs. But any one of those priests in any one of those systems, in most African systems, can tell you what force rule your head. And
And
then providing you with what you should not be doing, what you shouldn't wear, what you shouldn't eat, places you shouldn't go. And then you are living in accordance with your destiny.
yeah, yeah. I wanted you to break that down, that word destiny, because we hear Destiny's Child, we hear, this is my destiny. I was destined to do this.
All that means is that there's an orientation that you have that your life's supposed to go in, the way it travels, because there are certain things you have to do to make it happen. So you could live life. In other words, you remove the stress and strain. If you know you Obatala, let's say, and Obatala wears white. Obatala is he is the head of all heads,
Mhm.
the Ori of all Oris. And many times when they don't know your head, they'll just assign Obatala to you. But Obatala eats certain things: white cola nut, bland food, fufu, things of that nature. So you have to live in accordance to what your head is in order for your destiny to unfold.
Mm.
There are things you shouldn't eat, things you should eat. There are things you should drink and things you shouldn't drink. And if you live in accordance to that, then your destiny will be, unfold in a way that's pleasurable to you and
Man.
beneficial.
Wow. Wow. Man, that's heavy. That's heavy. The reason why I think about that is because, like, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Um, and there's so much information that we're not being privy to, that we're not being exposed to. I mean, most people, they just think about their head from an aesthetic standpoint, or maybe, a house for their brain. But you're saying, and not just you're saying, but this is a part of African spirituality. This is part of our way of life and being. Is that your head was specifically given to you for a design, and it has a purpose behind it. And there's a correlated amount of factors and also activities that we must pursue, excuse me, and do to be able to fully live out that destiny that you're mentioning in a favorable way. I want to ask this question. How can someone tap in tonight to get that information and that light about their head and about what food and about, I mean, is it a prayer they need to do? Is it meditation?
No,
They need,
you
because the
go and get your
Bible,
head read. You go to a priest and get your head read.
can you do a head reading? Do you do that?
Sometimes.
You said that with a little bit of hesitancy. Can you talk about this, or you can't? This is something.
Well, the thing is that everybody is not born with the same ability.
Okay.
There are
Okay.
people who are priests of Gu, which is what they call Ogun in Ewe and Afa. But there are people. Everybody is born stamped with certain things,
Gotcha.
and um, there are certain people. If you are a priest of Gu or Ogun, as they would say in Yoruba, there are certain people with skills who initiated in the same thing who may have different abilities than the other people will have.
Mm-hmm.
And we say sometimes we find people who were born initiated. They came here initiated, but this is what we call in Airway twice born people. They have to be initiated so that their skills can be fine tuned
Mm.
under the guidance of a qualified elder. So a lot of times there are people that I have uh, students from way back in the day who are now priests in different systems,
Mm.
and I send them work. So I send people to them, and vice versa. So, but you shouldn't have a problem finding a priest, whether they're from the Akan system, the system from Benin and Togo, or Ghana, or Mali, amongst the Bambara, the Dogon, the Fanta fishermen. There's every African system can do that,
Gotcha.
and
Gotcha.
you could just contact the person that you know that is a Babalao, and they can do that for you wherever you live. It's
Gotcha.
somebody in your vicinity, and once you gather that information and you know how you're supposed to walk, you know what you're supposed to do and what you shouldn't do. So that's how you do it. You can become a devotee, which means that you are devoted to the spiritual system
Mm.
and not really so much initiated into it, but your elder read your head, and then you're a devotee, and you come to the Egbe and or the shrine and worship in the sense of attaining the valuable information that's ingrained in the system itself.
Mm.
So, to answer your question, the way you do that, you go get a reading, and once you get the reading, then you know what your head is, who you are, what you're supposed to do and not do.
And that's powerful. That's powerful. I think that that is not only insightful and enlightening, but it's very formative because it helps us formulate, oh wow, that's why I did that 20 years ago, or that's why those things happened to me, or that's why I like this, or we begin to understand so much about ourselves. um, I want to ask this question because I think you break it down so beautifully, talking about time, place, and space. So much of what we do, we focus on the future, we focus on what we're going to do, Many times we have regrets and guilt about what we've already done. And it's very difficult for us to enjoy this present moment right now. As somebody who is extremely learned and wise, um, how can we best be in the present and enjoy, appreciate, use, and utilize this time that we call the here and now?
I go back to one of the lyrics from Akon some years ago.
Mhm.
He said, "Live every day like it's your last." A brother made a statement to me the other day. He said uh, something about the presence, and I told him, I said, the only place you can live is in the present. You can't live in the past, and you're not in the future. So the most dynamic time is in the present right now. So the thing is that live your life like this is your last day, and don't do stupid things. You know, a lot of people accumulate a nest egg of money and they splurge it off because they say, I'm going to get some more, but you don't know whether
Mhm.
you're going to get some more or not. So in that particular circumstance, you have to live life like you're going to lay something out for the future.
Mhm.
Even though you live like this is your last day, you don't be foolish. You know, like a few years ago, the Jehovah's Witnesses said the world was coming to an end about in the early 1990s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there was a bunch of black folk, old black women, old black men, left all their money to the church.
Mm.
Well, if the world is coming to an end, what the hell is the church going to do with the money? And as so often do in their prediction, the earth didn't come to an end.
Right.
And they didn't give all their money to the church.
Wow.
Now, I
Wow.
don't mean that kind of live your life like this is like your last day. That is plumb stupidity.
Facts.
But we always are the one victimized by these political games that people play, these religious games that people play.
Mhm.
Like all the people that died at Jonestown,
Yeah, you
all those
tripped
people
me out.
who drank the Kool-Aid,
Mhm.
mostly black folk.
Yeah, you tripped me out when you told me that. They were mostly just black people. I was like, wow, that's terrible. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
so that's what you do. You find out who you are, find out what you want to do, because you know what you come here to do.
Mhm.
And you deal with that. You remove the obstacles that keep impeding you from doing what you want to accomplish. And many times, if you follow your head, follow your ori, do what you're supposed to do, or follow what we call in Ewe the shit, you will make life pleasurable for yourself. Since you know who you are, what your name is, what you're coming to do, and your name that you talk about amongst people conveys the idea of what your destiny is to you every time it is uttered. So that's how you do that. You find out who you are and what the ancestors sent you here to do. And then things will begin to unfold to you. And you begin to see because it's like a deck of cards. You build up from one, two, and three and stack it. And these pockets of information will stack up and you begin to be able to go back and look at them and it will give you insight about a whole lot of things. Allow you to make decisions that you wouldn't make with a scrambled brain, but know exactly what it is that you're supposed to be doing and where you're actually going. So the first thing that you need to do is to know who you are. And
What do
like
you
I
deal
said,
with? What
go
do you
ahead.
deal with? I was going to say, what do you deal with, like, or how do you, I should say, how do you deal with like family members and people who knew you by your old name and knew you by the way you once were, and it's kind of hard for them to receive the new you. Do you just, let them go? Or do you just try to, keep it vague?
Well, you can't let family go, but you go on and do what it is you need to do. There's an old proverb: if you don't know where you're going, any road will do.
That's right.
So the thing is, do you know where you're going? If you know where you're going, that's your name. It's sort of like what John Amos did when he was playing that role of Kunta Kinte. And
Mm,
they told him his name was Toby,
right.
and he said, and they cut his part of his foot off.
That's right.
You still told him my name Toby. My name is not Toby. It's Kunta Kinte.
If you can't take.
So why is it so important for these enslavers to eradicate your indigenous name and replace it with a cartoon fictitious name? So that's an important thing. I mean, they adhere to their own tenets. I knew this sister once who came from Iran.
Yeah.
Her name was Rozan in Farsi. And she used to work at 7-Eleven. So I was talking to the sister and I asked her, I said, how'd you get a name Rose in
Mhm.
Farsi? She said, my name is Rozan. But when I came to work for 7-Eleven, they made it Rose. I said, put Rozan back on your damn name tag and make them people say your name. That's your name. Your name is not Rose. Rosan in Farsi means morning star. And so I said, make them people say your name. And I saw again she had Rosan on her nameplate.
Mm,
And I was talking to her and telling her about the history of Iran. And I said, look at yourself. You can't see you black. I said, read this book. Go get this book. Read that. And after knowing that sister for a couple of months, I looked. She was a Iranian Christian. She wasn't a Muslim. And next thing I know, that sister had married a brother.
mm.
And she lived in that place all her life and don't know she come from black roots.
Wow. Wow.
And it's just like Dr. Vilo, who used to come to Tarseti and give lectures. Vilo said he was grown. He was 20 something years old before he knew he was black.
What?
That's what he said in a lecture one time. He said, I was 20, 21 years old before I knew I was black. Because in India, they try to teach you that BS and they try to hide the fact that Africans created that civilization. And here you got a man, you can look at him and see that's a brother right there. And he said he didn't know he was black until he was 21 years old.
Dang, that's crazy.
But
They are.
that's the kind of stuff going on in the world. Like when I was in Ghana and I talked to Ghanaians last time I was there, Ghanaian people were telling me, those who were lucky enough to get visas to come to America, that they were debriefed on not to hang around African Americans because African Americans are criminals and they'll get you deported.
Wow.
And they do that to a lot of people in Africa.
term. I've heard that from numerous people.
But getting back to your question, that's a real simple thing to do. Just go get your head read, find out who you are. You can become a devotee. You can still want to be a Christian, that's your business. Or a Muslim, that's your business, or whatever. But I deal with the theologies of Africa. And that's not to say Christianity and Islam is so far away from the African experience, because all of it was created by African people.
Thanks. 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 Yeah, I want to ask this question before we get out of here. Because I think a lot of people have been asking me about this. As people make the transition to African spirituality, they see a lot of people, asking for money and seeking um, fame to some degree. How can people know that it's genuine coming from a place of true spirituality and not just using the symbolisms and the expressions and the ideations and the ideas uh, to exploit and to take advantage of people? How can people get the discernment or use the discernment or be discerning to be able to see the difference between the faith and the faith?
Well, do research and talk to people who've known these people.
Mhm.
And one thing, you can go home rather than deal with the diaspora. Like, for an example, in most cultures, when they initiate you, they really don't want nothing but the payment they require is like a goat and some other things. Small said, James Small told me, he said that's all he paid when he got initiated
Mhm.
in Trinidad.
Right.
So do your homework, check these people out. And, uh, you can travel to the continent, and that don't mean that you're gonna be secure, because there are people who charlatans who are there that rip you off.
Right.
But do your homework. Look for the paper trail on people and their lineage, and somebody that you could trust by dealing with somebody who have dealt with them, because there's always the possibility of you getting yanked anywhere you go and in anything you do.
Facts.
So you just got to have your antennas up.
It's funny that you say you gotta have your antennas up as I'm listening to the bombs go off, and all the madness that's happening tonight. I definitely like to ask you this question because I think it's important. As people prepare for the remaining few months of 2021, and we've seen kind of the world go through a tailspin in 2020. And even you yourself, you've had an interesting year so far. Um, what are some things that you think are important for people to kind of view, analyze, contemplate upon, and meditate upon so that they're better prepared and they're ready for some of the challenges, goodness, and difficulties that we have to face?
Well, where I look at life, I look at the universe as a giant DVD recorder.
Mhm.
You could program your world for what you want it to manifest.
Mhm.
And there are certain pedagogies and methodologies and things you need to do. Like, I deal with my ancestors. They're never far away from me.
Mm.
And many priests have told me that I had one of my elders check some years ago about this lady that came to my shrine. And I
Mm.
deal with my ancestors. And if you want your life to unfold in a way that is conducive to you being successful, you should deal with your ancestors and develop that relationship. But the priest told me, he said, yeah, this woman, I told him her name, and she never left the continent of Africa. She was a healer, a priestess, and she'd been with me since the day I was born. She walked with me and protected me.
Mm.
So Baba told me a whole bunch of things about her. And one of the things he confirmed, he said, yes, she definitely in your lineage and been protecting you since the day you were born. She just came to my shrine and started talking to me. You know, some people talk about spiritual experience, but you can't tell me jack because I know what I've been through. I know what I've seen.
Right.
Some of the things that I've seen will people just wouldn't believe.
Mm.
But it's not for them to believe. It was confirmation to me.
Mm.
So I don't worry about what's going to happen in 2021 at the end in November because I got somebody walking with me.
Mm.
I got ancestors walking with me who protect me. And they've been protecting me and shown me they protect me.
Mm. Wow.
But if you don't deal with them in a way where you show them that you don't have fear, they watching you now. This is not, they don't mess with you. But you can't ask them for stuff and think you're going to get things without giving something. It's the
Facts.
law of the universe. So for me, what is my focus? My focus is to deal with my ancestors, give them their offering, give them the food and the things that they need, deal with the paraphernalia that should be given to them and presented at their shrine, and eradicate fear out of my own mind because I don't worry. I don't worry about tomorrow. I don't worry about nuclear war because in studying Taoism years ago taught me a certain thing. Worrying will not change the future.
Wow.
So there's no need for you to worry. You're not going to change anything worrying.
Mm.
Nothing is going to change. So why worry?
One word. Mm. It's powerful. It's powerful. But no words. Be happy. That's what Bobby McFerrin said many moons ago.
Oh yeah.
I have to ask this question. I know I said that was the last one. I'm sorry, but you. It seems to me like just in listening to the programs last year and now listening to this year, I even sense in yourself it's just a greater sense of peace. Um, do you feel that since last year to this year to now at this moment, this now, do you feel like a greater semblance of peace and serenity and calm? I mean, where are you mentally and emotionally and spiritually, even in your walk, uh, at this present time?
Oh yeah, I can definitely say I'm at peace and been that way for years. Because I say fundamentally, worrying is not going to change the future. It's not going to change the outcome of anything.
Mm.
So if you have a problem, the thing to do is to address that problem, get on top of it.
Thanks.
You have shortcomings. Everybody knows the shortcomings that they have. Address those shortcomings.
Mm.
And we have this saying, so whatever that is, good inside you. When safely released from tension, will automatically harmonize and make life more pleasant. But you have to safely release it from tension. You just can't rip it away. It has to be safely disposed of. And whatever there is inside you, it's going to harmonize in nature,
Wow.
bring about things that you struggle to bring about.
Mm.
But you remove the struggle if you remove the tension out of yourself.
That's facts. Man, that's powerful. I gotta go. I gotta ask another. You mentioned harmonizing. Like, um, that's something that I think is so important, especially for melanated people to begin to focus on and to do at an even more efficient level is to harmonize with our surroundings. That doesn't mean, to become a product of negativity or to allow, other people to sap our energy. But I do think that we need to focus on balance and finding tranquility in ourselves to be able to express it on the outside with someone else and others. Um, can you kind of go into that balance, talking about Mayat consciousness, if you will, so that we can, use and utilize this to live more efficiently and effectively upcoming week?
You mentioned Maya consciousness, you say?
Yeah, I was just saying balance. I just said Mayat because of balance.
You look for balance?
I strive to. I think I do. Yeah, I don't always achieve it, but I
I
think
don't.
that's. You don't look for balance.
I don't want balance.
Why not?
We call that Maca.
Macaw.
Balance. I don't look for balance. I look for imbalance.
Go on, man. Go
You know what?
on, man.
I mean, people talk about these things, but they don't understand the laws of opposites. When you're talking about balance, you're talking about equilibrium. These bioplasmic force fields that exist, which won't exist if you imbalance. Nothing happens in balance but death. When you imbalance, you're dead. So let me explain.
Yeah, please do.
People walk around and say, "Oh, I want balance."
Right, right,
Let's say, let's say you married. Anybody, they're married and they have a wife
right.
or a husband, and the husband's birthday come up, and the wife buys him a present. The wife's birthday come up, the husband don't buy a present. Now, what's going to be the situation in their relationship?
It's gonna be some problems. It's gonna be some serious problems.
It's going to be some problems, right?
Right.
Okay, if you don't want problems in a relationship and you want it to be sustaining and unchanging, you reciprocate what the wife did,
Right. Right.
which means that you create balance. When you give her a gift and she gave you a gift, what happened? Nothing.
Right.
But you can't apply that model across the entire stratum of life. So you have to know how to manipulate the laws of opposite, what we call the Kurisheta, the laws of opposite. The Kurisheta is a symbol that came out of the Aturi forest with the Twa. The first Kurisheta was what Westerners call the swastika.
Uh-huh.
But the only difference between the African is it rotates always to the right. That is the first symbol of science that deal with air, earth, fire, water, hot, cold, wet, and dry, created by the Torah. It would take on a different motif as a triangle, as a square within a square, tilted on its tip. That shows 4 pyramids and 4 more pyramids, and this became the symbol of the laws of opposites. One of the things that factors into it is that they fashioned it by watching the phases of Kansu, the moon. As the moon would go through its lunation of 27.45, point 55, 45, 55 days is the lunation. So if in dealing with the laws of opposites, then you know that you reciprocate what she did or he did, and there is makat, balance, meaning nothing changes. But you can't go on the walk of life always talking about balance because nothing happened. Balance is in a sense death. So the squabble that would have happened because he didn't buy a present, and because he did buy the present, the squabble is killed. It's dead. The squabble has died. That's when you want balance. When you have a situation where you're satisfied with its outcome and you want it to be sustaining over a long period of time, then you create balance.
Wow. Wow.
But when people are always running around, oh, I want balance, they don't know what they're saying. Balance is death. It's equilibrium. I'll give you an example. You know what a dead battery is?
It's dead.
Huh?
A dead battery? That means it
A
has no
dead battery.
charge. Yeah, it has no charge.
A
No.
dead battery means
It's
that the
supposed to,
electrons from the negative terminal flow toward the positive terminal.
right. It's supposed to
When the electrons at the positive terminal equal the electrons at the negative terminal, that's a dead battery because the flow stopped.
right.
It's
Right.
imbalanced.
Right.
So the battery dies.
Right.
In order for that battery to function, there has to be an abundance of electrons at the negative pole and a deficiency of electrons at the positive pole. Everything in nature works that way.
So it has to be an imbalance. That's what you're saying.
That's right. That's how things work in the physical world.
So
Through imbalance.
it can't be a balance.
Chemistry works the same way. You take hydrogen and oxygen.
Right.
Oxygen is missing 2 electrons. It shares an electron with hydrogen. Then it has a number of electrons that equal the number of protons because it shares it, oxygen shares with hydrogen, and it produces an element called water. So now
H2O.
the oxygen stops being a free radical, something that floats around and causes destruction because it's looking for these other 2 electrons.
Right.
But
Right.
since it's provided by hydrogen, it produces water. Now the oxygen is stable and the molecule is stable. All chemistry working that way. It either has a deficiency of electrons, which means it doesn't have as many of electrons as it has protons. It has too many electrons, which means that it has more electrons than protons. These are alkalizing substances, and they have to give up electrons in order for them to be balanced. Deficient atoms have to take electrons for it to be balanced. And then you have what's called noble elements, which have the same number of electrons as it has protons, like Zion, Krypton, Neon. These are called noble elements. Because Europeans call them that because they say they don't congregate with the lower class. So they noble.
Man.
So if everything was balanced in nature, there would be no physical world. What you call physicality wouldn't exist. Things have to have a deficiency somewhere or an abundance somewhere in order for there to be a reaction. So when people run around and they talk about in relationship and this and that, it's good in relationship to be imbalanced. But you're not imbalanced if you're doing all the buying and somebody else doing all the taking, or vice versa.
Right.
You have to know how to manipulate the laws of opposites so it's conducive to what you desire its outcome to be.
Wow.
We call that the law of combining the opposites.
Man, man, you make the sounds go off after you said that one right there. That was heavy. Well, since you bring that up, so if we're not seeking balance, should we be seeking imbalance? Or should we be seeking an understanding of what already is happening?
You should seek how to manipulate the laws of opposites based upon the situation. There's an old saying, it's better to do too little than to do too much. If you do too little, you can add a little bit more to it. It's just like baking, and you put too much salt in something. That's it. You've done too much.
Yeah, yes. You can't take the salt out, huh?
No, so it's best to do too little than to do too much. So that's how you approach the laws of opposites. You have to know when to use positivity and how much of it, when to use negativity and how much of it. If you don't want to be seen at a party, everybody wearing tuxedos, and you come there wearing blue jeans, or you come dressed like a bum, you'll be the talk of the party.
Right,
Everybody.
right.
You're trying to be low key, but everybody will remember you. That's
True.
why we say, in a field of poppies, be a poppy like all the rest of the poppies. Don't be a rose in a poppy field. So it's a matter of understanding the law of opposites. People study things for a long period of time to understand this and know how to combine opposites and to what degree.
Got you, got you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That definitely helps the way I think, in terms of not necessarily going for a balance per se, but understanding the laws of opposites and how things really work. So
Yeah,
that,
like I say, if you have a job that you're satisfied with and you don't want that job to disappear, you create balance in the workplace. Then you stand a good chance of nothing happening to get you fired. So some people don't like a kiss ass. I mean, you go there and brown nose the boss all the time, he may fire you
right,
because you're being too assertive. Rather
true
than
that.
just do your job, maintain balance, and go home. But no, and then you tell it on everybody. Stuff other people do, you go telling the boss what they doing. Well, that boss understand one thing about you. He can't trust you because you tell on him.
Mm. No honor
So
amongst thieves.
he know he can't trust you because you pimp on your friends. And that's why when it's time for somebody to go, you'll be the first one to go. So you have to understand the laws of opposites.
Laws of opposites. And yeah, please reach out to Baba. Please make sure you take down this email, tap into him. He's got some amazing information. He's always coming with some real knowledge and some facts and things that astound and are truly insightful and clairvoyant and all of that other sagacious things and stuff that I could say, but I won't. But anyhow, I just want to close this one out tonight, man. We doing it like we used to do, man. Staying up all night, folks. But
We supposed to have been doing something short,
I know, right? I know.
but this connection kept.
Yeah.
How's the connection now?
That's a lot better, man. It's a lot better. I don't know what it was. I guess they thought we were gonna quit, but we're not gonna quit. We're gonna keep going, keep doing what we do. And definitely glad that we had this conversation. I want to go back to people need to find out what their head is and what their purpose for their head is. Let's recap that real quick for people who might have missed it, because you just said something that was pivotal. You said people are wearing the wrong colors, they're eating the wrong foods, and they're not tapped into what they're supposed to really do with their 86,400 seconds, 1,440 minutes we're so blessed with.
Yep.
And it is a present. So I just want, to illustrate that again and you to say that important information so we could definitely glean that critical and important point to begin to execute and implement in our existence.
Yeah, that's the main thing people need to do is to know who they are. And once you know who you are, what you're operating under, then you have the restrictions that you need to adhere to. The food that resonate with your aura, with your head, you'll see. There's certain food that energizes you that's best used by, and I'm speaking in the case of one of the most popular systems, Ifa and the Orisha, that rule people's head.
Yes.
There are certain things you need to do and certain things you're not supposed to do. And you need to have that firmly established because most folk running around eating stuff they shouldn't be eating right now. Wearing colors they shouldn't be wearing and should be wearing colors that accentuate their vibration, their resonance, that resonate with that force inside their body. And that will make life more pleasurable because you are carrying out your life in conformity to what you're supposed to be doing. And everybody got a frequency. You need to know what your frequency is. And colors, herbs, smells, odors, that give you the ability to harmonize with what's inside of you, more or less.
Man. And you bring up that word harmonize, that word harmonize, because that talks about vibration. And as you always say, the word, and then we talked about names. It's so pivotally important for us to understand it wasn't just an accident that our names had to be changed, that the things in which we were called and the expressions that we accepted for ourselves.
That's a vibration. And
thank you.
And the vibration, you can have the wrong vibration. We have long known in African spirituality about a concept that physics is just coming on, and that's resonance.
Yeah.
That's basically how spirituality works, through resonance. It resonates. And you having one thing key to another thing from that side to this side, then it opens up a doorway.
Mm.
In electricity, because I'm an electrician, electronic technician, and we used to, when you're dealing with motors as an electrician, we have this thing called tuning a circuit for zero power factor. It simply means that if you have a coil, which is a motor, a choke, a transformer, in a circuit, you have to have a capacitor in the circuit, because the capacitor causes the current to lead and the voltage to lag. The inductor causes the voltage to lead and the current to lag. So since they're inversely proportional to one another, when you have one in the circuit, you got to have the other, because it throws the current voltage relationship out of timing or out of phase. So you have to keep the current and the voltage and make them rise as close to each other as possible. And when you do that, the circuit is said to be in resonance. It resonates. And this is the same principle that is used when you're playing a drum, burning some incense, having certain minerals, gemstones, odors from incense, vibration of songs, certain key words that have no meaning in the language. They just are used because of their resonant quality, their tonal quality.
Mm.
There are certain words that are used in ritual. They have no meaning in the language. They're simply used because of their tonal quality, because they produce resonance. It makes that ritual resonate, and it allows a particular entity to come through a doorway that's been opened up, because the vibration that exists on this side is the vibration that's on the other side.
Wow.
So we've
Wow.
long known about that thousands of years ago.
Yeah. So we hope that everybody will try to raise their raise their vibration and say things and listen to things that would tap them into a higher frequency of consciousness. Um, I have to ask. I know I done said this about 5 times, but I want to ask this question. What sounds, notes, vibrate? Because you're a musician as well. You don't talk about this, man. I've had an opportunity. I got to find a way to play some of your music on this one. I play it on the FM side, but
Oh yeah.
yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Um, I wanted you to talk about the importance of the vibrations of music and how we can elevate not only our consciousness, but we can become more in tune with who we are and how powerful this universe is and our role in connection to it by tapping into the right forms and formations of music.
Well, music play a prominent role in spirituality. You can't do ritual without music, and it's long been known that you cannot travel. You need plants to travel. So if you're
Plants.
talking about traveling transdimensionally,
Uh-huh.
you have to have plants to do that.
Plants.
And yeah, most people think plants are a lesser form of life than humans. They're actually a higher form of life than people.
Why you say that?
You can't do ritual without plants.
Can't do rich without plants, huh?
You need incense, which is a plant.
Mm.
You need a drum, which is made from a tree.
Wow.
You need herbs to cleanse the body with medicine to remove negativity that come from plants.
Man.
You can't travel. You can't do spiritual work without plants.
Mm.
And music is part of that process. And I have to go back to the Ewe tradition where it talks about the Ha, the undifferentiated musical cause, Ngwe, Sagbalisa, which is the primal creative power. And it's defined as sound, word, light, and music.
Mm.
The primal creative power is inclusive of music. sound, words, light, and music. Without that, there is no creative power. So music is a part of that. So when I don't hear what I want to hear, I just write my own music.
Mm.
Because most of the stuff you hear is commercialized.
Yeah.
And it's geared behind big record companies trying to pimp the artists, and they end up owning their masters, reissuing the masters, making money off the artists. If I'm going to record something and write it, I'm going to be the publisher of it and the owner of it.
Facts.
And that's
Facts.
probably what got Sam Cooke killed.
Mm. Facts.
That's how Ray Charles became successful. Unlike Jackie Wilson and all those other people who were pimped by the record company, ended up getting peanuts and people making millions of dollars off of them. So, like I said, when I don't hear what I want to hear, I write my own music. And the music is transcendental. It allows you to leave the space and the sphere of the time continuum that you're in and go somewhere else.
I want to ask this question because brother Daniel has it. He says, "Is music a form of communication?" Then he goes on to ask, "Or are all the liberal arts all communications as well?" So I guess that's a two-part question: is music a form of communication, and then are the liberal arts are they a form of communication as well?
Well, yeah, music is a form of communication. Um, and you could dissect that by you hear a song that happened 10, 20 years ago, and it brings a feeling to you and an environment, and it tells you you remember where you were when you heard that song.
Mm.
And so that, in that sense, is a form of communication. And Africans use music to communicate from South Africa to North Africa. They would use the drum. So in tonal language, you could speak the tonal language on the drum, which is why slavers didn't allow Africans to have drums because they knew they could communicate with drums. They could communicate over great distances. And not only drums, any tonal language, any of the tonal languages, you could communicate with a whistle, a flute, a finger piano, they call the marimba, and other instruments. So yeah, it is a tool for communication. And it is one of the ways you communicate with the spirit world, in fact, is with music. So when you're talking about the liberal arts, you're talking about grammar, rhetoric, and logic.
Mm.
But really, it's inclusive of the seven sacred sciences. And the motif for that is an upside down triangle.
Mm.
You have grammar in the upper left hand corner, logic in the upper right hand corner,
Mm.
and at the apex you have rhetoric. In the center, you have a thing like a Y that connects grammar, logic, and rhetoric like a Y. In the center of that Y is called the truth.
Mm.
And then, of course, you have this is called the trivium in Latin, which means where the three roads meet. The other four disciplines are arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, which is called the quadrivium, which is where the four roads meet.
Gotcha.
So this was part of the curriculum of the priesthood of ancient Egypt, where they would teach grammar, logic, and rhetoric. arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, and other disciplines.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, music is a communication device. And one of the things associated with the trivium is that it was inclusive of a symbol in Egyptian mathematics that people would steal and give it to Pythagoras and said that he came up with this idea.
Uh-huh.
But that hypotenuse of a square of a right triangle deals with more than trigonometry, geometry, and what they associate with it.
Uh-huh.
Because the things associated with the adjacent, the opposite, and the hypotenuse is grammar, rhetoric, and logic.
Mm.
The other side is music and astronomy. One deals with morals, and the other deal with space. When you're dealing with geometry, you're dealing with space, and you deal with harmony when you're dealing with music and astronomy. So though that particular figure means more than what they teach that it means in reference to finding hypotenuse or the inclination of an angle of a right-sided triangle. And Pythagoras didn't develop that. He learned that in Egypt. It was taught to him by the priests in Egypt, because you couldn't build pyramids if you did not have the ability to decipher the angle of inclination relative to the opposite, which is the male side that goes straight up. It's a vertical.
Right. Right.
And the relationship between that and the hypotenuse allow you to compute the length or the height of the opposite.
Mm. Man, that's deep. That's deep right there, what you just said. That's deep. I don't know if they got that right there. You might have to say that one again, because it's quite profound when you think about the triangles, because even what that made me think about was the act of intercourse. You know, a man being a triangle, his genitalia, and a woman of sorts being a triangle as well. You remember when you said that, or you remember?
Well, yeah, it's we call that the triangle of heaven and triangle of earth. When they come together, they produce what we call the dog star.
That's right.
That foreigners have stolen and called the Star of David. David ain't got no star.
That's true.
That symbol teaches things that is totally beyond their knowledge. You can't find it in the Kabbalah, because Kabbalah don't know what the hell it is. You can go to a temple at Abtu that the Greeks call Abydos and find that symbol carved on the wall of the megalithic stone in the temple on the backside of Seti I's temple, who was the father of Ramasumariama. And Asar's temple had that symbol carved there. So a lot of those things in reference to geometrical figures carry a total different, deeper level of meaning than people know.
Right.
And some of which they will never know as long as they remain outside of that particular system. They don't mean what they think they mean. Like you have everybody wearing ankhs and think they know what it means, and shinus and all of those type of symbols. And you see certain people who are women who say they are priestess of such and such a thing, and using male symbols to teach things from a woman's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
The woman's society in the Nile Valley still exists. They still initiate women. They still teach, but they are totally independent of the men's system.
I know you just said something that's important. You talked about many people are wearing the and they don't know what it means. I mean, I don't want you to have to, go through the whole thing, but can you kind of give an idea of why you said that and why you think that's important for people to not only?
Because the act don't come from Egypt. The act was not created in Egypt. It didn't come from Egypt. It comes from the Congo.
That's right.
And it's related to a deity we call the one-legged one, Ingu. The act is his symbol.
Mm.
And it represents, he's not really one-legged. His foot was bit off by a crocodile in the myth that talks about him. And he is the result, Ingu is the result of God having a union with a mortal.
Mm.
The earthly mortal gave birth to him. God's wife found out about him and tried to kill him. He hid him in the bulrush. You heard that story before.
Yeah.
And he contacted the old man of the sea and told the old man of the sea to raise him and teach him blacksmithing. The old man said, I would teach him, but you owe me white cows once I finish. That's what the myth say. White cows was actually clouds. Upon his completion of his education, he could not give the old man of the sea his payment. So he took one of his eyes, and as he used the blacksmithing skills taught to him by the old man of the sea, he used the magic hammer to make the ornaments of the gods. Crocodile got jealous of what he was doing and came and stole his magic hammer. In the process of battle and retrieving his magic hammer to make the ornaments for the gods, the crocodile bit off his right foot. So he is known as the one-legged one. And the act symbolizes that.
Mm.
Also, another symbol equally to the act that represents the one-legged one is the Christian cross.
Mm.
It don't come from Christianity. It too comes from the Congo. When the Portuguese came to convert the many Congos to Catholicism, the many Congo, they brought this Christianity to the many Congo, the kings, and they flew. They had what's called the Cross of Malta, and they had a flag with the cross on it. These fools didn't know they were bringing a symbol to the Congo that originated there.
Mm.
So that's why the many Congos converted to Christianity, because they saw these
They
Portuguese
saw their symbol.
flying that symbol that they thought was a Christian cross, but it was actually Inguingi's cross.
Wow.
And they think they're bringing something new to the African in the Congo. The damn symbol come from the Congo. That's why they converted to Christianity so quickly, because they thought these people were the priests. They thought they were the priests of Inguingi. But they later found out they were not priests of Inguingi.
So that was their symbol the whole while. It's so funny. It like I've heard that before, and I know I've read that, but wow, it dawned on me. They are really literally just going back to their native roots and using the symbology that has been misappropriated as Christian as something that was organically theirs.
That's why many people don't know why Africans did certain things. They ask the question from the perspective of history. Why would they do something stupid like that? Why would they convert to Christianity? They brought a symbol there that came from the Congo.
That makes sense.
The Christian cross, what they use as the Christian cross, is the symbol of their deity.
Wow. That's powerful. That's powerful.
And these Portuguese thinking they were bringing something new to these people, hell, they invented that. You're not bringing anything new to them. They invented it. And it left the Congo, went all up into Egypt and other places and crossed over the Levant. And that's how you got it.
Mm.
When that symbol goes into Egypt, it is represented as a deity that was called in antiquity Ta, whose name was changed to Ptah. And he is shown as a swabbling mummy. And his legs are tied together, which look as though he had one leg. Ta is a blacksmith, just like Ingu is a blacksmith. So that symbol came up from the Congo into Egypt and takes on the personification in the Sudan and Egypt and other places as Ptah.
That's heavy. That's heavy, man. That's heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Heavy as always. As always. Uh, man, you got anything else you want to say, Baba? Please reach out to Baba. I'm gonna say it again. Please reach out to him. Know you got some questions. Know you got some comments. He won't bite, but he will enlighten you and definitely help you understand better what this prophecy and what being an African is. So, I definitely want you to do that. So, go ahead, Baba. I mean, share. If you got anything else you want to say, any ideas and expressions.
All right. You can't never end, brother. So all we can do is wait till the next time.
That's real.
Like I said, it's best to do too little than to do too much.
Much, yeah.
So
Wow.
history of Africa is thousands of years old. And most people are behind. They didn't wake up until they're 40 or 50 years old. So I guess you got time. Like the old folks say, if the Lord say the same and the creek don't rise, we'll be back.
We'll be back. That's right. But before we go, please make sure you punch in, type in, say thank you. What's a way? Because I want to use, because we talked tonight about words. So what would be an appropriate word to use outside of the English, but it means, I guess, the same correlated or synonym for thank you? What would be something that we could say
Well,
to
you can go into tweet and say Asante.
Asante? Yeah, Asante. You're right. You're right. I am familiar. Asante. So if you would, if you know how to spell Asante, you can type that in the chat or just, say something in the chat. I want Baba to see that, people tapped into what he had to share with us. As always, it's always insightful. It's always enlightening. It's always engaging. And definitely it's elevating our consciousness. If you missed any part of this, please feel free to watch it. I know it's long. People always say, "Man, y'all be going long," or whatever the case may be. But we realize that we really need to get this information to our people, and it's definitely important. It's critically important. Let me say it that way. That you go back over this, look at this, and I'll share with it. And Bobby, this is true because I've shared this with you off air. I recently, because I was missing him, he wasn't here for a little while. He had to go on a little sabbatical, if you will. And I listened to some of the old programs from last year, 15, 16 months old. And
Right.
found the information, and it was almost like I could hear and feel that vibration on a such or much more deeper level, and it was profound because I was like, wow, this brother was saying this, and now it started making sense, and I started connecting it. It was starting to really resonate on a real level, and I'm like, wow, man, this is deep, and this is what we've been doing, you know what I'm saying, for a very long minute. And each and every time I learn something new and I hear something that I got to go back and research, I got to go analyze the Bantu. It's just so powerful. So, salute to Daniel Brown for always being a real one, holding it down and being true, and definitely respectful because he understands and knows that what you're doing, Baba, is meaningful. And shouts out to Allah, brother Allah, Jim Hotel Baba, you know what I'm saying, as he says, Asante, because it's real, you know, and it's a lot more people who watch on the replay. So if you're watching on the replay, please type in the chat. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Because we want our elders, we want our stalwarts, our warriors, our intellectual warriors to understand how appreciated and valued that they are. And you are definitely in that company, Baba. And you just continue to keep enlightening us and exposing us to great information.
Yeah, I'm reading some of the
Oh well, shouts out to brother Damian Lamar, the real one.
yeah,
Please reach.
some of the
Yeah,
comments, like
yeah,
Damien, thank you for that. And
yeah,
Washington, Sister Renee in Georgia,
yeah.
and
And
Sister
mind
say a lot more water.
yeah, yeah. And mind you, some of these people are on East Coast. It's every bit of 130 out there, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
right here,
brother Daniel Brown, thank you
yeah,
for chiming in.
yeah, a real one. And so that's what I'm saying, man. Like people appreciate it, and we appreciate them as well. You know what I'm saying? So they'll definitely be excited when this webinar and all this other good stuff is transpiring very, very soon. I know we've been talking about it for a minute, but I know it's going to happen very soon, and it'll definitely be worth the wait because
Oh yeah,
you can't get this information anywhere else, man. You can scour the internet, you can go on the blogs, you can go on the blogs, you can do all that, you know, but you're just not getting this information anywhere else. And I think that's why people really appreciate it, they love it, they value it, and they acknowledge it. And I just wish that Facebook would stop hating so that we can share it to more people. But it's all good because you know you're out there, you do your part, share it, expose people. I know some people be scared, so just let people know, and they can tap in at their own leisure and convenience, and then get some information. And they can always, if they don't agree or they think something differently, they can always type in the chat, and we can have a discussion. Because ultimately, what we're striving to do is just raise consciousness and awareness, and that's a critical and important piece and part of our development and our evolution. And I just want to salute you again, Baba, for always dropping down some real information and giving us exactly what we need. I want people to reach out to you. So I'm gonna put it on the screen so that they can get their head read. I think that's very, very important. And even if you don't do it, Baba, you can connect them, excuse me, with someone who can get their head read. And I know for people who are just tapping in a few minutes ago, they're saying, "What in the world is said talking about getting your head read?" But I think that that's extremely important for us to know who we are and to know whose we are, if you will, so that we can tap in and begin to do all the great things that we have been designed to do and destined to do. So I definitely think that they need to reach out to you, and they can do that at yourbodypower@gmail.com,
yes sir.
yourbodypower@gmail.com, and it's definitely going down. We got some more comments. I want to make sure we get to these comments because I want you to smell your flowers because you're a phenomenality, a magnificent magnificence. I'll read it, Bob. He says, if we have the necessary fervency individually, we can get the information out. We're taxed with that duty. Thank you for all you do. Wow. That's very beautifully said, brother. Very beautifully said. Thank you for shining your light bright, and you are part and parcel of that fervency to get the information out to our people because we definitely need it, and we know that it's going to continue to keep shining a light bright on the effectiveness of marvelous and wonderful individuals like Jabadi who have committed not only their time, their talent, their energy, efficacy, and aptitude to enlightening our people. He could easily be at some university teaching folk, getting thousands and thousands of dollars an hour, but he sits here with us and gives us this information. So the least we can do is let some people know that he's doing it, as well as say thank you for him doing it, because it definitely makes a difference. I know there's somebody out, and I want to salute Series Mathematics, Allah, for making this statement. He says, peace, Baba, continue to make knowledge born. Wow.
Oh
Much
yeah, I'm just reading his comments right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's like it's a
Thank you,
powerful.
brother.
Yeah, and Bob and I, we talk about this. Bob, no, I ain't capping. Like, we are humbled when somebody will stay up at 12:30. You know what I'm saying? 1:30. We had people tapping in from London. Baba know I ain't lying.
Oh
And just
yeah, oh yeah.
5, 6 o'clock in the morning, watching, just sitting, listening to, you know what I'm saying, the knowledge and the information. And I just be sitting up like, we ain't got no hot, it ain't no special effects. It ain't no, we ain't doing no major graphics or nothing like that. We just talking, we just communicating, we just building, we just sharing information, and people still tapped in. And then on the replay, we get even more people. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing. It's humbling, and I really appreciate it. And I know Baba does as well. He tells me this all the
Oh,
time.
of course, no doubt, no doubt.
You know, and I understand completely why they listen to him, because I'm like, every time I listen, it's always something mind blowing and exceptionally insightful. So, again, I really think that you guys are very important, very special, and then also I think that let people know about this. You know what I'm saying? Don't just keep it to yourself, because we got to continue to keep growing it, because this is important information. If people really sit back and think about what Baba said today, the frequencies, the energies, the vibrations that you're letting in, being able to understand that, instead of thinking about, trying to find balance and doing all this and all of that, just understand what's imbalance and understand that law of opposite and the polarities that exist, so that you can begin to navigate and mitigate through some of the madness, and then begin to project the kind of energy that you want to attract and radiate. So it's a beautiful thing, man, and I just applaud, appreciate it. And again, we got some really good energy on the line, and salute you, brothers, for taking your time, and sisters as well, because we got some sisters out there to watch as well, all the time, really supporting and really being positive. So if you're in the Houston area, we definitely want you to come out next Saturday. Check out Umar. We're gonna try to make sure Baba Pyle is in the house as well. Putting it down and sharing some information if he's in good spirits and able and capable to tap in. But uh, definitely, Baba,
Brother
you
said,
got a closing word, closing insight.
yeah, I
And
got I got a closing word.
oh yeah, take your time. Take your time. We ain't rushing. Just because
Um, I thought a whole lot of more people gonna chime in on emotion, but I did talk about intelligence, and I got a response from Sister Renee. But intelligence and intelligentsia comes out of Latin, and when you research it, it means through having a choice. It means the ability to choose between. But when you go back into Greek, Coney dialect, intelligence comes from the word intellici, which doesn't mean between choice. It means through having a goal. And one of the meanings of that is like, for example, when you're dealing with the mystery teaching that comes out of Egypt, you're dealing with a mortal, an intelligence, and a son of light. The intelligence is the second level, and when you're dealing with this, that the Greeks would take, but we're talking about Latin when we use the word intelligence. The word in Greek is intellici or intellicia, which means you have to have a goal, and it deals with a word that is a stem of that word. It means to complete something. But they tell you that intelligence is some type of quota that they use to measure how smart you are. That's not what intelligence is. Intelligence means you set out to do a thing from the third tier of existence. We call that a mortal. When you reach the level of intelligence, or what the Greek would call intelligia, you have a choice, which is why in Latin that word is choose between. You could either go back to where you come from the first step, the first level, and whimper into ignorance and darkness, or you could go forward to the next step, which we call the sun of light, which means that you are completing what you set out to do. So you have to have the definition of these words firmly fixed within your mind so that you can know what to do. And if you factor that particular concept, when you start out on a journey, or you start out on a project, or you start out doing something, most people will stop doing what they're doing because they say, I don't have the money, I don't have the motivation, I don't have the time, they make all kinds of excuses rather than intelligent, complete what it is that you started. That is the meaning of intelligence. What you start out to do, complete what you start out to do.
So it's not necessarily about thinking, it's about doing.
No, it's not about thinking at all. That concept come out of France about IQ. That was propagated and postulated by the French, where they told, oh, his IQ is 160. That's not what intelligence is. And we never thought that in Egypt. And keep mentioning Egypt because you're talking about a place where Egypt is a place where, or Tamari or Kemet, is a place where the primal and the academic fuses together. You're talking about primal knowledge coming out of the primeval forest about certain entities and forces in nature and elementals that these people who would later become priests and priestesses found there and brought that information back. They went out hunting game, but they brought back spiritual information. And so you have they never put this thing, stigma and stereotype, and say, that's Imhotep over there. His IQ is 300. Most people in Egypt who did certain things, they never left their name on what they built. Like, for an example, Ramasu Mariamman was an architectural engineer, the third king of the 18th dynasty, called Ramses the Great or Ramses the Second. His name is not Ramses at all. It's Ramesu Mariamman. Wasmat Ra Shetepen Ra. He was an engineer. But he had a man working for him who was the royal architect, who was a better engineer than he was. Wow. And his name was May. Wow. May designed a whole bunch of things. But since Ramses was pharaoh, they wanted his name to shine. So very few people know about May. Wow. So when you're dealing with intelligence, don't buy into that narrative that people tell you it's a quota or IQ that deals with numerical value that say you smarter than John or Tamika. You can't put a number on that. We call that the sa. And you can't measure the sa like that. As sa mean reason and intellectual ability, as the word tep haseb. Tep haseb means the correct method. And it is the first two words in the document that they call the Ryan Mathematical Papyrus. When Amis wrote that, he put in that title, the correct method of investigating all things in order to know all that exists. Each mystery and every secret is what they call mathematics. So Tep Haseb is a intellectual type of terminology that is used scientifically in mathematics, geometry, and all of the applied and theoretical sciences in the Nile Valley. It's like a part of intelligence that allow you to break it down and be able to evaluate it. So when you're dealing with intelligence in and of itself, you can't put a number on it and say somebody else is over there smarter than this person. So that's all I had to say.
Oh, man, that was super deep right there. Um, I, I just want to continue to etch into the minds of those that are listening. And please share this information. Let people know. I need you to reach out to Bob. Just send him an email, tell him thank you, as well as maybe ask him a question in private, because I think it's important that we tap into our wisdom, tap into our elders, tap into our mentors. There's a lot of madness going on. There's a lot of myths and disinformation. One of the best ways that we can use and utilize this greatness that's before us. Let's not sit up here, and I know you knew Dr. Ben. You were very, very close with Dr. Ben. You took
Oh yeah.
full liberty and full advantage of that relationship. And Dr. Ben wanted you to do that. You know what I mean? A lot of people, and I've told you this off air, and I'm gonna say it now. A lot of people are tell me all the time they're scared to talk to you. I'm like, why are you scared to talk to Jabari? Oh, he's too deep and he'll judge me. He's too smart to answer my question. Like, no, he's here to do that. That's what he's sent here for. That's what he's born for. He knows his head. He knows his destiny. He knows his purpose. He's not afraid of tapping into that. And I think
Oh yeah.
it's
You're
so
right about
important
that, my brother.
for us to understand, like, no, like we got to stop thinking because we've been miseducated and disinformed to think that those who are deep or who are profound and who are very wise are somehow going to look down on us. No, they're going to look upon us as we really need to be and then help us elevate to the position that we were destined and designed to be at. And I think that it's important that people know that they can reach out to you and they can grow from your conversation in a positive, productive, and constructive way.
Oh yeah.
And that's that.
More
That's
than happy to dispense some information, brother.
oh man. And anybody who's on the line that knows this knows I'm telling the truth. Having a conversation with this brother will be not only insightful, not only enlightening, but transformative. So please make sure you reach out to jabaripower at gmail.com and like and follow a page on Facebook. And if you're on YouTube, hit that the subscribe button or whatever the case may be. I really don't like doing all that, but I know that we need to because we have to continue to keep growing this thing to share this information to begin to change the situations of our people in and all around the world because we're the ones that we're waiting for, and there's no more time to wait or waste. All right, Bob, I really appreciate you, man. It's been a great one. This is a good
No
one.
doubt, my brother. Always happy to.
Hey, always happy to have you, man, and we'll see you next week, man. Peace and blessings.
All right.
All right, peace, peace. Family, before we go, we just definitely want to say this as always, do your affirmations. Just before sleep, please make sure you do your affirmations. Make sure that whatever was told to you or whatever you felt or whatever you connected with right upon going to sleep, when the subconscious is most receptive to suggestion, visualize with positive feelings. Make sure that you feel that energy, you feel that vibration. You allow your ancestors, you allow that spirit to come in and guide and protect you. You ask for it to lead and not only navigate you through your day, but to give you visions and envision ways in which to achieve greatness, even as you sleep in your dream. So to add focus and power, do targeted affirmations as you visualize your greatness, as you visualize achieving things, as you visualize working through difficulties in your relationships and dynamics in your experience. Begin to do those things efficiently, effectively, constructively, productively, and to begin to see those things manifest in your reality. You have to concentrate, as Baba said, and it was so brilliant, so perfect, so apropos as he talked about intelligence, not just thinking that you're smarter or that you're more gifted intellectually or whatever the case may be, as it's been misinterpreted, but to focus on doing the work, on executing, on with that sense of efficacy, knowing and understanding through tenacity, sagacity, intensity, temerity, and veracity, you will accomplish and achieve those things that you know you're destined and you believe fully and full faith and confidence that you will get done, and know that those things will be manifested very soon. Before we go, we want you to attract money using mind power. Organize your thoughts in a targeted way. Use this, and it will not only affect and help organize your environment and affairs, but will also do the same with your thoughts and begin to transform your relationships as well. Because of why? Why? Because this causes your thoughts to become more organized, and it will help you to not only be better, but to achieve better. So we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it other than loving on somebody in the best way possible and giving them everything that you have in a good way, so that they can be bigger, better, and brighter than they've ever been. We wanted to share this with you before we go. According to a database, more than 8,700 people have died of gun violence in the United States, according to information via the United States Police. Okay, have killed 439 people in 2021. That is astounding, and it is terrible in the worst way. We have lost to gun violence 8,700 people. Okay, in 2020. Um, we saw a population be beset with innumerable amounts and moments and episodes and incidents of mass shootings and killings. And we're going to see, unfortunately, those numbers rise because we've seen an exorbitant amount of police killings as well as civilians killings this year. We wanted to say this to you. It's going to take, as Barbara said, to get the correct information, to begin to meditate and to begin to ruminate. Now, some people saying, how's meditation going to change the situation? Because I think it's going to give us the clarity we need to begin to envision a new way of operating, and then also helping us to become truly intellectual so that we can do and execute ways in which to change and transform not only this world, not only this society, not only this nation, but more importantly, ourselves. Because as we change ourselves, then we can begin to influence and hopefully affect change on others as well. So we want to share this with you. We need to begin to change and transform the violence that's infecting and infested our society. One last statistic that we wanted to share with you. U.S. police killed 10 times the number of people per capita as those in France, 30 times in Germany, and more than 60 times those killed in the United Kingdom. Okay? Since 2000, tens of thousands, over 8,000 Black people have been killed by U.S. cops. Okay? None of these statistics are good. None of these things are things that we need to begin to allow to continue, but we have to begin to dissipate these things. And that's going to take tenacity, it's going to take temerity, but I really believe that we are the ones that we're waiting on, and there's no more time to wait or waste. So, as always, we love you, and we're going to continue to keep shining bright. And we'll see you next week. Please make sure if you're in H-Town and you know someone that's near Houston or Dallas or Austin, that they come on out and check us out on the 10th. In Austin, I think at the 11th. I think in Dallas, I think will be the day before. But you can go on drumar.com, umarjohnson.com to find out more information. And please make sure you reach out to Barbara Powell. And definitely, we appreciate all of the wonderful and great vibrations tonight. It's been a beautiful show. And peace and blessings.